Chapter 1, Traversal and Coercive Rational Personality. Anjet, male, 32 years old, a severe second-generation patient. Contacted AC at the age of 12. Since then, he has been out of control for 20 years. He writes novels for a living. One person has enough food and the whole family is not hungry. The above is all nonsense, the text begins. Anjet didn't know, the god of crossing was actually a little Zhengtai. Uncle, I want to buy your beautiful young lady. Masada, crossing god, holding 100 bills in both hands, said cutely to Anjet. Ans touched Zhengtai's head. Well, he really touched the head of transcendent god. That's not the little sister, those are the figures of my uncle I have collected for 20 years. They are not for sale. Even if I die, I will find an angel to love them. So who? Anjet crossed. According to Zhengtai's words, how can a little angel be forced by God? Those little sisters will be loved by him in the future. As if a drowning person suddenly breathed fresh air, Anjet panted and got up from the bed. The confusion in his eyes slowly dissipated. Anjet looked at his hands. The skin of his hands was white and delicate, not at all the dark yellow skin he used to. It's true. I really crossed it. That Xiao Zhengtai is actually a transcendent god. Was silent for a while, Anjet sighed. Once you have crossed, you can cross it. Anyway, there is nothing to miss, he has just been doing nothing in his life. In his mind, chaotic memories kept flashing, some from his previous life, and some from his own life. Looking carefully at the memory in his mind, Anjet's good-looking eyes couldn't help blinking lightly. God is always so absurd, perhaps because of compensation for deliberately taking Ans's life. After crossing, Ans is in good condition. He was a little surprised to find that he had become a 16-year-old young master with good looks, wealth, and power in the family, living in a world called Dimension Continent. His identity is the only country in the dimensional continent, one of the 4 Duke of Britain, and the only son of Duke Angus. This identity. Ans is a bit stupefied. The only son of the Duke. Wait. Britain? Ans's pupils suddenly condensed. The name of this country is a bit familiar. I remember the king of this country is. He quickly searched the memory in his mind, and then his mouth slowly opened. Fug. Saber. As a two-dimensional house of 20 years, Ans is naturally very familiar with saber. Altria Pendragon, height 154 centimeters. Weight 42 kilograms. Measurements 73-53-76. And the dull hair that makes people want to stop. Anjet looked at the memory in his mind and suddenly slapped his thigh. It looks like this. This temperament. This information. It fits perfectly. Ans is very excited at the moment. Very happy. I even want to shed tears. But his expression. Excited? Joy? Still want to cry? Neither. Speaking of it, as a two-dimensional house, suddenly knowing that the goddess of the two-dimensional really exists in reality, it will definitely be crazy. Ans's response. After the initial surprise, his expression returned to normal. It's so plain as if you have learned a very ordinary thing. It's not right. It's not right. What's wrong with me? Looking at the handsome boy in the bedside mirror, Anjet frowned suspiciously. His reaction made him feel a little horrified. Fuck me, is it a lack of emotion to pass through? Think carefully. Anjet couldn't help suppressing his curiosity about the goddess of the second element, and carefully felt his physical condition, but he found that his body was not too good. After thinking for a long time and no results, Anjet could only give up, just thinking in the bottom of his heart, and find some time to meet the goddess in the future. As for now, Anjet stroked his stomach with a wry smile. After feeling the body carefully, he finally noticed his already hungry stomach. He couldn't help but looked at the room, a small single room of more than 20 square meters, but he didn't find any food to wrap his stomach. Hey? Hey? What's the situation? Isn't the setting the Duke's only son? Isn't it the young master? What is happening in this hut? Ange's face couldn't help but become stunned, and then he discovered that his environment is not equal to his identity. Throughout his whole body, Ange only found a very delicate necklace hanging on his neck. Other than that, there was nothing else of value. Ange picked up the necklace, and there was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart for some reason, which surprised him a bit. Maybe this is something important to one's previous life. Thinking about this, Ange solemnly put away the necklace. The memory in his mind slowly emerged, and Ange couldn't help showing a bitter smile. He understood the reason why the only son of the dignified Duke now lives in this shabby single room. In his previous life, he actually chose to run away from home in order to escape the marriage contract arranged by his family. This behavior obviously also depressed the Duke of Angus, so he chose to carry out an education behavior against him, which directly froze all of Ange's property, leaving Ange, a young master, directly reduced to a poor young master. My own past life, I have a personality. Ange couldn't help but sigh, but he was very in favor of the behavior of the previous life. Well, marriage contract or something, this kind of stock that has been played badly, let it go to hell. As a dead house that has been in the house for 20 years, Ange said that the three-dimensional thing is the most annoying. Ans was taken aback, and suddenly remembered the king in his memory. Isn't that three-dimensional, isn't it? That's Saber. Ah, I really want to marry her. Ange's heart suddenly burst into fiery emotions, and he hit the king of another world with his idea. If the Duke of Angus knows, I don't know what will scare him. Will probably shout with a look of horror, "Son, you can't cheat." If that's the case. Ange's heart is fiery, but his expression has always been calm, as if there is a powerful force suppressing his expression, but Ange has never noticed it. His stomach kept groaning, and Ange got up and opened the door of the room when he was too hungry, and walked out into the living room. Ange, who has no money for a long time, chose to share with others in this apartment. When the door opened, Ange saw a beautiful figure in the living room, sitting in front of the computer quickly tapping on the keyboard. Ange was taken aback for a moment, and a memory appeared in his mind, remembering that this person was the person who rented the apartment to him, and he was a girl. Oh, it turned out to be the landlord. I said, why is this figure so familiar? Are you up? You can sleep till now, you really live more comfortably than a pig. There was a faint female voice, a very soft tone, with a hint of teasing. But when Ange looked at the girl and turned his head, he suddenly felt like a lightning strike, and he understood where the familiarity came from. The girl in front of her was dressed in a school uniform, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, and a white hair band on her head. She was a very quiet girl. The most striking thing is the latter pair of long legs wrapped in black silk, slender and straight, with rounded curves and full of sensuality. Xia xia xia, xia ji qiu shi yu. Ange's tongue instantly knotted, and stammered out a name that made him completely stunned. Well, although I rarely come back here to live, is it weird to see me? Why are you so surprised? And, can you please stop calling people by their full names, Angkides Angus and Jurjun? Xia's Haikyushiu's tone was very plain, and she stared at Ange with her eyes full of water. Her long black silk legs trembled lightly and lightly slapped them on the legs of the table. This is not true. This is not true. Ange exclaimed madly in his heart, completely unable to describe his mood at this time. Is really the elder sister he is thinking about. That leg. That leg. I really miss that. What? The brain is shaking. The blood is accelerating. It's almost going. I'm sorry, it seems that I haven't seen you in a long time, Senior Xiu. Ange smiled calmly and nodded very politely. Ah! What the hell? Is this what I said? My idea is not like this. Shiu-senpai, I want to talk to you. Anje realized that something was wrong again. What the is gang's calm performance? It's not him at all. Although I really want to reminisce with seniors, I am really hungry now. Anje smiled bitterly, his actions and words still did not match his thoughts, but Xiao's Shiu naturally did not know the true thoughts in Anje's mind. She said in a calm tone, I think about eating as soon as I wake up. Anje-jun, your habits are really indistinguishable from another creature. Anje was embarrassed, the poison tongue senpai really didn't call it for nothing, and she began to behave in a few words. If you don't mind, there is a bento I made in the refrigerator. Really, thank you so much. Anje showed a grateful smile on his face, walked to the refrigerator and ran back to the room after taking the food. Closed the door gently, and walked out of the shock of seeing Xia's Shiu for the first time. Anje's excitement slowly calmed down. He ate his lunch, but his brows wrinkled deeply. What happened to me? The kind of performance just now was like another person manipulating his body. Correct. What about the golden fingers that the traversers have? Why haven't I found it? Anje suddenly woke up. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com just thought of this, and suddenly a system interface popped up in front of his eyes. ICO is the system with the highest level of force and all-inclusive load? This can be. Anje smiled, but saw that the system interface only had a big letter icon. Mind tapped the icon, Anje heard a familiar voice. Uncle, are you happy to hear my voice? I guess. Are you confused about your current personality? Hey! Damn! Sure enough, you did it. Anje couldn't help thinking angrily. Hey! Don't be angry, I'm doing this for you. For you, an otaku who has lived for 20 years, if I don't move my hands or feet, you will be treated as a pervert and caught on the first day of the journey. Get up! Zhengtai seems to be smirking. The personality I arranged for you is called a forced rational personality to prevent you from seeing those young ladies and wanting to mate with them directly. I looked at the ones in your room. Those books. Oh. The heart of thee is shocked. You. To disturb other people's privacy is to be immersed in a pig cage. You guys. Anje was shocked. He walked through the room he lived in before, not to mention it, all know. Finally, the forced rational personality will only appear when you lose control of your emotions. Control your words and deeds to prevent you from making changes and behaviors. It will gradually merge with your master personality in the future. Don't worry. As for your gold fingers, remember to use them. Masada suddenly sneered, Anje. This world is also very dangerous. Don't die too fast. Anje shuddered, and then the icon disappeared quickly, leaving only a line of fonts in the system interface. Dimensional Goddess Ability Replication System. Chapter 2, was molested by Shiu-senpai. Ability to replicate the system? Sounds like it's very tall and big. Although he was amazed at the danger that the god of crossing said in his heart, Anje was quickly distracted by the system. Just kidding. That's the system. The best welfare and big killer of the traversers. But for any system, it is a matter of minutes to modify the rules of the world. An's eyes lit up and he checked the system introduction carefully, but it didn't take long for him to frown. As expected, how can there be a free lunch in the world? This ability to replicate the system, the requirements required are a bit high. First of all, the popularity value runs through the entire system. It is equivalent to the system currency. Anje understands quickly. Simply put, all the functions of the system consume popularity points. The origin of popularity value, the system also introduced, that is famous. But if Ans does something that attracts the attention of the society, he will gain popularity. As for the amount of acquisition, it naturally depends on the extent to which Anje gets things done. Do something. I will do this. Anje was relieved, but the next moment, he was stunned. When copying the combat abilities or life skills of an anime heroine, you need to keep your hands close to the lower abdomen of the subject for at least 1 minute. What the is this? Anje suddenly had a bad premonition, and as expected, look at the following, the subject needs to be awake. Do something, you are. Anje was so hung that he didn't vomit a mouthful of old blood. Dead madam. You give me rough. It doesn't matter if I have a compulsory rational personality, but you golden finger, it is so clear that you are going to punish me. My house full of figures and notebooks will be exchanged for your treatment. The ability to replicate is very strong. If Anje replicates Saber's combat ability, the danger mentioned by the god of transcendence is no longer dangerous. The prerequisite of Nima is solved. How can Anje copy Saber's ability? She is the king here. Go touch the king's belly. At least 1 minute. Anje is full of 3 words in his head, why sell batches? He wouldn't be naive to think that this is just the only condition, and there will surely be all kinds of rules and regulations to restrict himself by then. Since I have given myself such a powerful system, I can understand how to earn popularity points. Why do I need to add such a restriction? Anje felt very wronged, and the resentment in his heart was like a river of water flowing endlessly, but at this point, what can he do to change all of this? All he can do is complain. Collapsed on the bed, Anje stared at the plain ceiling in a daze. How can I count as a past life? He is also in his 40s. As a human for 2 generations, he can still remain calm, except of course when facing anime heroines. Anje thought quietly, planning his future life. Obviously, the main problem at the moment is to make money. Because of Anje's actions in his previous life, he is now penniless. When the eldest master is in this position, he is the only son of the duke. Anje smiled wryly, but didn't complain too much. After all, if it was him, he wouldn't talk about marriage so soon. And when it comes to making money, Anje knows that there is a profession in this world, that is, a demon hunter. In the memory of Anje's previous life, there is a creature called the demon on the dimensional continent, which is the natural enemy of all creatures. The kingdom commanded by King Arthur, the main responsibility is to guard the border and prevent the invasion of the demon. But obviously, the devil is not so easy to deal with. Even under the strong defense of General Estes, there will still be demon lurking into the country, causing harm to the land and water. Demon hunter profession came into being in this way. They are all capable people and strangers with strong fighting ability, and they are highly respected by people. Well, the above words actually have nothing to do with Anje. Anje just thought about it casually, and then dispelled the idea of becoming a demon hunter. Those demons are all monsters with powerful abilities. Just use this small body, go and stuff them between their teeth, the latter is too small. But Anje doesn't worry much about making money. Just kidding, will those who pass through it be stumped by money? He thought of Shiukasho Majayaka who was outside, and the latter's stockings and beautiful legs and the big European style flashed in his mind, and his heart was stunned. Ahem. No, I'm sorry to digress. Zayas Hikihoshiu wrote novels, and Anje also wrote novels before. This time, he also came back, when? Copy. Public. Anje's mouth suddenly showed a yelling smile. Although the excellent literary works in the world before the crossing had been rounded thousands of times by other traversers, this time, the title finally fell into his own hands. He. Just do what you say. Anje directly opened the system store and searched for literary works. Bufu, 1 million popular value can be exchanged? What is so expensive? Swallow, 1 million? Go to death. Anje browsed through the works one by one, the whole person feels bad. But all the long-form works that can be thought of, all start in 1 million. Damn. Then come to the short story. Anje thought for a while, and then started browsing again, and finally his eyes condensed suddenly. Yes. The Legend of Wukong. An's face was happy. He just saw a book about journey to the west outside. There is a journey to the west in this world. So Wukong Chuan's book with a different style will obviously cause a lot of trouble. Looked at the price, 100,000 people worth it. Anje suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed, why is it so expensive? He first came to another world, where did he get so many popularity points? Opened the popularity panel in distress, Anje's eyes fell on the display bar of the popularity value, and suddenly his eyes widened. I actually have a popularity value? How could it be possible? It's exactly 100,000. Anje can't believe it at all. Where is his popularity when he first came to another world? Still 100,000. Could it be? Anje suddenly thought that his identity in this life is Duke's only son. Anjali. This Nima's unexpected joy. His status as the only son of the Duke does not seem to be useless now. Comes with popularity. 100,000 people. Novice spree. Redeem the legend of Wukong. Hundreds of thousands of people were instantly emptied, and Anje only felt that a series of words suddenly appeared in his mind. His thick black eyebrows raised slightly, confirming that it was the Wukong biography of the earth. Then next. Let's borrow Kazajayakashiu's computer for use. Thinking like this, Anje opened the door and went into the living room. But when he looked at Zayas Hikihoshiu sitting in front of the computer, he found that the latter was actually asleep on the table. Frowned slightly, Anje saw the bottles of refreshing drinks on the latter's table. As a dead house, he realized that Zayas Hikihoshiu had obviously been all night. Love Metronome? It was the novel she wrote. Isn't she finished in this world? Anje glanced across the computer screen and couldn't help muttering softly. Just fall asleep like this, don't be afraid of catching a cold. Shook his head, he turned and walked to Zayas Hikihoshiu's room, planning to get her blanket. Just when he arrived at the door, his movements suddenly stopped. What? It's not good to enter the girl's room without permission. Anje thought of it suddenly, but soon he thought again. That's the senior sister's room. Who else in the world has such a chance to enter it? Anje's 20-year-old otaku had another attack. He was almost out of control, and the corners of his mouth were almost drooling. But soon his expression changed, forcing his rational personality to activate directly. Anje walked into the room confidently and went straight to the blanket on the bed. What? Damn rational personality! Anje cursed in his heart, but just let it go. Just thinking beautifully in my heart, he actually entered Zayas Hikihoshiu. Sorry, I missed 2 words, room. His mood was disturbed by his rational personality, Anje's mood also returned to calm, took the blanket and walked behind Zayas Hikihoshiu, and wanted to cover her, but his movements stopped again. His eyes froze. Since the latter was lying on his side, Anje was obsessed by the beautiful side face. Anje slowly moved his gaze down, and then he saw a white ravine, and he was hit by 10,000 points. Kiss her secretly. Kiss her secretly. Anje's hopelessly severe otaku disease, when facing Kazajayaka Shiwa, the anime goddess, he has no defense at all, and his heart can't help but rise in dirty thoughts. Hey! This is a disease, it needs to be cured. Calm down. Calm. Never trigger a rational personality. Anje exclaimed in his heart, slowly leaning forward. Zayas Hikihoshiu eyes closed, breathing very evenly, her pretty face looked very ruddy. And as Anje slowly approached, his heart was beating faster. Don't worry, take your time. Triggering a rational personality fails. Anje is screaming in his heart, reading www.yuyuganshu.com is getting closer and closer to Zayas Hikihoshiu. At this moment, he smelled the fragrance from the latter in his nose, and he was so excited that he almost fainted. Then, Anje calmly put the blanket on Zayas Hikiyoshiu's body gently. Under his calm face, Anje's heart is bleeding. This hateful coercive rational personality, too inhuman. Ooh! Woo! Zayas Hikiyoshiu suddenly let out a soft moan, and was awakened by Anje's actions. Feeling the blanket on her body, her eyes were taken aback, and she looked up at Anje behind her. Sorry, Shiu-senpai, I woke you up. Anje is still in a state of compulsory rationality, and touched his head a little crampedly. Hey? Anje-jun, when did you become so considerate? Zayas Hikiyoshiu looked at Anje, who was flushed in surprise, and couldn't help but smiled lightly. Why is your face so red? Did you just take the opportunity to do something bad to me who was sleeping? No. Senior, you think too much. Anje denied with a wry smile, and stepped back quickly. Yes. Rational personality, you liar. Humph. Look down on you. Anje couldn't help thinking this way, but when he thought that his rational personality was also defending him, he couldn't help sighing. It feels really weird to be like this. Let's merge the rational personality as soon as possible. Hey? Anje-kun, am I so unattractive? Zayas Hikiyoshiu suddenly wrapped his hands around Anje's neck, leaned to his ears, and breathed softly into Anje's ears. In the apartment, Anje's high decibel scream suddenly sounded. Chapter 3, On the Day of Splitting, Smashing the Ground. It's been more than a month since I met Zayas Hikiyoshiu in his previous life. It was not once or twice that Zayas Hikiyoshiu regularly teased this aristocratic and good-looking young man. It's just that she doesn't know that the soul in this body is an otaku with severe otaku. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's excitement almost shocked Anje's rationality. Shiu-senpai, etc. etc. Anje's mouth was a little incoherent, and his body was stiff. This seems normal to Zayas Hikiyoshiu, and he did it in the past. She likes to tease Anje like this, the latter's cramped appearance looks very cute to her. Hey, the same as I thought. Zayas Hikiyoshiu panted in Anje's ear, I want to conceive the scene of the novel, can Anje come to help? Yes, but what should I do? Ans murmured, but he felt Zayas Hikiyoshiu hug herself tightly. Ah! Why is this scene so familiar? The body is controlled by forced rationality. Anje exclaimed in his heart. He suddenly felt familiar with the situation that was happening right now. It seemed, where did you see this scene? Ah, I want it. I want more. Let the storm come harder. Ans's house spirit was howling frantically, feeling the body temperature of Zayas Hikiyoshiu and the softness of his body, and he almost fainted with happiness. The heroine finally couldn't suppress her feelings for the man, and decided to turn her thoughts into actions. Zayas Hikiyoshiu murmured, breathing like a musk in Anje's ear, and the exhaled heat made Anje get goosebumps. But Anje's heart was trembling. The brain is shaking too. Talk, senior, your novels are just love light novels. Why write these? Anje's body was stiff, and his tone became flustered, completely different from what he thought. Anyway, you have to help me finish the script. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's face was flushed with excitement. In the beginning, the heroine hugged the hero tightly, and the protagonist couldn't refuse her, so she stood there all the time. Ideas are constantly emerging. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's voice trembled with excitement. Wait, hello. Anje said no, but he was already excited about going. How many people dream of this scene? He actually felt it really. So happy. Then the protagonist gently stroked her hair. Hey? Why don't you act according to my script? The protagonist. So I think too. I really want to just put you in for rectification on the spot like this. Anje was roaring frantically in his heart, his body was shaking, and his brain was about to hemorrhage. But that compulsory reason, he doesn't do it. Well, that is difficult for a strong man, Senior Shiu. Anje groaned in a trembling tone. Zai's Haikyu Shiu released Anje, her face suddenly became brighter. Then, Hai Si is coming. The heroine looked at the protagonist affectionately, and said slowly. I am to you. Looking at Kazujayaka Shiu's blushing cheeks, Anje almost broke his blood vessel. Ah, with this kind of experience, I will die without regret. Mastai-kun, is this what you call the danger? Then let this be dangerous. Come more violently. So Shiu-senpai, I am looking for you because I have something to ask you for help. Anje said with a wry smile. I want to borrow your computer to publish a novel. If you can help me find a publishing house, it would be the best. Hearing Anje's words, Shiu-zai's Haikyu couldn't help but stunned. Well, Anje-jun, I remember that when you just moved to me before, you saw that I was writing a novel, so I wrote a few days to follow suit. It's just that you write, I really can't flatter you. Zai's Haikyu Shiu put his hands on his chest, and the plump European style almost didn't break the school uniform. And in her mouth, Anje was still talking endlessly. Hey, Anje-kun. I don't hate your enthusiasm in the wrong direction, the sadness of losing your goal, and the endless effort. Anje received 10,000 critical hits in his heart. This scene, these words, why are they so familiar? I remember, why are you so lazy? Isn't this what Shiba-senpai said when she attacked XX on the earth? Only this time, is it your turn to bear it? I feel it personally, it's really shocking. Those, just changed a few terms, all have the same meaning. Hello. Don't copy the lines, baka. Anje felt weak for a while. But I can't help with things that have no appraisal value. Will your novels really be published by a publishing house? Hey! I haven't written it yet. Is it okay for you to just make a conclusion like this? Okay. Anje burst into tears, and what he wrote in his previous life was to make Xia's Haikyu Shiu so disrespectful. Well. Anyway, if you want to waste your life, I won't stop you, but don't cry anymore in the end. What? Cry? Nose? Child? Past life? What are you doing? The male chauvinism in Anje's heart suddenly broke out, and Uncle Shi K-Ren could not bear it. Look at Uncle Anje to teach you how to be human. He went straight to Zai's Haikyu Shiu's computer and typed out a few lines. Zai's Haikyu Shiu glanced at Anje helplessly. She knew that this young man's temperament would not die until Huang He. It's this kind of character, I really want to pity it. Hey? This sentence. Zai's Haikyu Shiu was suddenly stunned, staring at the few lines Anje typed in a daze. I want this day, I can't cover my eyes again. If you want this place, I can't bury my heart. All sentient beings must understand what I mean. If you want all the Buddhas to disappear. At first glance at the words written by Anje, even a girl like Shiu Kazumajayaka could not help but feel a feeling of enthusiasm. What kind of spirit is that? What kind of heroism is that? It's simply, beyond words. This is what you came up with. Zai's Haikyu Shiu's eyes widened. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was shocked by the momentum contained in the text. Ans nodded, and started typing with both hands. His hand speed is superb, and he does not need to conceive, lines of fonts appear quickly. The Legend of Wukong. Xia's Haikyu Shiu looked at the title of the article in surprise. Because of the introduction just now, she was very curious about the content of the article. With Anje's hand speed, chapter after chapter was written. Different from other novels, the development of Wukong biography was shocking at the beginning. First, the four masters and apprentices had a big fight, and then Tang Seng was beaten to death by Monkey King. But the more I look down, the more the gloss in Kazujayaka Shiu's eyes shines. God is not greedy, why can't I tolerate disrespect for him? God is not evil, why do you hold the fate of thousands of creatures on the earth in your hands? If the sky crushes me and splits the day. If the land restrains me, crushes the land. I wait for my life to be free, who dares to stand tall? One after another shocking words were spoken. Xiaohai Hoshiu's heart was shocked again and again. There are not many chapters in the story of Wukong, only about 20 chapters. Under Anzhe's hand speed, he wrote all of them in a few hours. It was not until the last word was written that Anzhe was long. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his waist. He is so familiar with this code word, he is a writer on earth. In this regard, he said that the feeling of not being Cavan is really cool. It's so cool to be a copy of a document. When he turned his head, he saw Xiaohai Hoshiu's pretty face full of vibrations. The latter was looking straight at himself with his eyes open. Chapter 4, of course the purest yellow. Anzhe-jun, have you taken some panacea? Why do you say that? Anzhe had already returned to his normal personality at this time. When coded words, his mood was really calm. He loves to write novels, and this is the only thing he can quickly calm himself down. Some time ago, you were still writing the adaptation of the story of Little White Rabbit and Big Bad Wolf, and now you have written this kind of literary masterpiece. It's almost. Xiaohai Hoshiu stared at Anzhe's eyes tightly. I have always felt that you are just like a different person today, and your eyes are full of ambition. What kind of ambition? That is the possessive desire for Uchi Kuokuo. Anzhe thought funny in his heart. Naturally he would not speak out what was in his heart. There is no way, I am penniless now, I have to show some real skills to support myself. So, you write this novel to make money? Of course. Anzhe thought to himself, in fact, it is also to earn popularity. Well, I can actually support you. It would be great if you could give me a little bit of your essence. Calvin is so painful. Please don't use those inexplicable words when you speak, Senior Shiu. After finally calming down, Anzhe was directly provoked by the latter in a few sentences and wanted to put the gun on the horse, and then reason took over his body again. And after some discussions that made Anzhe want to stop, Xiaohai Hoshiu also agreed to help him contact the publishing house. After all, the value of Wukong biography is obvious, and Xiaohai Hoshiu has no reason not to help. Tomorrow I will help you contact me. How about going to the bookstore where I am? The Undead River. An's eyes lit up. He naturally knew the name of the publishing house where the latter was located. They made a lot of money with the love metronome of Shiukajo Majayaka. This is naturally possible. However, I have a condition. They have to pay me 100,000 continental coins first. Xiaohai Hoshiu was taken aback, staring at Anzhe speechlessly. I remember that your family is actually quite rich, right? As for such an outrageous request. Anzhe smiled bitterly, like this, he doesn't look like a rich man at all. No way, I can't open the pot now, okay? Your family did a great job. Tisk tisk, do you just want to hold your grandson? Xiaohai Hoshiu smiled playfully. Anzhe raised his brows slightly. Listening to her tone, the latter seemed to not know the specific circumstances of his family. He is the only child. The only heir to the entire ducal palace. There is nothing to show off, Anzhe shook his head, but saw Xiaohai Hoshiu suddenly patted his forehead. Well. How did I forget? Anzhe-kun, tomorrow I have to pick up Mrs. Chihiro's cousin to live with me. I don't seem to have time to help you deal with the novel. Nani? Then I won't be hungry tomorrow. Anzhe said heartily, I'll pick her up for you, and you will help me deal with the novel. Is it okay? Well, not bad, but... That's it. That's it. It's decided, no regrets. Anzhe slapped his hands and went straight into the room, and walked along with a bento on Xiaohai Hoshiu's desk. Back in the room, Anzhe lay directly on the bed and fell asleep. It was tiring to concentrate on the code word for a long time. In the early morning of the next day, the birds of the magic capital sounded crisply, and Anje was confused and suddenly sat up suddenly from the bed. After seeing that it wasn't his own private room full of figures and notebooks, he exhaled for a long time. I am also a little bit stunned, and I have the illusion of Zhuangzhou's Mendy. Came out of bed, Anje looked at himself in the mirror. The figure in the mirror had black hair and energetic eyes. He was a beautiful young man. It's true, the first day I came to another world, it passed so plainly. Then, let's start a new day. Anje murmured. After finishing his clothes, he opened the door and walked out. Xia's Haikyushiu has already left. According to the agreement, Anje will pick up the teacher's cousin from the latter today. Chihiro-sensei? The name is a bit popular. Also, what is the name of the person to be picked up? Anje murmured, only then did he remember that he hadn't asked anything clearly. Well, let's ask when the senpai calls. Due to the habit of an otaku, Anje secretly still uses the habit of when he was on the earth, calling Kazumajaya Kashiwa the senpai. Ans walked out of the apartment and walked to the station in his memory. The city where he is located, although it is called the Magic Capital, is a city with highly developed technology. There are many high-rise buildings, and there are a lot of transportation. But here, there is also magic. After all, this world is a world where technology and magic coexist. Is really prosperous, this city. And sighed that the city is no less prosperous than the Earth City, and used only a few coins to get on the tram to the station. After a while, Anje's cell phone rang. Be swallowed up by the dark flames. Dark Master. Hold the grass. This too ha from the previous life. Why do you set up such a secondary phone ringtone? Does this world also have secondary disease? Feeling the look in the eyes of people in the car, Anje only felt ashamed. But after he took out the phone, the people in the tram couldn't help but cast admiring eyes. Anje's mobile phone is actually a limited release model of Dimension Continental, the kind that money can't buy. Anje soon heard a low mutter from someone. Such a good person still comes to take the tram, I really don't understand such a person. Damn it! You think I want to, and I don't want to, Baga. Ans couldn't help but burst into tears when he heard the latter's mumble. After answering the phone, he heard the relaxed tone of Xia's Haikyushiu. The story of the novel has been settled, and I have called the money to your mobile account, but this is a contract fee, and you have to be there to handle the specific matters. Remember to pick up my teacher's cousin. Thank you, I'm already in the car, can you tell me the name? Do you want me to ask them one by one? Anje rolled his eyes, and said in a weak voice. I remember that I mentioned to you, it is the girl with no natural nature, Sheena is really white. Oh, ha? Who are you talking about? On the other side of the phone, Shiuzaya's Haikyuu couldn't help but keep the cell phone farther away. Yu reading www.yuyukananshu.com. It's very impolite to yell in public. Do you want to be said to be a little pet who doesn't know how to make noise? It won't work for you to worry about it. Hey! Anje thought to himself, slowly recovering from the words of Xia's Haikyushiu. He didn't expect that the person he was going to pick up was actually Sheena Mashiro. That girl who is so pure as not to look like a thing on earth. The expression on Anje's face changed for a while, and his mood was extremely excited, and the forced rationality appeared. The people in the car were suddenly surprised when they saw Anje and quickly calmed down. They only didn't care if the latter encountered something surprised. I should have thought of it long ago, Chihiro teacher, that should be Chihiro. The tram arrived, and Anje rushed out, his eyes constantly scanning around. Suddenly he stopped. Under a tall tree, a girl with long pale yellow hair was sitting there quietly. The breeze blew the ends of her hair and brushed her incomparably delicate cheeks. The girl was staring blankly. The cherry blossoms on her body were startled. True white. Anja couldn't help but stepped forward and called out softly. The girl raised her head, revealing a pair of pure eyes, which are completely impurity-free eyes, with a straightforward beauty. Who are you? My name is Anja, and I am the one who came to pick you up by teacher Kyungsoon. Listening to Sheena Mashiro's ethereal voice, Anja's mood suddenly calmed down. This girl has such magical powers that can calm people's restlessness. Jet. Now, what color do you want to become? Hearing this familiar question, Anja's heart was shocked and he straightened his body subconsciously. Of course it is the purest yellow. Chapter 5, Use actions to explain how to pet people. On the benches under the trees in the park, among the sky filled with cherry blossoms, Anja looked serious, like a pilgrimage. Of course it is the purest yellow. Why do you want to turn yellow? Sheena Masaki asked without any emotion in her ethereal voice. Ah! Anja's heart screamed frantically. The situation just now didn't go through the brain at all, it was completely smoked. Hwang Nima Hwang. Isn't it right to say rainbow colors? This is dying. Because, I like it. Anja was about to faint. What answer is Nima? I beg you to have a rational personality and let the old man make a living. Anja. Sheena Mashiro murmured in a low voice, and the wind gently brushed her long hair. She stretched out her hand to pull the messy hair behind her ears, revealing her white cheeks. This action is very moving. Her eyes were dark red, calm as water, and she looked up at Anja and spoke softly. Anja is really good, the voice is very nice, I like it very much. I like it very much. I like it very much. Sheena's true white words echoed in Anne's mind, and Anne's immediately felt very happy. What she said to the protagonist in the original book, now she also said to herself. So happy. Real white sauce. I'm so porridge yours too. What a good porridge. Anja yelled frantically in his heart. It is not difficult to imagine what a crazy NYD expression he would have now without a rational personality. Well. Miss Sheena, are you going to see your cousin before going back to the dormitory? The rational personality is a rational personality. No matter how frantic Anja's heart is, his external expression is always humble and gentle. In addition, Anja is a nobleman and has a high level of cultivation. He has a calming temperament. Appears. Anyway, it's the kind of person who makes people feel good. This is also the reason why Anja does not reject a rational personality. He admires this temperament very much. Speaking of it, the rational personality is more like the aristocratic personality of Anja in his previous life, but it's just like losing his feelings. Therefore, Anja has been trying hard to blend his rational personality and try to start a different life. Is just this process, obviously not so easy to change. Hungry. Anja was also taken aback when he heard the faint talk, and then touched his head. That's it, let's go eat first. Anja took out his cell phone to check the balance of his cell phone account, and he was relieved to see the 100,000 mainland currency contract gold that had already arrived. Anja, call my name. Call my name. Sheena's pure white eyes stared at Anne's calmly, as if nothing could cause her mood swings. Okay, true white sauce. Sauce. Oh, I accidentally said that I missed my mouth. Anja was shocked. Sorry. Sheena Mashiro gently shook his head. No, I like it very much. Ans, I will be the owner of Mashiro from now on. Hey? Is not it? Anja's heart burst, and he couldn't help shaking his head a little nervously. That, really white, I am not your owner, I am not the one who takes care of you. It should be Uziazi. Hungry. Well, let's go eat first. Anje shook his head. Anyway, he was quite willing to be the owner of nothing. It would be better if we could go further. He. Shina Mashiro's favorite food is Baumkuchen, and Ans naturally remembers this very clearly. Walking down the street with Makashi, the cute girl is undoubtedly very attractive. Not long after, Anje found a convenience store selling Baumkuchen, and walked in with Zhenbai. As expected, Shina Mashiro went straight to the Baumkuchen. I saw that she picked up the cake very naturally, and handed it to her mouth very naturally. Sure enough, it's such a cute thing without common sense of life. Anje couldn't help but sighed helplessly. Hey! You little girl! Haven't paid yet? Why are you eating? Was sighing, Anje suddenly heard a sharp shout. Ans frowned, and saw a fat ant administrator heading toward Shina Shiba aggressively. The others in the convenience store also turned their gazes to this place, and their gazes were full of expressions to watch. Little girl! Have you paid? How can you take anything? Do you know what you are doing? Shina Mashiro was still eating in small bites. She raised her head to look at the fat ant, and spoke softly. Eating Baumkuchen. The fat ant didn't know what was the reason. Her temper was a bit aggressive, and she raised her eyebrows when she heard the words that were really white. Why are you eating here? Because I like it. Angrily flashed across the fat ant's face. If you are forgiven because you like it, you don't need the police. Give me a good payment. Anje frowned when he saw this. The plot here is not right with the original plot. During the encounter with them, he always thought that the plot was based on the original book. Just looking at it like this, obviously there is a big discrepancy. It is said that this place has become a real world, and a style that lacks common sense in life like Genbei cannot be easily accepted by ordinary people. A character like Genbei is not suitable for living in such a world. But I like it so white. Who dare to scold her? An's expression instantly turned cold. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com suddenly stepped forward, blocking Shina's true white body. This old lady, don't speak so aggressively. Can you move away? Anje gently brushed his nose, with a look of disgust on his face, seeming to hate the smell of the latter. That disgust is completely undisguised. But his aura is too strong. That is a complete aristocratic aura. It's like a servant who has been in a high position for a long time overlooking the inferior. Who are you? Do you know her? The fat ant was frightened by Anje's momentum and couldn't help taking a step back. It has nothing to do with you. Isn't it just something to eat? It's not that you don't give money. Get out of it. Anje's cold voice sounded, and the words contained a sense of supremacy. The fat ant did not dare to make a noise at all, and her fat body could not help but tremble, and she quickly gave way to Anje. Ans just glanced at the fat ant coldly, and pulled Shina Mashiro towards the cashier. Walking to the stage, Anje took out his mobile phone, and the limited edition luxury mobile phone immediately attracted everyone's attention. The fat ant couldn't help shrinking her neck when she saw the phone that Anje took out, her eyes shaking. That's a limited edition magic phone. Some people in the crowd of onlookers exclaimed softly. Some of the women were even more brilliant in their eyes, and their eyes changed when they looked at Anje. That mobile phone can be said to be a status symbol. Anyone who can afford it is either a rich man or a rich man. Fill me up all the Baumkuchen in this shop. Anje threw his mobile phone at the cash register casually, took Shina's white hand, and said lightly to the cashier at the counter. Chapter 6, Really White Super Painting Skills. An's casual movements, coupled with his casual squandering words, shocked everyone present for a while. His actions and words are too random, they are completely behaviors that a person who has no idea about money would have. Coupled with his high-end mobile phone that ordinary people can only greet, suddenly in people's minds, it is guessed that Anje is a rich man of noble origin. So he took it with him, and the look in Shina's white eyes changed. Only in such a high-end family can there be such a girl with close to zero common sense of life in the family. Because people don't need to care about these at all. Mingman's life is different from that of ordinary people like them, so it shouldn't be surprising. The cashier behind the counter looked at the mobile phone on the table. When Anje threw it out, his heart trembled. This mobile phone was something he once envied and wanted to own. But this person, who didn't take it seriously, just threw it over. Why is the gap between people so big? When Angela walked out of the convenience store with Sheena Mashiro, there was a big box in his hand, which was full of Baumkuchen. As for the fat aunt, Anje ignored her all the time, but this was the biggest blow to her. Although the latter is out of duty, there is nothing wrong with it. But she blamed it for nothing, and she couldn't rely on that. This box of cakes cost Anje nearly 1,000 mainland dollars, but compared to the amount he just bought, it was just a drizzle. Sheena's white eyes were shining, and Anje held his hands and followed him. She was not moved by Anje's behavior. She was completely attracted by the cake box in Anje's hands. Those eyes didn't look at other places at all. If it weren't for Anje's lead, I guess they would have rushed to the road. Whether it's being blamed or Anje's maintenance, she didn't think about everything that just happened. When Ans looked at Sheena, he couldn't help being speechless. He moved his hand holding the cake box to the left, and his true white gaze followed to the left. Anje moved to the right again, and the latter also moved his gaze to the right. True white sauce, do you like Baumkuchen so much? Anje was also quite helpless in his heart, but he just stood up for her. Well, even though he made that imposing look, it was his rational personality, but that was also driven by his thoughts. I like it. Sheena was really white and nodded that cute little head, with the dull hair on his head. Anje gently stretched out his hand to smooth the dull hair on his head, but the latter cocked up again. Ans felt comfortable touching Jinbai's head, but he didn't expect Sheena Shiro to make a soft hum. Is really white like a cat. The soul of the house in Anje's heart suddenly broke out again. Reason appeared. Anje reluctantly took his hand back. Hey! Real white sauce, you still have to pay for it before you buy something. Sheena Jinbai heard the words, tilted his head, and stared at Anje with big pure eyes. Why? Anyway, this is an agreement. If you agree, I will give you Baumkuchen now. Sheena's white eyes lit up and nodded immediately. Hey! You just want to eat Baumkuchen. Anje couldn't help but caressed his forehead with a daze. Back in the apartment, Ans put the cake box on the table casually. Sheena took a white look at the room, and then sat quietly at the table, staring at the cake box uncontrollably. Eat if you want, if you are not afraid of gaining weight. A smile appeared on Anje's face. He was originally bought to please the whiteness. Seeing the subtle joy that flashed in Jinbai's eyes, Anje smiled, and subconsciously touched Jinbai's head. Even he himself did not realize the pampering in his behavior. He turned on Zaya's Hikihoshiu's computer, then clicked on the shopping mall, and bought all kinds of clothes, computers, and other high-end goods. If he remembers correctly, he has a 30% discount on this Magic City Mall. No way, his status is too high-end, these things are completely dispensable to his previous life. It's just that Anje is happy now. He was when he was on the earth. Now after crossing, he has finally become a handsome man. Although this tall, rich, and handsome is a bit miserable now, it's all past tense from now on. After spending 100,000 yuan, NGK clicked on the search engine and searched for Fantastic Bookstore, Fantastic Library. The introduction soon appeared on the website, and Anje narrowed his eyes and checked it carefully. He has only heard about this bookstore in the original work, and he doesn't understand the specific situation. At the moment, the story of Wukong has chosen this bookstore to show its prowess, so he naturally wants to understand it well. He could have chosen to publish it on the internet, but there is no food left, so he can only make the best move. Fortunately, the story of Wukong is really a fine product, and the editors who watched The Undead River wanted to stop. They directly discussed with the above and agreed to Anne's request for the separation of the spectrum. Obviously they, like Jet, believe that The Legend of Wukong is a book that will definitely catch fire, and they made this choice. 100,000 mainland coins is indeed nothing more than a drizzle for The Legend of Wukong. After looking at it carefully, Anje found that the latter's mode of operation was no different from that of the Earth, so he took his cell phone and pressed the number on the website to make a call. "Hello, my name is Anje, I am." Anje just introduced himself, but just as he reported his name, there was a riot on the other side of the phone. "You are the teacher Anje who wrote the story of Wukong just mentioned by teacher Xia Shizi." Listening to the excited female voice on the other end of the phone, Anje couldn't help but stunned. For reasons of popularity, he directly used his real name as a pseudonym, but looking at the reaction of the other party, it seems that the situation is much better than he thought. I am right. I am looking for you to discuss specific matters of cooperation, and I have to thank you for agreeing to my outrageous request." "Nothing. Nothing. It is our honor to publish a masterpiece like the story of Wukong. This situation. Anje was really unexpected. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is so smooth. It's almost like everyone is on their side. Okay. This is the welfare of the Traverser. After making an appointment with the Fuseokun bookstore to sign the contract, Anje exhaled, got up and looked at Sheena really white behind him, and his whole body was shaken. The big box of Baumkuchen has been half eaten by him. It's really white. You can't eat so much. Anje looked at the latter's stomach speechlessly, and it was still so flat after eating so much. "Anje, I'm eating up." Although Sheena Mashiro is a sister of San Yu, she really sells so cute. Looking at the cuteness of the latter, Anje couldn't help but walk up to her, rubbing her belly and lower abdomen with both hands. Isn't the belly connected to a different dimension? You know how to support it, don't support it. Eat so much." Mashiro Sheena moved slightly, feeling the warmth of Anje's hands, and could not help but murmur softly. "Itches." At this time, Anje's mind suddenly heard a female voice from the system. The anime goddess is detected. The ability copy function of the dimensional goddess is activated. The current goddess, Sheena Maki. Reproducible ability detected, LV9 drawing skills. Replication requirements, 5 million popularity points. The host popularity value does not meet the standard, and temporary replication can be started. After copying, the ability is reserved for 1 week, and the popularity value can be permanently solidified. Do you want to copy? Anje was a little dazed by the series of system sounds, but fortunately, he was also a traverser, and soon calmed down. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and he immediately ordered in his mind. Copy. Chapter 7, The Plot That Does Not Follow the Routine. Following Anje's order, a ray of light that only Anje could see suddenly appeared from his palm, and instantly shining into Sheena's body. Is that the pubic position of the human body? Ans narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly his pupil shrank, and he saw a ball of light in Sheena's true white body. When he looked closely, it was actually a miniature starry sky. The password for the rules of the different dimensional universe is detected, and start to crack. Successfully cracked. Extraction skills, drawing. Start copying. It's not long, Anje soon felt a peculiar sentiment in his mind. The copy was successful. The host temporarily obtained the skill, LV9 painting. Please gather the required popularity value within 7 days. If the skill is not gathered, it will disappear, and it will never be copied again. An's brows lightly condensed. As expected, there is nothing in the world for nothing. If he can't make up 5 million popularity points within 7 days, he will no longer be able to obtain the painting skills of Sheena Mashiro. Fortunately, his novel is ready. As long as the contract is signed, thousands of magic printers can quickly publish it, and it will definitely be popular by then. But to be on the safe side, I still have to do both. Anje thought about this, but he heard the sound of identification verification of the anti-theft system coming from outside the door. Then, the door suddenly opened. Snap it up! The moment Kashomajayaka Shia walked in, he saw Ans and China Maki in the room with ambiguous poses, and the action of closing the door suddenly froze. Antetsu and Kazunoka Shiwa face each other, his hands are still on Shina's lower abdomen, and the atmosphere freezes directly. Hold the grass and hold the grass. It's over, it's over. Anje wailed in his heart for an instant. Seeing that momentary gloomy expression on Xia's Haikiyoshiu's face, he choked silently. Jet. June. Xia's Haikiyoshiu's face couldn't see much anger, but Anje could feel her irritation that was obviously suppressed and would burst out with the back of her head. Anje rushed forward and hugged Xia's Haikiyoshiu, staring at her with affectionate eyes, and said word by word, "Calm down, listen to me, things are not what you think. I only love you. Sorry, I love you. Okay, actually this is Anje's fantasy." Anje. Am I waiting for your explanation? Xia's Haikiyoshiu's tone became calm, but Anje heard the latter's heels slamming on the floor. Tuesday. The sound of shoe roots hitting the floor constantly sounded, and when Xia's Haikiyoshiu lost control of his emotions, his actions were hitting the floor. Anje couldn't help but be excited, and the mess of fantasy in his mind instantly vanished. Really white belly eats up, I help her, exercise her stomach, digest. Shit. Rational personality, your brain is broken. What is the reason for this? Why not do what I want? Xia's Haikiyoshiu stared at Anje for a while, and then at Zhenbai. Anje looked in hopes, and couldn't help but collapse when he saw the white movement. Really white sauce, don't eat it. Don't you eat it. Anje is about to cry, why can you be so calm? The last one, well, so full. Ans. Xia's Haikiyoshiu raised her eyebrows lightly, Zhang? Anje, it's only a day's work, your relationship is so good. Ans's body trembled. Why did he hear a strong sourness in the latter's tone? Hello. Are you jealous, senior sister? Right? Shina Mashiro had finished eating the nth Baumkuchen in his hand and looked at Shiwa Kashomajayaka. Anje is my first man. The air is suddenly quiet. Ans, hi? The expression on Shiu's face suddenly became rich, and he grabbed his hands in the air indiscriminately. What's the first one? Hold the grass. This bridge. Anje suddenly spit out a mouthful of old blood in his heart. Why? Why do you want to come here at this time? No, senpai. Shina opened those calm red eyes and continued to speak in a calm tone. It's great that my first time was Anje. Clam. Ans, puff. As expected, this sentence will come next. In other words, why do you follow the original work at this time? You gave me a little bit of the plot, Baga. Xia's Haikiyoshiu's face flushed red, glared at Anje angrily, turned around and got into the room, slammed the door tightly. Wait a minute, Shiba-senpai. Anje wants to cry without tears, why do you turn around and leave like the original? You listen to the really white explanation. The nerdy vomits blood and coma. In the past, there were girls all around. If you are a good friend of men, Anje is the first one. On An's weird face, some awe-inspiring eyes slowly turned to look at Shina Makashi. You should say this first. Say? Talk to the person just now. Forget it, it's enough. The following words, Xiaohiki Hoshiu could not hear any more. Anje's face was filled with wry smiles. Heaven! Is this just retribution? When the plot in the original book fell on me, it turned out that this kind of feeling really wanted people to hit the wall and die. Just now, Xiaohiki Hoshiu obviously won't listen to his explanation anymore. What? What should I do now? Anje clutched his head with a distressed face. Sheena Zhenbei still had that calm expression, looking at him quietly. Hey, let's set the true white down first. Ans reluctantly sent Sheena Mashiro into the room. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and the latter took out the paintbrush and sat at the table quietly painting something. She came here to draw comics, right? Thinking like this, Anje closed the door gently. He remembers that he also had a set of brushes in his room. Seeing Sheena Masaki painting, he felt itchy when he had just acquired painting skills, and immediately ran back to the room. As soon as he picked up the paintbrush, Anje's mood quickly became tranquil. He opened his eyes with some shock. This feeling is the same as when he was addicted to writing. There seems to be an insight burst in his mind. Anje's right hand holding a pen looks very stable, and lines appear on the paper. Anje is painting faster and faster. The sound of the pen core rubbing against the drawing continued to sound. Anje's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his pen was flying. Finally, Anje lifted up his energy and finished writing. Finished! Suddenly broke free from the tranquil mood, Anje stared at his work. Senior sister, so beautiful. It is Kazumajayaka Shiu that he painted. The Kazumajayaka Shiu in the painting bent down and stretched a pair of straight black silk legs. Through the opening of the school uniform, you can see the white plumpness. And Xiaohiki Hoshiu's eyes stared forward, as if staring at someone. Nice. Thrilling beauty. Is this really painted by myself? Anje stared at the picture scroll on the table sluggishly, feeling a little silly for a while. As an otaku who has lived for 20 years, his love for the second element has penetrated into his soul. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, feeling extremely excited. LV9's painting skills are so powerful. He made up his mind, no matter what, he would earn enough 5 million popularity points to solidify this skill permanently. Chapter 8, maybe this is called a coincidence. But Anje knew in his heart that 5 million popularity is not a small number. According to the system, everyone affected by ANS can only generate 10 popularity points at a time. Although the popularity can be generated multiple times due to different events, ANS is currently in a state of no popularity. In other words, he needs to get at least 500,000 people's attention within 7 days to earn so much popularity. Full of 500,000. Even if the 10,000 people who knew Anje's identity were counted among them, it was just a drop in the bucket. My god, Wukong biography can be done with only 100,000 aura, is this skill such a sky-defying? Anje sighed in his heart, thinking about it carefully before realizing the horror of his painting skills. Sheena True White's skill level is LV9, which is a terrifying level. As long as you go up one level, you will be at full level. The painter, Anje, who has achieved the highest level of painting, think that only those famous painters who have been handed down for generations are counted. While painting is a skill, it is naturally different from works like novels. Anje was upset, but felt that the price given by the system was reasonable. Although the novel is sure to be popular, it may be too late in time. You have to add a little bit of material to make sure nothing goes wrong. Anje had already made up his mind to do something. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and logged into Moto Music Network. Yes, he wants to sing. Although he had many works for plagiarism in his previous life, he is not a god, and it is impossible to remember them completely. If he asks for the system, he also needs popularity points, which happens to be something he is extremely short of. After thinking about it, only copying songs is the most direct. It's impossible to collect his popularity for the songs he remembers. Logged into the Moto Music network, Anje downloaded a smart ensemble software, which contains countless accompaniment openings. Anje picked a relatively similar accompaniment and began to sing softly. The smart ensemble software intelligently enters the harmony mode after the opening prelude. On the light screen of the mobile phone, the audio recording slowly beats, recording Anje's singing voice. Anje's voice is not unpleasant, on the contrary, his voice is very magnetic and gentle, the kind of voice that makes people feel like spring breeze. Even though Anje is singing a song that is sung by women on the earth, he does not have a sense of disobedience when singing it, but instead has a different charm. After, Anje let out a sigh of relief, listened to it again, and nodded in satisfaction. My own voice is no worse than those male singers on the earth. Gee! There are so many benefits for the traversers. He thought happily, swiping a few times on the phone, and the next moment, 4 light spots suddenly appeared on the top of his phone. Anje's eyes were not unexpected, the light spot moved quickly, leaving behind a trail, quickly forming a light array. Then, an electronic player appeared in the light array out of thin air. Ans took the player on the light array and threw it away, sighing, "What a magical space to transmit magic! This world is so special." In this magical world where magic and technology coexist, there are too many unimaginable things. The space teleportation magic just now is only the magical part of this world. It's a pity that this magic can only transmit small dead objects, and the price is still very expensive. However, it is the first time to sing in this world, as a memento. Ans shook his head slightly, put the player on the table, clicked on the phone a few times, and chose to upload the song. Then next, I have to sign a novel contract. Anje took a look at the time, it was almost the agreed time, so he went out to buy some food and put it at home, and hurried to the destination. Not long after Anje left the house, the door of Xiaoshiki Hoshiu's room suddenly opened. Xiaoshiki Hoshiu poked her head out, there was still a trace of blush on her face that hadn't completely faded away. Smart, she just thought about it briefly, and she understood that she had misunderstood Anje. Not to mention that the time is not right, Anje obviously will not mess with the girl who has just met for a day. As for Ans's temperament, she still doesn't understand. She teases Ans but she teases less. After sorting out the clues, Xiaoshiki Hoshiu is not angry anymore, but I am embarrassed. Looked around the room, but did not see Anje, her eyes finally fell on a note on the table. The food is in the pot, remember to eat it while it is hot. Anje. Xiaoshiki Hoshiu paused, and a soft smile suddenly appeared on her face. She pushed Anje's room door open and raised her brow lightly. No one? Are you out? Xiaoshiki Hoshiu was stunned and was about to close the door, but her gaze suddenly fell on an object, and her body movement suddenly stopped. Is that a painting? Who is it painted? Very familiar. Xiaoshiki Hoshiu couldn't help stepping forward and gently picked up the drawing paper. After seeing the figure on the painting clearly, Shiukazu Majayaka couldn't help covering her mouth with one hand. Is this me? Anje drew me? Looking at her figure on the drawing paper, Xiaoshiki Hoshiu actually gave birth to the illusion that she was looking at herself. Anje, Xiaoshiki Hoshiu murmured softly, her face was pink. I secretly painted me, this little villain, what do you do with my portrait every day? She gently put the painting back to its original position, but she caught a glimpse of a player on the table. She doesn't care when she changes to normal, but now, her curiosity is really very serious. She couldn't help picking up the player, reading www.yukanshu.com lightly pressed the player, and suddenly a clear sound of music rang out. Afterwards, Anje's singing came slowly. If God lets us meet again, I will never let go of your hand again. In this Buddha's flower palace where spring is announced. The flowers of misty silk drifting overnight. Accompanied by Anje's soft voice, beautiful lyrics and gentle tones lingered in Xiaoshiki Hoshiu's ears, her body could not help but slowly become stagnant, focusing all her attention on her ears, completely in her body. In the artistic conception of the song. Time after time. If I can reunite with you on the streets of the first red. There is no need to promise any more. You who are more easily injured than anyone else. This time I will be by your side forever. Time passed slowly, one song was over, but Yasuhiko Hoshio was completely fascinated by it. She stood there blankly, indulging in the artistic conception of the song. The feeling of standing on the streets full of flying flowers and looking forward to meeting someone again fills her heart and makes her heart congested, but the emotion contained in it is empathetic. If Anje were here, he would be grateful that he had learned to sing Japanese songs for the sake of the house. This song he sang is also one of his favorite songs, called On the Street with Falling Flowers. Although this is a cover by him, in this world, it is considered the original song. Yasuhiko Hoshio came back to her senses. Suddenly there was a trace of shame on her face. Did Anje wrote me a song? Anje, who was walking on the road, suddenly sneezed. Hey? Is anyone thinking about me? Chapter 9, The Legendary Maid Cafe. The meeting place was in a high-end tea house. When Anje arrived, the people from the Undead River were already waiting for him. The other person was a young woman and a tall man. They were taken aback after seeing Anje. Both of them were a little surprised. No way, Anje is too young. Hello, Mr. Anje, I'm Insya Kusama. It was the tall man who was talking. He did not despise Anje because of his age, and maintained full courtesy to Anje. Hello Teacher Ens, I am Mamoto. The woman also smiled and reported her name. Anje smiled slightly and spoke softly while sitting on the sofa opposite them. You two don't need to be so polite, just call me Anje, but I dare not be a teacher. Anje's sitting posture is correct, his expression is gentle and polite, and his words are very polite. The whole person is full of a different kind of temperament, which slightly surprised the two people opposite. This kind of temperament, this person's background is not simple. This thought came to both of them who had seen more characters. Kusama took out a contract from his bag and handed it to Anje. Regarding your work Wukong biography, this is a contract we prepared, please have a look. Anje took the contract and flipped over a few times, his eyes fell on the author's remuneration given by the latter, and his eyelid was lightly raised. The price given by the other party was actually the best price. Is this world really revolving around you? Anje couldn't help but another thought popped up in his heart. He doesn't care much about the remuneration, as long as he can get the popularity value, he doesn't care. However, since the other party is willing to pay him generous remuneration, he naturally has no reason to refuse. The contract is okay. Can I borrow a pen? Anje put the contract on the table and asked. Hey. Kusama nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly. Is this person, so refreshing? Don't ask anything, just agree? Kusama was a little dizzy thinking, Anje saw the latter staying there, and couldn't help but wonder, what? Is there any problem? No, nothing, Teacher Anje, you have made a decision. Kusama quickly took out the pen and asked with some uncertainty. There is indeed something else. Anje wrote his name stubbornly, and the moment he signed his name, the magical runes on the paper flashed past, and Anje suddenly showed a shy smile on his face. Well, can I pay another 100,000 yuan in advance to spend it, and the 100,000 yuan in the morning will be deducted from my draft fee. Anje was embarrassed to frustrate his hands, shopping for a while, the crematorium for the whole family. Could it be that 100,000 yuan was spent in one morning? Kusama-kami and Hano looked at each other, and couldn't help being speechless. Yes. I can call the shots in this matter. Montami nodded, and she was going to transfer money to Anje on the spot. Ans glanced at Motano in surprise, and saw Kusama's faint respect for the latter. She thought she was the real person in charge of this contract, right? Anje took out his mobile phone and received the 100,000 mainland coins transferred from Motoi. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. When the two saw Anje's limited exclusive version of the magic phone, they immediately affirmed their previous thoughts, and their attitude towards Anje became more respectful. In short, the contract was finalized. Anje said goodbye to the two and walked slowly on the street, fantasizing about the release of Wukong's biography. The strength of the Undead River is quite strong. With the rune printing press working overnight, I believe that tomorrow Anje will be able to see his books in major bookstores. I don't know what kind of frenzy will be set off in another world from the masterpieces of previous lives. I believe the reversed plot like the story of Wukong will definitely attract people's attention. Anje fantasizes about walking on the road, but catches a glimpse of a coffee shop in the distance. Seeing the sign on it, Anje's eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. I'm good. Is that the legendary maid cafe? An's eyes flashed, and the soul of the house was out of control. His body was completely instinctive, and he walked straight to the maid cafe. As soon as he walked in, Anje almost didn't run out of water. This creature full of halls is the legendary maid. Watching those girls in black and white costumes walking around or standing still in the hall, Anje's house spirit exploded in an instant. It's just like, heart-fluttering. But in fact, his performance is very gentleman. The moment Anje stepped into the coffee shop, Anje's body was taken over by his rational personality. There is no way, if the spirit of the soul of An's house, it is estimated that he would directly pounce on the human maid. Even if suppressed by a rational personality, Anje's pupils secretly looked at the maids without a trace. As everyone knows, the female customers and maids in the shop are also secretly looking at Anje. Although An's clothes are ordinary, they are actually tailor-made, and they look very good on him. And he doesn't look very handsome, but he is really good-looking. He belongs to the type that looks better the more you look. Long bangs, black eyes, and a smiling face, coupled with the unique elegance of a noble birth, Anje is undoubtedly a very eye-catching person. In the background at this time, a group of maids were squeezing through the door, secretly looking at Anje outside, still muttering softly in their mouths. So handsome boy. I'm going to hand him the price list. Me. Let me go. A hand suddenly stretched out and tapped each of them lightly. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com then made a slightly helpless voice. You little guys, what are you doing here? The maids held their heads and turned around. When they saw the person coming, they all spit out their tongues. Sister, the manager. Lai Ren is a beauty about 26 and 77, but he is the manager of this cafe. She saw Anje outside through the crack of the door, and her eyebrows suddenly lifted. What a temperamental boy, no wonder, these guys turned out to be handsome guys. However, the identity of this person is not simple. The beauty shop manager read countless people, and at a glance, he can see that Anje's background is unusual. She thought for a while, turned around and beckoned to a girl who had been standing not far away, looking at this side with a smile. Kinlai, you will greet that guest. Nan Kinlai, who had been standing by her side and looked very quiet and gentle, couldn't help but tilt her head slightly when she heard the manager's words. Hey? Am I going? The beauty shop manager showed a smile. Come on, our signature maid, Mina Linsky. Taking the opportunity of finding a location, Anje looked around the maids present. Under his indifferent expression, there were accelerating blood flow and a fast beating heart. Ah, it's a place like heaven. Hey, why are there no maids to greet yourself? Anje thought a little surprised, but suddenly heard a very soft and unique voice coming from the side. Welcome. Excuse me, is it a guest? Nice sound, and it sounds familiar. Anje thought this in his heart, and turned his head slightly to look at the old man. From this look, even if his rational personality was suppressing, Anje's body still couldn't help shaking. Goose drops a kidney. South bird? Chapter 10, God treats himself so badly. The girl in front of her has long brown hair, bound by a white maid-style silk hoop, and part of her hair is with a green headband, which looks very playful. But she has a very quiet face, and there is always a faint smile on her face, which makes people feel peaceful. The moment some customers in the shop saw her, their hearts seemed to be washed away from the glitz. Several customers who were showing melancholy expressions couldn't help but smile because they seemed to see the sun. It's just that no matter how other people's hearts are washed away from the glitz, how they become quiet, all of this has nothing to do with Anje. At this time, the soul of Anje's house is already a bit stunned. His mind is full of Nankinlai's smile, and her gentle words are echoing, completely ignoring other things. Is really my bird? Ah, my bird is as beautiful as a picture. My bird is in the picture. Anje was extremely intoxicated. He just wanted to experience the service of a maid. Unexpectedly, by chance, he actually met Nanchin Li here. This is the goddess that many people are eager to see. I am so happy to come across this world. Thought happily, countless thoughts actually only flashed in a short moment. Although he was extremely gagged in his heart, fortunately, Anje still has a powerful force of rational personality. Yes, I'm the only one, please help me find a place by the window. Anje had a soft smile on his face, and his voice was gentle. Nankinlai politely bowed slightly, then let me take a seat for you. Good, good. This is with you. Anje replied cutely in his heart. Had it not been for his rational personality, he did not know how ridiculous his performance would be. But anyway, other people don't know what he thinks, that's not what he wants. Nankinlai took Anje to a place leaning against the window, and turned his head to make a please gesture to Anje. Please come and sit here. Okay, sit down. This is our menu. Nankinlai handed over the price menu with both hands, Ans took it and ordered a latte directly. He glanced over the menu casually, and suddenly became curious. Do you still sell meals here? What does the maid meal look like? Anje asked with a smile. Yes, the meal made by the maid herself. Nankinlai replied with her big beautiful eyes bent into crescents. Hey? If I order now, will you do it? Anje smiled and asked softly. Yes, it is. I want to eat. I want to eat. Anje yelled frantically in his heart, even if others could not hear it at all. If it was the soul of the house now controlling his body, Anje might have been rolling on the ground. Then have another meal, that's it. On the surface, Anje's performance is naturally remarkable. He didn't know that many maids at the backstage cared for him, and he was very envious of Nankinlai, who was close to him. Speaking of which, if you let them know the thoughts and appearance of the soul of the house in Anje's heart, how would they feel? I am going to prepare for you now. I'll be out of company first. Nankinlai bends down and salutes again, and the moment he looks up, his eyes meet Anje's. She smiled softly, turned and left. Lying on the grass. The blood tank is empty. That what? Medical personnel. I'm almost out of blood. Help. Come and add blood. Anje's nonsensical psychological activities are naturally unknown to ordinary people, but the guests in the hall are all attracted by Nankinlai's unique voice. This girl is indeed very popular. It was not long, Nankinlai came over with a plate of meals and a cup of coffee. Please enjoy. Ans picked up the spoon and delivered a bite of food to his mouth, chewing slowly for a while. So sweet. Ah, it's sweet to the heart, oh oh oh. Anje screamed loudly in his heart. Don't you like sweet ones? Like it. The bento made by the bird, you must like it. Anje did not speak, and silently gave a thumbs up, eating spoonful after spoonful. Anje ate the meal made of nankin pears, feeling infinitely in his heart. Only 2 days after he came to another world, he became a young master who has the right to face and is a citizen of Saber. He lives with Kazumajayaka Shiu and mistakenly became Sheena's true white owner. And now, I am still eating the lunch made by Nankin pear and enjoying the careful serving of Nankin pear. God treats yourself so well. Maybe I should be thankful to the God of Transcendence. For $100, I wanted to buy the small Zhengtai who had been collecting his hands for 20 years. Anje showed a warm smile on his face. Thank you so much. Crossing the gods. Got me here. Let me meet them. Anje didn't know. On the delicate necklace hanging around his neck, a tiny light flashed to the extreme, and it quickly disappeared without a trace, becoming just like a normal necklace. Nankin Lai tilted her head slightly. She had been standing beside Anje, and she happened to see the slight smile on Anje's face. What a warm smile, this boy. No wonder those girls are secretly staring at him. Anje ate quickly, and finally he drank the remaining coffee in the cup, took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Looking at Nankin Lai, who was standing next to him with a smile, Anje rolled his eyes lightly and suddenly asked with a chuckle. Can you take the liberty to ask your name? I always think I have seen you somewhere. This Nima is still a hit-up technique of what age? Anje murmured in his heart, and was very dissatisfied with his rational personality. Nankin Lai was slightly taken aback, but shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't tell my real name. Look. They really refused. Humph. But I do. Nankin pear, nicknamed Nan Zionio, is 16 years old, 159 centimeters tall, 58 measurements, like cheesecake but not garlic. Clothing control, also. Anje had a thorough description of Nankin Li's information, ranging from personal hobbies to the scar on the latter's left leg. Anyway, there is one word to describe the words, fanaticism. If Nankin Lai knew that Anje was a fan like her, she would not know whether to cry or laugh. Well, maybe it's more appropriate to call the police directly. Under the control of his rational personality, Anje frowned slightly, and suddenly showed a trace of sorrow. Yes, I remembered. Well, I understand. If you let others know that members of the Muse are here as maids, that would be bad. Nankin Lai opened her mouth lightly. How do you know meow, Muse? Naturally I saw it on TV. Anje grinned in his heart, which was very interesting. Well. I said you are familiar with it. I can see it when you are rehearsing on the school rooftop these days. I was staying in a hotel far away. Ans randomly made up a reason, and smiled and explained why he knew Nankin Li. Well, according to the situation at this time, they should still be 3 people now? Nankin Lai tilted her head. Is there a hotel around the school? Who knows? That's it. Please don't tell Anoka and Ziohei about me here. Nankin Lai suddenly showed a pitiful expression. Hold the grass. The cute old man is bloody. Anje suddenly wailed in his heart. Yes. Also, my name is Anje. Anje smiled lightly. I heard that there will be your concert in a few days. I will definitely go to see it. Nankin Lai's eyes lit up slightly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Welcome to join in. Chapter 11, 0 million don't meet them. Seeing Nankin Lai's happy smiling face, Anje also showed a slight smile. The once empty auditorium made them so sad, but this time he came, then they must not be a little wronged. Just let me your dreams. Although I wanted to have more contact with Nankin Li in my heart, but now I ate everything. It was the first time that the two met. Anje had no choice but to retire temporarily. Walking out of the maid cafe, Anje thought in his heart, naturally he will come again tomorrow. The streets of Magic City seem to be always prosperous, and Anje walks on the busy road, feeling particularly comfortable. Anje looked up at the sky. In a good mood, he felt that the sky here was really beautiful. Only soon he frowned slightly. What is that? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and stared into the distant sky. A red, unknown object was approaching fast. Is familiar, where have I seen it? Anje searched the memory in his mind, and suddenly his expression changed. Damn! It's an early warning sender. As soon as his voice fell, his phone vibrated wildly. It's not just him. The cell phones of all the pedestrians on the street, the advertising screens upstairs, and the TVs in the roadside shops all flashed a dazzling red light quickly, and a big lightning symbol appeared on all the electronic screens. The devil's invasion. Anje murmured, and instantly understood what had happened. Through the memory of previous lives, Anje already knew that there are special creatures like demon in this world, but he didn't realize that when living in the demon capital, there will be demon invading. This world is also very dangerous. Anje suddenly recalled the warning of the god of crossing with a sneer, and his body shook slightly. He immediately walked to the nearby building, and pedestrians and vehicles on the street also entered houses and garages everywhere. The original prosperous magic city quickly became empty. Through the glass, Anje saw countless steel plates suddenly rising from the ground, completely enclosing all the buildings, and then shaking. All the tall buildings were completely submerged underground. Even if I have seen this scene from the memory I just searched for, when I saw it with my own eyes, Anje couldn't help being surprised. The prosperous magic capital became empty. Anje saw the scene outside through the electronic screen in the building. In the sky, a group of figures rose into the air. The moment Anje saw them, Anje heard cheers from the surrounding crowd. It's a demon hunter. Are those demon hunters? Ans narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the figures flying up one by one. A flash of heat suddenly flashed in his eyes. That is magic. Flying magic. Many demon hunters flapped a pair of light wings behind them, and quickly dispersed and flew into the distance. After that, a burst of dust was flying in the sky, and it was obvious that fierce battle broke out. Ans is unable to see the battle scenes, where powerful magical energy is permeated, unless special observation magic or the most advanced scientific observation equipment can be used to see what happened. This world is so exciting. Anje murmured in his heart. In fact, he was very scared. If he hadn't been forcing reason to help him control his body, he would definitely tremble violently. Because of the demons in my memory, they are all terrifying. Anje knew that even though there was such a big battle outside, there was actually only one demon who invaded the demon capital. Those who are fighting with those demon hunters are only half-devil men. Those are human beings who can't control their greed for power, and take the initiative to absorb the devilish energy emitted by the demon and undergo a mutation. It's really ridiculous to say that the demons are incredibly evil, but some humans are attracted to the powerful power of the opponent. Not only does not resist the devilish energy emitted by the demon, but even actively absorbs it. That is a group of hopeless people. They are all guys who abandon their personality for the sake of strength. As for the real demon, who knows where it is hidden? The faces of the people around are still calm, and there is not much panic. Obviously, they are not unfamiliar with this situation. Anje couldn't help shook his head. Is it luck or misfortune to be born in such a world? What's the use of thinking so much? I don't know how Shihu-senpai and Genbei are doing. Are they staying in the hiding place? And Nankinlai, should I stay with the maids? Anje was worried, and suddenly a figure slammed into him from the corner of his eyes. He only had time to get out of half of his body, and the figure hit him, then he whispered, bounced directly, and sat down on the ground. It was a girl. The latter had a wreath on her head and her short black hair, which was very eye-catching. Anje was shocked and quickly helped the girl up, but after seeing the girl's face, he was taken aback. This girl. Early spring decoration. Ah, it hurts. Hey? Do you know me? Chuchun Shili looked at Anje and couldn't help but recalled the people he knew, but had no impression of Anjet. Of course I know you. Demon forbidden, super cannon fodder, dare to ask anyone who doesn't know you? Anjet's house spirit suddenly broke out, completely forgetting his current situation. My name is Anjet, and I am also a student of the Magic City Academy. I have seen you before. Anjet said half-truth. The Magic Capital Academy is real, but counting the predecessor, Anjet has been absent from school for a month. Is that so? I'm sorry. I have to go in a hurry. Chuchun Shili suddenly whispered, I have found the demon's location, so I have to go and notify Shirai-san. Don't leave in such a hurry, I still have a lot of things to say to you. What? By Beijing students? Could it be empty nest old black? The expression on Anne's face instantly became serious. It's a big deal, we have to go find her quickly. Anjet said, pulling Chuchun Shili up and running wildly in the underground passage all the way. AI? What's going on? Chuchun Shili looked dazed. How could this person suddenly become more anxious than himself? Anjet has an urgent expression on his face, as if he is anxious about the devil's affairs. Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, but his heart is howling crazily. If the empty nest old black is here, wouldn't there be Denjiki princess? I'm a god. Shiraiko. Misaka Mikoto. I, Anjet, came to see you. Hey! Here. Chuchun Shili's awkward voice came, Anjet couldn't help but smiled, turned, and ran in the direction of Chuchun Shili. But soon he was startled. In this direction, are you going to the ground? Chuchun Shili nodded, I need a computer to report the current situation of the devil. But the underground is blocked by special protective magic, so I can only go to the ground. But those electronic screens are receiving information well. Ans was puzzled, and then suddenly remembered that except for some special facilities in this underground, electronic signals can only enter but not exit. Rely on. Anjet frowned, I really want to go to the ground? What should I do when I meet a half-devil? Chuchun Shili shook his head firmly, I am a commissioner of discipline. I have to contribute my own strength. I know you are a hot-blooded child. Otherwise, you will not hesitate to carry a parachute to break your body in order to prevent the satellite-induced vehicle from running away. Ans frowned, as if made up his mind, I'll go with you and take care of you. But you have to promise me that once you have reported the news, you will come back to the ground immediately. Don't go, it's dangerous. Anjet shook his head, it's so dangerous outside, I can't do something that lets you go out alone as a girl. His superficial persistence, in fact. Oh mighty Buddha! God Bodhisattva! Never encounter a half-devil. Never encounter a half-devil. Do not meet them. Chapter 12, You got this box of lunch too early. In a public telephone booth, Chuchun Shili operated with both hands on a light brain rapidly, and the light curtain keyboard flickered crazily. Anjet frowned. The two have been here for nearly 5 minutes. Have you not found the demon's trace yet? It's too cunning, and it keeps changing positions. Chuchun Shili sullen his face, hitting the light button with both hands quickly, and the picture on the light brain changed rapidly. Anjet only watched for a short while and couldn't help but be dazzled. We have to hurry up, we have stayed here for too long. Anjet said. I know, I will enter the central network of the Magic City to see. I will go and hack into their core domain if they don't agree. In the early spring, there is no one with the horrible hacking skills of Rena. She hacked into the Moto core network 3 times and twice, and she adjusted a lot of data. 1 minute later, Chuchun Shili let out a soft cry. Found it! She swiftly operated on the light keys, and Anjet saw a humanoid with green slime suddenly appeared on the screen. The latter was moving fast, and Chuchun Shili was constantly manipulating some kind of tracking. The instrument follows it closely. Chuchun Shili turned on the communication facilities of the optical brain, and Anje soon heard a very familiar voice from the sound tube. This is Shirai Kuriko, a member of the discipline committee. How was the situation in early spring? Shirai-san, I found the demon. The position has been passed to you. To understanding. The communication was hung up soon, but Anje was stunned there. Hey? Is this over? What about my sunspots? Where is my gun sister? I'm not here to hear you say friction girl shake, Baga. Anje's heart collapsed. Why did he risk such a big risk? Anje was still depressed, when a sound suddenly sounded, and the two figures collided with each other, carrying a violent shock wave from the sky. Oops! This place has been drawn into a battlefield. Chiharu Shirai said in surprise. Damn it! Anje frowned involuntarily, looking at the blue light curtain rising rapidly around him. Deathmatch barrier. This is a magic enchantment specially set up by the demon hunter to prevent half-devil or devil from escaping. The half-devil in the enchantment can only choose to fight the demon hunter, because in addition to the creator of the enchantment, the only way to dispel the enchantment is to kill the person who established the enchantment. Of course, barriers can be forcibly shattered, but in this situation, the half-devil obviously does not have the strength to shatter barriers. The demon hunter obviously didn't notice the two Anje, and directly set up the deathmatch barrier, but locked the two Anje in it. This Nima. Anje was really bitter and couldn't tell. He carefully hid behind the phone booth with Chuchun Shili, watching the battle in the distance through the glass. The demon hunter used a rune sword. The runes of the sword were shining, and the magic energy surged, releasing a very powerful energy. The half-devil himself is a human, but at this time, his body is bursting with blue veins, his muscles are exaggerated and his body is surrounded by black air currents, his eyes are big, and he is shining with a strange red light, which is very frightening. Trapped by a demon hunter with a deathmatch barrier, this guy who just absorbed the devil energy and became a half-devil is also crazy. He knows that if he delays for too long, when another demon hunter arrives, it will be his death date. Kill him. A fierce light flashes in the half-devil's eyes, and his heart is full of endless tyranny, who abandons his body for strength. He roared wildly and hissed like a wounded beast, and then rushed towards the demon hunter at an incredible speed. A few strange and obscure syllables from the demon hunter's mouth, a gust of wind blew up, and the green wind knife appeared out of nowhere, slashing straight towards the half-devil. The half-demon roared wildly, facing the attacking wind blade. He directly fisted and blasted out, hitting a wind blade. Clang! The fist hits the wind blade, and sparks are actually flying. The other two wind blades hit the half-devil's body, and they were directly bounced away. One of them flew directly into the sky, and the other hit a vertical telephone pole. The latter was flashed by the wind blade, and suddenly slid down diagonally. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, making hiding Yuan An's eyelids jump. I'm a god. This kind of scene is really there. As a dead house, Anje's heart is actually broken at this time. This is so exciting. The first moment is the daily instant noodles, the next moment it becomes a high-powered fighting fan. Is this Nima playing snakes? He doesn't have any combat power at all. It happened to be locked in this cheating enchantment. Looking at the early spring decoration Li, Anje hasn't vomited a mouthful of blood. This guy went after the demon again. I am dizzy. Why can you be so calm? You are also incapable of fighting, right? Regardless of what Anje thought, the battle between the demon hunter and the half-demon continued. It was filled with powerful magical energy and a black air current. The half-devil is full of black energy, relying on his strong defense, and fiercely fighting the demon hunter in close hand. There were sharp claws on his fingers, and the black light flickered on them, and he tried to take the key of the demon hunter. While the demon hunter holds the sword against the enemy, the rune sword is bursting with dazzling light, and the sword body can block or cut, steadily defending the half-devil's offense, and occasionally blasts magic to disperse its own pressure. He doesn't need to worry at all, because his support will come soon. And with the deathmatch enchantment, this disgusting guy can't run away. Seemed to understand the intention of the demon hunter, and the half-demon made a dry voice. Don't think, hold me. Ah! He suddenly raised his hair and roared, and the black energy lingering all over his body was rushing towards him. With the penetration of the black energy, the half-devil's breath suddenly rose wildly, and his muscles began to agitate, and his figure was actually as tall as the naked eye. Pouch! A soft sound suddenly sounded, and the half-devil's body suddenly split, and a black air stream spurted out like steam. The half-devil could not help but screamed, but he gritted his teeth. Is this a forced advancement? The demon hunter's expression finally showed a tremor, and he could not help but let out a soft drink. You are crazy. Are you not afraid of directly exploding to death? Anyway, it's all dead, why don't you try it? The half-devil grinned, his face no longer humanoid. Oops! The demon hunter secretly called out a few obscure syllables, pointing to a half-devil. Second-order magic, Feng Shen cut. Magical power surged, and a huge cyan lightsaber appeared, screaming and stabling at the half-devil. Hey! The half-numb man suddenly groaned, and a ball of light that was so dark to the extreme appeared suddenly, enclosing it in an instant. The cyan lightsaber crashed instantly when it hit the ball of light. This is the power I crave. This time, it's my turn, the Dark Devil Aurora. The look of the demon hunter changed drastically. He saw a black light with a thick little finger suddenly shooting out of the light ball, and shot straight at him. Too fast. He only had time to block the long sword in front of him. The next moment the light hit the long sword, and the rune long sword was directly hit by a huge force and flew out. But the light was only slightly deflected, and it pierced through the body of the demon hunter in an instant. The black ball of light shattered in an instant, and the half-devil shot out, rushing to the demon hunter's side, and blasted his body with a punch. I won! Cough! Damn! Blood was flowing from the corners of the demon hunter's mouth, but there was a hideous look on his face. You dirty fellow, let's die together! The demon hunter yelled, and powerful magical energy suddenly rushed into his body. Boom! A violent explosion sounded instantly, and the phone booth glass in front of Anje was directly shattered. The deathmatch barrier around him instantly melted away, and Anje's expression on his face couldn't help showing a weirdness. Isn't it, they are all gone? Dead, are you dead? Anje couldn't help muttering softly. Roar! The violent roar suddenly came, and Anje and Chuchun played Li's face suddenly changed. Fuck me! That brother, you received this box of lunch too early. Chapter 13, Don't underestimate the otaku bastard. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a large horrible hole appeared on the ground, and the surrounding land spread out radially. In the center of the pothole, a tattered figure slowly climbed up, and wisps of black air radiated from his body wounds, but it was obviously much lighter than before. Was hit by such a violent explosion, he was not dead. There is no good place on the latter's body, and there are even bare bones in some places, which looks terrifying. The half-devil walked up and limped and walked up to the pothole. He knew he should get out of here quickly. He absorbed the devil energy into his body and forcibly ascended to the third rank. He was already seriously injured, and was attacked by the demon hunter's self-detonation. At this time, it was the end of the crossbow. At this time, he randomly encountered a demon hunter or half-devil. Will die. An's face was bitter, the direction that half-devil came from was exactly on his side. The devil also noticed the two Anje at this time, but he didn't care. An ordinary person, a first-order ability person with a pitifully weak energy, so weak. Now that he is seriously injured, he is not in the mood to care about these two people. The most important thing right now is to escape from here early. He has gloomy eyes, knowing that he is reckless this time, and shouldn't choose to absorb the magic energy in the magic city. However, this is the devilish energy of the demon's life. In order to escape, it is too rare. As long as you escape alive, you will earn it. Seeing that the latter ignored him, he quickly lowered his voice and tore off Chuchun Shili's clothes. Run! Chuchun Shili nodded, clutching Guang Nao and running wildly. There was a basement not far in front of her, which was the entrance to the underground. Anje also ran madly away from the half-devil, but he didn't run very far when he heard a black light suddenly shot out of Chuchun's light brain, and went straight to the half-devil who had just walked out of the pit. Ah! Reverse cracking! Chuchun Shili exclaimed, and threw out the Guang brain in his hand in shock. Anje saw that black light shot into the half-devil's mind instantly, and the red light in the half-devil's eyes suddenly turned into black light. Roar! He suddenly let out a tyrannical roar, and he rushed directly towards Chuchun Shili. Run! He is controlled by the demon! Chuchun Shili yelled, and immediately turned and ran. The expression on Anje's face changed, and he quickly turned and ran. Chuchun Shili's face was tense, and without notice, she was actually backtracked by the devil. The demon obviously realized that he was being tracked, and he broke the protection she set up directly through his thoughts, and sent a signal to control the half-devil. Majin wants to kill the tracker Hatsuharu Shirai. Why, Haijing Kuriko hasn't killed the demon yet? Anje frowned and kept his face calm. In fact, he was scared to death in his heart. If he hadn't forced a rational personality, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Old Black, how can you drop the chain at the critical moment? The half-devil was seriously injured. Although he was limping, he still ran very fast, and their distance was getting closer. But the distance from the underground entrance is still more than 100 meters. This distance is obviously too far. Run faster! Hurry up! He is catching up! Anje looked back, but saw that Chuchun Shili had fallen behind him a certain distance, and he was shocked. Ah! Chuchun Shili let out a soft cry, kicking a piece of gravel and falling to the ground. Fuck me! This is playing snakes! Anje was shocked, and the half-devil's eyes were full of black light, and his fingers grew sharp thorns in an instant. Roaring and howling completely inhumane, rushed towards the Chuchun Shili who fell on the ground. No, no! Anje screamed crazy in his heart. Chuchun played Li is also his favorite female character. Do you want to watch her die in front of you? Go and save her! Anje screamed madly in his heart, but at this time his rational personality controlled his body motionless. Will die! A calm and gentle voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of his heart. Go and save her! Why are you stupid standing still? Get moving! I can't go, I'll really die! Anje's eyes suddenly burst into thick bloodshot eyes, and the madness buried in his heart suddenly broke out. Go to Nima! This is my body! Move me! His eyes widened, his teeth clenched tightly, and the powerful anger in his mind seemed to rush his mind away. Get out, my body! Ah 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 ah! Click! It seemed that something was broken, and Anje's mind suddenly became clear, as if something had been broken and merged into his soul. He discovered that his body could move. The next moment, he rushed out without hesitation, quickly past Chuchun Shili, and slammed into the half-devil. With a muffled sound, the half-devil was actually knocked back a few steps by Anje. Although it looks terrifying, the latter is actually getting weaker and weaker. Anje-jun! Chuchun Shili got up from the ground and couldn't help exclaiming. Run! Anje stared at the half-devil who was knocked back by him, and shouted, Run! Chuchun Shili gritted his teeth and immediately ran to the underground entrance. There were many people waiting in the basement at the entrance. Seeing her rushing in, someone immediately stepped forward to support her. No, okay? That boy, he. Quick! Lend my phone! Chuchun Shirai grabbed the middle-aged man who was supporting her, asked for the phone, went outside the exit, and pressed Shirai Kuriko's communication. Quickly pick it up. Quickly pick it up. Student Shirai. The half-devil made a few meaningless syllables in his mouth, making him look a little angry. Anja breathed heavily, and his body was trembling slightly. At this time, it was not his rational personality controlling his body, but his true soul. But the fear in his heart suddenly disappeared for some reason. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com may be the critical moment of life and death, but he actually became a little calm. From the corner of Anje's eyes, he suddenly saw an object reflecting light in the green belt on the side of the road. He was shocked. It seemed to be that long sword. The half-devil stepped angrily and rushed towards Anje. At this time, the latter's posture had become crooked, he was too weak. Ans took a long leap and picked up the long sword that had been shot here. Although the runes on the long sword were dull, the blade was really sharp. Holding the long sword in his hand, and seeing the half-devil who is obviously getting worse and worse, Anje has a bold idea in his heart for some reason. Kill him. Anje's eyes stared instantly, and a trace of murderous aura flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward, and he actually rushed towards the half-devil. The devil roared, and his long claws pierced Anje. Anje's eyes were condensed into needles. As he approached the devil, he twisted his body to avoid his stabbing. Don't underestimate the otaku, bastard! The long sword pierced straight through the half-devil's eyes. Roar! The half-devil suddenly let out a tearing roar, and slapped Anje's body with one claw. The long claws instantly pierced 3 deep blood holes in Anje's body. The severe pain almost made Anje faint. At this time, his rational personality finally appeared again. Anje instantly drew the long sword, and the half-demon suddenly let out a miserable cry. Black energy suddenly appeared on his body, and his whole body dissipated in the air so slowly. In the underground entrance, the people who saw this scene through the skylight of the basement were surprised and covered their mouths. He actually killed that half-devil. Chapter 14, Rescued by a Super Powerful Girl. The black breath quickly dissipated between the heaven and the earth, and there seemed to be an unwilling roar, and finally calmed down. Clang! Anje's hand holding the long sword weakly loosened, and the 3 blood holes in his chest looked shocking. The blood stained his clothes. Anje slowly knelt down on the ground weakly, his face pale. Half of it was painful, and half was scared. After the madness, there is a strong feeling of lingering fear. I'm so crazy. Almost died. Anje muttered to himself, he didn't know why he became so crazy just now. You must know that even a half-devil who is seriously injured cannot be easily dealt with by an ordinary person. I have to hurry to stop the bleeding. It hurts. The thieves here are really exciting. Anje endured the severe pain, stood up with his sword, and walked towards the underground entrance. Chuchun Shili ran out and helped Anje. She was only halfway through the phone call, and Anje had already killed the half-devil, leaving her there for a long time. Behind her, all the citizens of the Magic City looked at Anje with a shocking expression. This kid has gone too far. It was just an ordinary person, but killed the half-devil of the Quasi-Third Order. Even a half-devil who was seriously injured. Anje-jun, you are okay, that's great. Chuchun played Li's voice with a hint of crying, and she was really anxious just now. A wry smile appeared on Anje's face, which seemed to have touched the wound, and suddenly his face twitched. Good girl, girl. Which one of your eyes sees me is fine? I'm dying. It hurts to death. It's okay. Anje smiled far-fetched, and reached out and rubbed the top of Chuchun Shili's head. This action made Anje and Chuchun Shili both startled, the latter's face was slightly red, and Anje retracted his hand in embarrassment. Held a big grass. Touching the really white head has a bad habit. This Nima, it's embarrassing now, who is going to break this rigid atmosphere? Seems to be in response to Anje's expectation, a sound screamed in the distant sky. A figure swiftly swept over, surrounded by Ange's very familiar black energy, and his eyes were also shining with black light. Is another half-devil controlled by a demon? My grass! Don't use such a strong guy to play if you break the atmosphere. Can't you just make a joke? Ange screamed in his heart, but his rational personality had already reacted instantly, pulling Chuchun Shili straight to the entrance. The underground entrance was protected by a magic circle, and the half-demon could not be attacked. But before Ange ran to the entrance, there was another roar from his right front, and a figure rushed forward. One left. Ange's face changed drastically. Two. The two couldn't help but stop. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no way to go. Why are they staring at us? Chuchun Shili showed a bitter smile on his face and murmured, that demon ran away again, it knows I can find it. That's why I kept thinking about getting rid of you, but I was just implicated in it. Ange sighed in his heart, but did not regret it. It's just that at this time, he has absolutely nothing to do. Watching the two half-devil men with black eyes rushing over one after another, Ange couldn't help flashing despair in his eyes. Are you going to die? But, I'm not reconciled. I also want to accompany Kazumajaya Kashiba to witness the publication of the novel, and I want to accompany Shina Masaki in drawing her manga, and I still want to see Nan Kodari. I still don't want to leave them. Fight, fight! How can, just give up like this? Ange burst into strong anger in his eyes, tightly squeezed the long sword in his hand, and greeted the half-devil who rushed forward. Chuchun Shili is yelling something, but Ange can't understand it anymore. There is only the sound of blood accelerating in the ears, and all that can be felt is the crazy beating of the heart. That's it! An indifferent female voice suddenly resounded, and Ange's figure holding a sword directly solidified. In the sky, a dark red moon wheel suddenly flew, and instantly drew towards the half-devil in front of Ange. The half-devil's eyes flashed with black light. He raised his right hand, muttering words, and quickly opened a black shield in front of him. The moon wheel was spinning and cutting on the shield, and the sparks splashed around, but it directly broke through the shield's barrier, and cut off the half-devil's right arm. Roar! The severe pain made the half-devil roar, but there was not a trace of blood flowing out of the wound. The black breath lingered around his broken arm, and a trace of granulation was growing rapidly. Anne's body was held up by a gentle force, and was sent to the underground entrance together with Chuchun Shili. Who is it, and that dark red moon wheel? Ange was stunned. He raised his head and saw that above the sky, a young girl with long hair was standing quietly. Dressed in ordinary school clothes, but looks very mature. She has brown hair all over her body, but she has a 5-stab flat G hairstyle. The dark red moon wheel flew back into the girl's hand, and it turned into a big sword with a rotating sharp tooth. The magician of Absolute Garden, do not break the love flower. Ange widened his eyes and looked at the girl standing in the air holding a dark red sword. He couldn't help but whispered softly and said the girl's name in an instant. The half-devil who was originally behind Ange saw that Ange and Chuchun Shili had successfully hid in the underground entrance, and couldn't help but roar in anger. He spit out a few knots, magical energy surged, and a group of crows burning with black flames appeared. Although the latter is burning with flames, it is full of cold breath. They screamed hoarsely, and pounced straight at Buba Ihwa. Seeing this group of flame crows flying, Buletin Fang Ihwa's brows lightly condensed, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. The power of the Absolute Garden. She spoke softly, on the blade of the dark red big sword in her hand, the sharp teeth that turned instantly became faster, and the big sword suddenly made a low buzzing sound. In the next moment, without breaking Ihwa directly swung the big sword into thousands of sword shadows. The monstrous dark red light shot out, and every ray of light accurately divided a flame crow into two halves. Hoo! The big sword collapsed, the dark red energy converged and transformed, and finally turned into an euphorbia. Unbreakable Ihwa moved the dark red euphorbia down from the sky, and took the face of the half-devil who released magic with one blow. The half-devil still wanted to resist. The black energy surged into a pair of giant hands, grabbing the unbroken love flower. However, Pupa Ihwa just gently shook the halberd body, and instantly shattered the pair of black magical giant hands, and the sharp edge of the halberd directly split the half-devil in half. Boom! The ground burst into pieces, and Pupa Ihwa turned around and shook her hand. The nearly 2-meter-long euphorbia shot out and directly pierced the other half-demon. The powerful force took the half-demon's body and flew far away, violently. The bang on a low hill in the distance. Good, so strong. Anje watched Pupa Ihwa kill 2 half-devils in an instant, and his eyes were shocked. Pupa Ihwa patted her hands lightly, and her 5-seat flat hair rose lightly. She turned her head to look at Anje and threw a bottle of potion. Drink it, you hurt a bit badly. Anje took the medicine and poured it in one mouthful. He immediately felt itchy at the wound, and he was healed quickly. It's amazing, it doesn't seem to be magic. The power of Absolute Garden should not be able to heal. Anje could not help but murmur softly. However, I didn't think that Ihwa actually stared at Anje, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Do you know my ability? Pupa Ihwa couldn't help but stared at Anje. Moreover, you seem to have pronounced my name just now. Who are you? Hold the grass. Does your girl have such a strong hearing? Chapter 15, It broke in your mother's womb. I have seen you before, but you haven't seen me. My name is Anje. Anje moved out of the panacea rhetoric again. With the calm expression of a rational personality, most people would indeed be convinced. Pupa Ihwa walked around with her hands on her back for a few steps, but she kept staring at Anje. You are lying. I hadn't noticed that you looked at me before. Anje's heart spit out old blood. What kind of ghost power is this? Can you perceive who is staring at you? I saw you on a document. Anje had a clever idea, and said softly, Archive of the Magic City ability. Pupa Ihwa's eyes narrowed. That file, not everyone is qualified to look at it. Who are you? Humph. I'm afraid you don't believe it. Brother is the only son of the Duke, what can I see? Okay, it's blown up. The file does exist, but Anje has only seen it on his father's desk, and he is not qualified to read the contents. Is just used to prevaricate the love flower should be enough. My identity, I can't say. Anje chuckled lightly and shook his head. Pupa Ihwa glanced at Anje, but nodded indifferently. Anje's identity has nothing to do with her at all. Seeing that the Fuhwawa was finally dealt with, Anje was relieved. Smart girls can't handle well. By the way, thank you for your help. Pupa Ihwa kicked the pebble on the road lightly, expressing his gratitude to Anje very indifferently. It's just easy, in fact, I've already arrived. You are brave, or stupid. I am dizzy. Are you complimenting me or hurting me? Is it hurting me? And since it's already here, why don't you make it sooner? Anje suddenly felt like being watched as a monkey show. Pupa Ihwa is indeed a stranger, and Anje has long recognized it in the original book. Seeing Anje's expression of eating turtles, Pupa Ihwa suddenly smiled. Well, I won't be held accountable for what you lied about, and I also lied, and your performance really shocked me. Goodbye, Ans. Is it right? Are you convinced by my performance? Love flower sauce. No, I have to leave some deep impression on her. The soul of Anje's house is thinking wildly, and it is quite hard. Goodbye. And, Anje suddenly sighed slightly, looking straight into the eyes of Ihwa. Please don't weigh the misfortunes of the past on your memory. Pupa Ihwa's body shook slightly, and he stared at Anje suddenly, but said nothing. After a long time, she turned around and quickly disappeared from Anje's sight. It is a pity that Lyman, who is playing in the early spring, looks at Bubro Ihwa walking away. She still wants to take the ladder to deal with the devil. Anje's expression did not fluctuate, but he was indeed regretful, but he hadn't said anything yet. Suddenly 2 more figures appeared in front of him. Scared? Anje couldn't help but backed up 2 steps, and was shocked by the sudden change. What? Where is the evildoer? He made a defensive gesture with a long sword, and he was already turned a little by the half-devil. But when he saw the incoming person clearly, his mouth suddenly opened slightly, and the long sword fell directly to the ground. Shirai Kuriko, and Misaka Mikoto? Anje swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and was stunned by the sudden encounter. Early spring. Are you okay? Teleport directly with Shirai Kuriko. Misaka Mikoto saw Chihara Shirai standing next to Ans and immediately cared. I'm fine, Misaka-senpai, Anje-kun saved me. Misaka Mikoto was taken aback, and could not help turning his gaze to Anje, but did not feel the energy fluctuations from the latter. Anje was suddenly excited when he saw this brown girl with shoulder-length hair and short hair. Ahem. Be calm. Pretend that you don't know. Canon sister. Sister Canon. I am your fan. I'm so porridge, you. I really want to be powered by you. Hello, senior sister, my name is Anje, and I am a student of the Magic Capital Academy. At this time, it is obvious that Anje's house spirit cannot be released. Oh? Thank you for saving Hatsuharu. My name is Misaka Mikoto. Misaka Mikoto thanked him, and then stretched out his right hand. Anje put a smile on his face, and politely stretched out his hand for a shake. As for what this guy is thinking in his heart, it's too dirty to say. Oh, it's so good to have a rational personality. He. This guy has completely forgotten about his resistance to rational personality. At this time, Anje suddenly felt a strange line of sight. He was shocked, but he saw Shirai Kuriko faintly looking at the hand he was holding with Misaka Mikoto. The meaning was difficult to understand. Hold the grass. Anje was so scared that he quickly let go of Misaka Mikoto's hand. He forgot, but Kuriko. Well. Count this great ape reality. Seeing Anje let go of his hand, Baijing Kuriko secretly said in his heart, I must guard, duo, and protect, Zo, the chastity of my sister. That, Misaka-senpai. Chu-chun said on the side, that demon. Don't worry. That guy dared to play with the great sunspot. Shirai Kuriko gritted his teeth while grunting, and suddenly showed a idiot, but it's okay. I called my sister. Sister, elder sister. You will help the black man out of anger, right? In the enviable eyes in Anje's heart, Kuriko threw directly into Misaka Mikoto's arms, rubbing her face against her chest. Rub. Rub. Hold the grass. Okay, so envious. Oh, Lord Heezy, I also want to. Anje swallowed wildly in his heart, but the expression on his face was very cooperative and made an embarrassment with Chu-chun chilly. Misaka Mikoto's expression slowly darkened, an indigo current suddenly burst out of her body, and Shirai Kuriko suddenly gasped and flew out. Ahem! When you beat your mother, it breaks. Misaka Mikoto's annoyed voice came. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com stared at Shirai Kuriko who was flying out with a fierce look. Shirai Kuriko knelt down on the ground, a certain part was raised high, and he let out a grievance word. Obviously it's just to exchange feelings. No roadblocks? Anje slowly turned his head, the picture is so beautiful, the posture is perfect. But why, seeing this picture with my own eyes, there is an urge to cry. Tears run. Chu-chun chilly smiled awkwardly, I will go after that demon. You can rest in early spring, I'll look for it. Misaka Mikoto took out a small optical brain, plugged in the data cable, and the other end of the line was connected to her head, which part was forgotten, and the picture on the optical brain suddenly flashed crazily in the next second. And smacked in his heart, all of them are top computer hackers, that's enough. Not long, Misaka Mikoto put down the light brain in his hand, looked at Shirai Kuriko and said, in the center of the magic city, the energy station. Shirai Kuriko's face condensed, the energy station? Isn't there a guardian magic circle there? How can the demon get in? So how do I know? Misaka Mikoto shrugged her shoulders indifferently, and she lifted the short hair on her shoulders, and a glimmer of electric light flashed through her hair and fingertips. Too handsome. But, our discipline committee did not have permission to enter there either. Shirai Kuriko looked embarrassed. Anje suddenly said, I can take you in. When the three of them heard the words, they all looked over in surprise, their eyes full of unbelief. Anje smiled mysteriously. Just kidding, son of a dignified duke, is there any place he can't go to? Okay, bragging again, at least King Arthur's palace, he dare not go. Chapter 16, The Pulsating Light at Your Fingertips. Madu, Energy Station. Teleport over with Shirai Kuriko, Anje couldn't help but shook his body slightly, slowly adapting to the illusion of the sudden change in space. Is this space movement? Anje was surprised in his heart, sighing that this kind of ability is really cool. Chuchun Shirai had no combat effectiveness, so he didn't follow. Misaka Mikoto, who was moving in the same space, looked at the energy station in front of him, with a dignified look in his eyes. This is one of the three major energy stations of the Magic City. Because one of the energy stations is dedicated to the Magic City Academy, this energy station is responsible for nearly half of the energy supply of the Magic City. Fighting here is a little in the way, she said softly, a little depressed. Anje also had a headache when he heard the latter's whisper. Speaking of it, if there really is a business trip here, the self who brought them in will be educated by his old duke. But, leave it alone. Wouldn't it be enough to kill the devil? Who dares to do what about himself? Ans shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and walked to the energy station, and soon a wall of purple light appeared, blocking him. From a distance, the purple light wall is actually a big mask, covering the entire energy station. Was blocked by him, and Anje was not surprised. He knows that this is the defense system of the energy station. Because of this, there is no one defending the extremely important energy station, which shows people's trust in this defense system. It's just that Ans feels a little weak to complain. In fact, I believe that with the computer technology of Rika and Misaka Mikoto, this defense system may take some time. Is their identity, so they will not do it. It seems that the management of Magic City is really arrogant. Anje thought in his heart, but he pressed one hand on the light wall, and suddenly a subtle magical energy poured into his body. A light screen slowly appeared on the light wall. Name, Ankides Angus Ans, Identity Authorization, S Level, Management Authorization, S Level, Emergency Authorization, A Level. HT3245 intelligently serves you, please order. Hearing the words of intelligence, Anje showed a faint smile on his face. Authorization, grant Shirai Kuriko, Misaka Mikoto A-level access permission. The light screen flashed, and the information of Misaka Mikoto and Shirai Kuriko was quickly listed. Anje just scanned it at random and didn't care. Well, the information of both of them can be learned by themselves, maybe it is more complete than the system database storage. With a soft sound, Anje's eyebrows are lightly raised, and it's done. He turned around with a smile, waved at the two behind him, and stepped into the back of the light wall first. Misaka Mikoto and Shirai Kuriko saw this, and followed them. After seeing that the defense system was really not activated, they couldn't help but glance at Anje in surprise. Needless to say, Anje's pride in his heart, after Misaka Mikoto came in, he directly focused on the high tower in the center of the energy station. You stay here. Misaka Mikoto whispered to Ans, and then Shirai Kuriko took her space to the high tower. Ans heard Misaka Mikoto scream from a distance, and an extremely violent current rushed out of her body instantly. The stab of the electric current was heard, and Anja looked at Misaka Mikoto, who was full of electric currents, but his heart was full of longing. This kind of power is worthy of being the strongest and invincible Princess Denjiki. Come out! Misaka Mikoto stomped suddenly, and the current instantly spread from the tower to the bottom. The blue arc of light leaped on the tower and passed quickly along the tower, and a roar suddenly sounded. A lot of green liquid suddenly seeped out of the iron frame of the tower body on the iron tower, where electricity passed everywhere. Shirai Kuriko stood on the roof of a building not far away, watching the liquid seeping from the iron tower, suddenly let out a chuckle, twisted his body a few times with his hands on his chest, his face flushed with mystery. Hey, elder sister's current is comfortable, right? Hello. Be reserved, he's a SA. Seeing Shirai Kuriko's movements, Ans couldn't help being speechless. Secretly complaining, seeing this big guy's performance feels that everyone is drunk. On the iron tower, those green liquids kept seeping out, and finally slowly condensed in the air, becoming the green demon that Anja had seen earlier. It is nearly 3 meters tall and has hands and feet like humans, but they are all surprisingly big. It has no skin or hair, and it's covered in mucus. It can be as disgusting as it is. As it condensed, a wisp of devilish energy slowly radiated from it, and Anja quickly stepped back, for fear of getting the devilish energy even though he was far away from it. Disgusting guy! Mikoto Misaka walked down the outer wall of the tower with electricity entangled in her body. Seeing this scene, Anja suddenly slapped his lips, knowing that the latter can attach himself to an object by virtue of its electromagnetic ability. It would be nice if I could replicate the abilities of Sister Canon. Anja suddenly had such a thought in his heart, and then he couldn't control his thoughts. He just sighed helplessly when he thought of the cheating copy conditions. I'm tired. The demon roared, with intense fear in his eyes. It can be seen that its momentum is far weaker than Misaka Mikoto, and the combat effectiveness between the two is obviously much worse. Misaka Mikoto is a Tier 5 capable person, and this demon is at most a Tier 4 middle upper. Misaka Mikoto walked down from the tower, her body surged with a powerful current, which looked terrifying. Suddenly, Anja heard an alarm sound from the electronic equipment nearby. A high-intensity energy accumulation is sensed. Ans was startled, and after seeing the electricity accumulated on Misaka Mikoto, his heart suddenly became clear. Suddenly, he had an idea, and immediately turned off the energy supply with management authority. After the alarm sounded 3 times, it stopped, and the low-power emergency energy source was activated. Upon seeing this, Anja clapped his hands and saw Misaka Mikoto slowly raising his hands. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. There will be energy soon, don't worry. Slowly raised his right hand, Misaka Mikoto's clothes swayed wildly out of thin air, and her short brown hair was flying, looking very handsome. Is just under the skirt, those beige safety pants are really hot eyes. See the real thunder. With Misaka Mikoto's soft drink, an extremely large and violent blooming blue column snakes down in the sky above the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise like the collapse of the sky, and Anja couldn't help covering his ears tightly, but he was still dizzy. But his heart is incredibly crazy, watching the thunder light falling from the sky, full of enthusiasm. Hold the grass! Hold the grass! Sister Pao, I love you! Under this terrifying thunder light, the half-demon roared and activated defensive magic, but it was useless. Its body is directly gasified. The terrifying energy blasted and killed the half-devil and dispersed, and the natural disaster defense system of the energy station was activated instantly. Ans smiled at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the aftermath of Misaka's attack would be treated as a natural disaster. The overflowing electric current was quickly absorbed, and the energy supply of the Magic City unexpectedly showed an explosive growth. Anja raised his eyebrows lightly, turned on the energy supply again, and grinned. Okay, The incident was successfully resolved. But he saw Misaka Mikoto staring at the ground after the energy dissipated, frowning impatiently. "Isn't dead yet?" she muttered softly, and saw a fist-sized black bead heading away at a fast speed. Shirai Kuriko saw this, touched his thigh, took out a few short arrows and was about to attack, but saw that the black bead had escaped her attack range. "Damn it!" She cursed softly, and was about to move the space to catch up, but saw Misaka Mikoto lightly swing her hand, took out a coin from her body and bounced it into the air. "Is this?" Anje's eyes widened instantly. "The electric light pulsating between your fingers." Chapter 17, Ordinary but Not Peaceful Life. "Is my unchanging belief in this life Anje called loudly in his heart, even under the control of forced rationality, his eyes were still full of enthusiasm. The coin flicked high into the air, and Anje seemed to be able to hear its soft moan. Misaka Mikoto reached out her hand and clasped her fingers, an array of lightning gathered on her hand. The wind was violent, the terrifying wind and waves stirred up, and the coin directly surpassed the speed of sound, and the air seemed to be distorted in a sharp trajectory. Anje's heart suddenly became calm, watching the trajectory fly out quickly, feeling that time seemed to have become eternal at this moment. "Only me super electromagnetic gun, forever." Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the demon core that had already flown away was caught up in an instant, blasted into a black mist, and then dispersed by the air of the electromagnetic cannon. Ended. Ans watched the black fog disperse and slowly sat on the ground. Too much happened today. Adding up all the events he has experienced before, none of them are as exciting as they are today. The setting sun gradually fell, Anje looked at the two girls standing in the distance with their skirts fluttering, and suddenly a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Well, it's not a blessing to have such an experience. It's just that my strength is too weak." Anje looked at his hand in a daze. "I also want to fight with them. Go and protect them." "Hey, let's go." Misaka Mikoto walked over and said while watching Ans sitting there. Rising from the ground, Anje smiled bitterly, "I'm not called Hey, my name is Anjet." "Well, it's all the same. The sunspot is gone." Ans smiled and nodded, not dissatisfied with Misaka Mikoto's words. She is such a temperament, with a boy-like personality. Now it seems that I have really met them. Shirai Kuriko took the arms of the two of them, and disappeared directly into the energy station in the next moment. In the distance, the sound of the alarm being lifted spread throughout the magic city. High buildings slowly rose from the ground, the flow of people and vehicles slowly poured out, and the magic capital gradually returned to its previous prosperity. Anje stood on the top of a tall building, looking down on the changes in the capital city, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion in her heart. Is this my future life? I don't know when it is possible to die, but I still run daily for life. There may be blood, but it is also possible, it will still be as plain as before. But, I have found the guardian I want. Anje's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt very open-minded. Going back, Anje took out his mobile phone and prepared to call Shiuzaya's Haikyuu, but found that the communication was still restricted. It's really troublesome. Forget it, just go back. Walking to the door of the rooftop of the building, Anje suddenly discovered a very serious problem. The door is locked, then how am I going to get down? Cow, Shirai Kuriko. You absolutely deliberately retaliate against me. Anje knelt down on the ground, didn't he just shook Sister Pao's little hand? Ooh. After returning to the residence, it was late at night. Anje rushed back to the apartment and quickly opened the door of the room. Shiu? Really white? Anje called out loudly, but did not see anyone. His heart sank, could it be? Well. A soft groan suddenly sounded, and two small heads with messy hair emerged from behind the sofa. Khan, actually fell asleep. It's great, luckily it's all there. Anjet exhaled long. Zayas Hikiyoshiu saw Anjet, the confusion in his eyes slowly disappeared. Anjet, you are finally back. I fell asleep accidentally. Sheena was really white with tousled hair. After seeing Anjet, he nodded gently, I know, Anjet will be fine. Anjet shook his body slightly, and suddenly his nose was slightly sour when he saw the phone they were guarding. Are they waiting for themselves to go home? The emotions almost got out of control, and a deep warmth emerged in his heart. Anjet had a strong urge to hold them in his arms. But forced rationality still made a good choice for him. Sorry, I'm back late. Anjet gently touched Sheena's white head and straightened her messed up hair. His tone was extremely gentle, are you sleepy? Go to sleep. Senior Shiyu, I worry about you, sorry. Kazuma Jayakashiya watched Anjet touch Sheena's white head, and his heels knocked on the floor subconsciously. Well, it's okay. She straightened her hair herself, as if thinking of something. Xiao's face suddenly showed an inexplicable smile. Now, Anjet-jun, I just heard someone call my name directly. Anjet was taken aback. He was anxious just now, as if he had called them by their names directly. Right? Nana Anjet-kun, can I say that you actually have a beast you in your heart, and you are plotting against your predecessors? Or is it that you are actually springing and want to have a song and tearful love story? Zayas Hikiyoshiya was sitting on the sofa, her long legs wrapped in black silk gently rubbing, and the Erlang's legs were gently shaking. So, senior sister, don't be so explicit. I can't stand you being so careful. I'm going to have a nosebleed. That was. Sorry. The expression on Anjet's face was full of cramped, reading www.uuganshu.com bowed 90 degrees under the control of rational personality. Zayas Hikiyoshiya's smile slowly became apparent, the corners of her mouth curled up with a sharp curve, and her eyes were full of smiles. This guy secretly painted his own portrait and wrote a song for himself. Humph. Can't tell Anjet. After a period of life and death, Anjet finally returned to his room. He fell straight on the bed and let out a long sigh. This kind of life is really ecstatic. But, I really like it. He. Anjet thought happily, but his eyelids slowly became heavy. Today's experience made him extremely tired, and the choice between life and death, needless to say, the body is tired, the heart is also tired. But, this long day has finally passed. In the murmur, Anjet's consciousness gradually blurred. I don't know how long time has passed. In the endless faint, Anjet suddenly felt something heavy falling around him. It's just that under heavy fatigue, he didn't even think about what it was. Subconsciously rolled over and hugged him in his arms, only feeling extremely soft and comfortable. The object in his arms seemed to move, and stopped moving. Anjet's mouth slowly turned a faint curve. I don't know what kind of dreams he is dreaming. One night's time passed so slowly. When the morning sun entered the room through the window, Anjet's consciousness woke up faintly. After a night of deep sleep, Anjet only felt very refreshed. With a light movement of his palm, Anjet noticed something was wrong. What is it, so soft? Anjet opened his eyes with a puzzled look, and suddenly heard Anjet's strange screams throughout the apartment. Yet. Chapter 18, What's the rhythm of a car rollover? A new day has begun. Sasanayakawa slowly climbed out of the bed, habitually looked up at the calendar, and the decadent eyes under the messed hair slowly recovered to clearness. Yes. Today is the day when Love Metronome is updated. Sasanayakawa arbitrarily cleaned up a few times, took out a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and poured it into his stomach, and walked out of the room with a flip-flop. There is a bookstore not far from his home. When Suseo walked there slowly, the owner of the shop was directing a civilian mecha to move the boulder in front of the shop. Yo! Nayakawa, early. Morning, are you? Suzuo opened his mouth while looking at the huge stone in front of the store owner, and asked. The owner of the shop is a pretty uncle, he smiled. Yesterday the demon invaded, and the demon hunter missed something at the door of my store during the battle. I'll take care of it. Hey! Those arrogant guys! Sasa Nayakawa snorted coldly, seemingly very upset with those demon hunters. Nayakawa, you can't say this in person. The shop owner smiled. Those demon hunters are all capable people, and it is not surprising that ordinary people like them look down upon them. Although you can't kill all in one shot, it's true in general. Well, you know, I'm not stupid, I won't offend people for nothing. Besides, I really don't have any abilities. Sasa Nayakawa thought so helplessly in his heart. He walked into the bookstore, went straight to the shelf of the Metronome of Love, bought a copy and sat down quietly flipping it. Although I don't want to admit it, only reading can make my heart calm. This book is not suitable for the current mood. Teacher Xiaoshizi is so sensational, I just want to cry. Helplessly put down the book, Suzuo glanced around the bookstore boredly. Okay? Suddenly he noticed that there were a batch of new books on the shelves next to them, and they were very beautifully packaged. The Legend of Wukong. Suzuo stepped forward to take a look, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The book is well packaged under the cover film, and there is a vivid cover picture. He is familiar with the characters on it, too, Tang Seng, teacher and apprentice, and Bai Longma. It's just that the expressions of the masters and apprentices are so peculiar. Especially such a pretty Gaku, such a handsome Tang Seng. Susa Nayakawa came to be interested, his eyes fell on the line under the cover of the book, and his body shook lightly. I want this day, I can't cover my eyes. Let the Buddhas disappear in smoke. This. Sasa Nayakawa was stunned there, just seeing this passage, there was an illusion of blood flowing back in his body. What a domineering remark, Suzuo's eyes lit up, completely aroused. He directly took out the mainland currency and threw it into the smart toll collection machine, and hurried back home with the books. Tearing open the cover film, Suzuo read it with some expectation, but he didn't expect that when he entered the text, he saw the four masters and apprentices frantically talking. What the is this at the beginning? Suzuo looked dumbfounded, but couldn't help being attracted by the content of the teacher-disciple chat, slowly getting deeper and deeper. Don't you think this sunset is beautiful? Only by looking at this can I keep going westward every day. As he turned back, his brows became tighter and his reading speed became slower and slower. In the end, he was browsing almost word by word. Until the last one was finished, Suzuo couldn't help but feel a little lost. When the time of 500 years is just a scam, why do the characters in the void time suffer and why are they happy? A 500-year-old scam. It's a pity that a man like Tianzong like Wukong. It's a pity that an eternal like Xianzang. Sasa Nayakawa muttered to himself, only feeling that his heart was so surging that he couldn't calm down for a long time. He couldn't help turning on the computer and logging into the literature reading forum. But I didn't think, there are already many posts about the legend of Wukong. Fujian's new book The Story of Wukong, forgive me for not understanding it. I didn't understand +1, but the content is really domineering. It makes me excited. I've seen half of it, the two monkeys are hurting each other. It's not clear who is good and who is bad. So, Mr. Anjet, this author, what does he want to express? This. Sasa Nayakawa read one by one, his eyes full of surprise. How long has it been since it was published, and there is such a fever? The story of Wukong has started to set off a storm. More and more people know about the story of Wukong and the author, Anjet. But our righteous master, at this time, looked at the bed with a dazed expression. True white sauce, why is it in my bed? Was awakened by Anjet's scream, Sheena opened his eyes and slowly sat up. The buttons of the silk pajamas had been unraveled some time ago, revealing a large area of white skin. I pour. Wow! The great power of the old man, ah! Anje couldn't help covering his nose, for fear that he would have a nosebleed. Ans, good morning. Is it time to say good morning? Anje, under the control of his rational personality, pulled up the quilt and put it on Zhenbai, screaming in a daze. What? Hey? I'm asking you. Why are you in my bed? Anje tugged his hair, and he kept thinking about last night. Is there anything happening? It doesn't seem to feel at all. Yesterday. You read www.yuyuganshu.com and wait for Anje to come back. Very sleepy. I slept with Shiba. Sheena Mashiro's tone was flat, with an extremely calm expression from beginning to end. Oh. It's all normal so far. And then. Shia grabbed my quilt. I can't sleep. So that's why you came to sleep with me. Anje covered his face and completely convinced the girl who had no common sense of life. Anyone who refuses to obey you will obey you. Yet. Sheena Mashiro responded softly, stepping off the bed, and the spring light that was blocked by the quilt suddenly leaked out again. Stop! Put on my clothes well. Anje helps me get it. You have to take this yourself. Forget about it. Ah! Wear it for me. Please wear it for me. Anje's expression was broken, and he felt helpless. Although I knew Zhenbai's character a long time ago, it was really my turn to take care of her, and only then did I realize how the facts would be. Anje? Have you seen it really white? I haven't found her everywhere. Zai's Hikiyoshiu's shout came, Anje was startled, and before he could make a move, the door suddenly opened. As soon as the senpai opened the door, the atmosphere inside felt frozen. Anje stood there with a petrified expression. Sheena Shiro slightly tilted his head. And the moment Kazumajayaka Shiu saw the two, the whole person also fell into a sluggish state. I'm down. Shiba senpai is going to be broken. Hello. You can't knock on the door before you come in. Now it's not a question of knocking or not knocking at the door. I'll go. This is the rhythm of overturning. Chapter 19, Oviparous Animals That Just Want to Breed. Anje's heart collapsed. Seeing the astonishment on Zai's Hikiyoshiu's face, she didn't know how to speak for a while. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. 3 people stood there silently, Anje with messy hair and naked torso. Sheena Mashiro's pajamas opened wide, revealing a lot of spring light, but there was no concealment. Just like this, his hair looked a little messy. Oh, it's over. It's hard to clean up after jumping into the Yellow River. Is there a Yellow River here to make me jump? Ans was wailing in his heart. The old driver's car turned so abruptly. You. Hey, Anjur-jun, don't you plan to explain it to me? In the end, Xiao's Hikiyoshiu spoke first, but the latter's seemingly plain tone made Anje feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but shifted his gaze to Sheena Mashiro, but when the latter saw Ans looking over, he actually learned to turn his gaze in the same direction. There was no one there. I'm looking at you. Anje groaned. Seeing the latter's calm expression, Anje couldn't help holding his forehead. Senior Shiu, how can you trust me? Anje said with a hint of crying. Well, let's talk about it first. Let me hear how you prove that you are not an oviparous animal whose mind is full of reproduction. Brain reproduction, oviparous animals. Is this cursing me a beast? Did you understand it wrong? Shiba senpai. Can I say that it was you and Genbei who grabbed the quilt and she came to me? I said I didn't do anything. Do you believe it? I said I really don't know anything. Anje said more and more without confidence, his head drooped weakly. Tuesday. Zyashiki Yoshida folded his arms and leaned against the door with his eyelids drooping, but the heels began to hit the floor again. Anne screamed inwardly, "How can you believe me? True white sauce, you say something, hello." Shina Mashiro tilted his head slightly and looked very cute, say? Tell Shiba. Is there anyone else here? Anja couldn't help holding his heart. Shina Mashiro slowly walked towards Kazumajaya Kashiwa, his expression still unchanged, and his eyes were very pure. In the past, there were girls all around, and a good friend of men, Anja was the first. Hey? What are you talking about? Zyashiki Yoshida was shocked and asked. It used to be all around. It's not this. Why do you want to tell me this? Anja said he wanted me to tell you this first. But... Zyashiki Yoshida looked up helplessly, it has nothing to do with the current situation, right? Shina really didn't understand, she just tilted her head again, Shiba, very strange. Zyashiki Yoshida. Only I don't want to be said that by you. She waved her hand weakly, and after a day of contact, she also understood Shina's true white character. She was a girl with no common sense of life. When was disturbed by her, the unhappiness in my heart suddenly disappeared. Glancing at Anja could only smile wryly. This can be regarded as, over the difficult time. Go get dressed. Zyashiki Yoshida helped Junbei arrange her pajamas and said. Shina was really white but did not move, Ans doesn't want me to wear it. Grandma, please don't trouble me. Anja vomited blood in his heart and howled. You didn't choose it yourself, okay? Why, what do you mean by these strange words, sir? Anja burst into tears, and forced his rational personality to be on the verge of collapse, not to mention the thoughts in his heart. Ah, you are lazy. I said, Anja is my owner. Zyashiki Yoshida's face went dark, I will take care of you from now on. The two walked out of the room, leaving Anja with a wry smile on his face. Ah! Unfortunately. Anja held his forehead with one hand and sighed. Putting on his clothes dumbfounded, Anja's cell phone rang suddenly, and when he picked it up, he found that it was Moni's call. Hello, this is Anja. Teacher Anja. Have you watched the forum? As soon as he got on the phone, Anja heard the excited voice of the Undead River editor, and couldn't help taking the phone farther away. Well, I haven't read it yet. Is something wrong? He replied weakly. The story of Wukong has sold nearly 100,000 copies. Many people on the forum are discussing your book. Oh, this way, I'll go and see it. Anja said flatly and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Mamoto on this end of the phone was stunned. Why is this person so calm? Anja was actually surprised, but he was surprised that it only took 3 hours to sell nearly 100,000. As for what people think of the legend of Wukong, he doesn't care at all. Speaking of it, he is just a copywriter. No matter how great the book is, he doesn't think it has much to do with him. At least, he thought so. What he cares about is just how many popularity points he has gained. Mind opened the system panel, Anja's eyes fell on the popularity value column, but he was surprised to find that the popularity value turned out to be more than 1.5 million. Hey? So much? Where did the 500,000 come from? Anja was a little bit wrong, a person only has 10 popularity points, and 1 million if he is full of 100,000 books, right? Anja's brows narrowed, his eyes lit up, and he remembered the song he had uploaded. Thinking of this, he logged on to the Magic Music Network and found the song he uploaded. Sure enough, that song has soared to the top 100 in the ranking. Anja couldn't help but touched his chin, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Well, these works really shine no matter where they are. Anja's cell phone vibrated slightly, and after logging into music.com, a message kept coming, all of them were looking for Nje to talk about cooperation. He just glanced at it casually and didn't care. As a dead house, Nje is very bad at communicating with people, so he chooses to ignore such things. Even so, some ways to quickly gain popularity will be lost. Well, go to the forum to see what the book is like. Ans opened the door and planned to borrow Zayas Hikiyoshiu's computer. The optical brain he bought has not yet arrived. As soon as he opened the door, he found that Kazumajayaka Shiu was sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs upright, unabashedly stretching her seductive body. She seemed to be still in anger. Seeing Nje coming out, she said faintly, "Just now, a guy who claimed to be the head of Motive Music Network called me and said he was looking for you." "Look for me? What are you doing?" "Who knows? Why did he hit me?" Sorry. I wrote a song when I was bored. When I uploaded it, the emergency contact wrote your contact information." Nje scratched his head and quickly apologized. "Oh." Zayas Hikiyoshiu's long black silk legs overlapped in a different direction. She stared at Nje with a pair of slanting eyes, and her tone of voice suddenly became uncomfortable. "So, is it a song I wrote when I was boring?" Nje stared at Zayas Hikiyoshiu with a look of ill will, and suddenly felt a thud in his heart. Did you provoke her? Chapter 20, 10 Incense Surprise. An awkward expression on Nje's face was stared at by Shiu Kazumajayaka's kind eyes. He glanced at his surroundings. Shina Mashiro seemed to run to the room to draw comics again, and Kazumajayaka Shiba's computer was on and music was playing. This song, it seems that I sang it. Nje couldn't help but scratched his head, thinking that the latter was angry that he gave her contact information to others without her consent, so he apologized again and again. He didn't know, Zayas Hikiyoshiu thought this song was written for her. The joy of being filled with joy is broken so ruthlessly by him, it is strange that people will be happy. Nje sat in front of the computer and turned off the music. I don't know why, there is always a sense of shame when listening to myself sing. Especially this is a song copied by myself. Nje shook his head in his heart. Well, anyway, he's in another world, let him go. Logged into the literary forum, Nje saw the countless posts at a glance, took a casual glance, and she found that many people were discussing Wukong biography. Clicked and opened a few top posts, all discussing the content of the novel. The story of Wukong is a very subversive novel, and it is difficult for people with no experience to understand it. Therefore, even in this world, people's evaluation of this book is mixed. Some people admire loudly, and some criticize the works in a mess and shit. It has been on sale for longer and more people have noticed this book that has set off a craze as soon as it is on sale, and its popularity has suddenly become more and more popular. Nje looked at people's comments, but he was completely holding the mentality of a bystander, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Whatever you discuss, I just count my popularity value. Nje looked at the increasing popularity value on the system interface, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more obvious. Shiu Kazumajayaka, who was on the side of, saw Nje's expression like this, but she also felt a little puzzled in her heart. In her opinion, as an author, her works are watched and judged by others, so this expression shouldn't be the right thing to do. So many people are discussing your work, don't you have any ideas? Thinking. Nje was taken aback and shook his head with a smile. He didn't have any thoughts, he copied the book, how could he understand that great God's thoughts? But since he is in this world, let's behave like this. His performance is indeed a bit unreasonable. Logged into the account casually, Nje directly published a long discussion. I'm Nje, the author of The Legend of Wukong. I can't stand that in Journey to the West, there are only monsters, and your sister. Some people say that The Legend of Wukong subverts the Journey to the West. In fact, I don't feel subverted at all. I think what I wrote is the most authentic Journey to the West. The Journey to the West is a very tragic story. It is about a group of people on the road looking for what they lost in the past. The ideal story, not the one shown in some of our adaptations, is a mediocre story like beating monsters and telling jokes. Anja quickly typed words on the keyboard, and at the beginning, he came directly with an Earth-like greeting. And this passage is actually the author's own words. Anja felt inexplicably happy when he first saw it before, but at this time it was the best catalyst to assist in this storm. Wrote a lot of text cracklingly, and Anja chose to publish it without hesitation. Suddenly, an announcement that Anja had published a post appeared on the entire forum section. Hey? What the hell? Anja was dumbfounded and watched that the newly posted post was instantly forwarded by the entire forum, and was stunned there for a while. What's the situation? On the side of, Sasuke Yoshida witnessed the incident throughout the whole process, and his eyes widened. You are actually a top exclusive account. Sasuke Yoshida stared at Anja. What is your house, the bottom of it? Top exclusive, it is the most advanced VIP account published by terminals on the entire network, which is common to all websites. Such people are all powerful and wealthy. Forget this. Anja looked at the shiny golden account name on the internet and sighed involuntarily for a moment. Sometimes pretense always appears inadvertently. I don't want to. In fact, Anja is laughing wildly in his heart. Wow, haha. I love this identity. Shia Senior, it's not that I want to hide from you, I just can't say about it now, I'm sorry. Anja gently shook his head. Although he was really proud, his rational personality answered him well. Sasuke Yoshida was non-committal, and Anja's post directly caused a new storm. Golden account, it is rare to see on the whole network. Now there is a person with a golden account who came to write a novel. It's hard to understand what the rich people think. The moment they saw this golden account, many people had such an idea. And Anja's remarks are also very interesting. People exploded when they saw the first sentence written by Anja. Beating your sister. Why do I have such an inexplicable sense of joy when I hear this? Very, very talented. There was a mixture of online mermaid. As soon as Anja's full forum announcement post came out, it became popular. Not long after, a long comment appeared. It was quickly pushed up by someone. Anja clicked on it with interest, but his comments are positive. Teacher Anja's words touched me deeply. When I think about it carefully, the monsters really said the same as the teacher during the journey to the West. UU reading www.uuganshu.com is only divided into the brothers who worshipped Monkey King and the monsters arranged by the heavenly gods. Observe God and go west, 9 or 9 difficulties. On the contrary, suppression of 500 years will not lead to a good death. From this perspective, it turns out that God is really so hateful. Just like some people in this world. Hello, although you are right, is it really good to be so straightforward? Anja smiled bitterly in his heart, but there is no restriction on the internet anyway. Looking at the other party's account, Anja found that the latter was still the owner of a silver account. However, after seeing the latter's account name, Anja couldn't help but suddenly leaned back. Snow, snow under the snow. Anja almost didn't roll off the seat, and Sasuke Yoshida on one side was shocked. Do you know this person? No. I don't know. How could I not know? Yakoshita Yukino, a girl who is as beautiful as you and who is also full of black silk legs and poisonous tongue skills. Anja said so in his heart. Sasuke Yoshida leaned over, looked at the latter's comments carefully, and nodded. When she read Anja's writing, she felt the same. Swexy is a well-known critic in literary forums. The latter's reading volume can be said to be massive, so she must be recognized by many people, even more convincing than Anne's own explanation. At this time, there was a soft sound again, and another golden account posted a post, which attracted an announcement from the entire forum. The golden account swiped across the screen, and everyone in the forum saw what the person sent. Night Sword God Juxiang, Monkey King? What is it? Is it edible? Chapter 21, 1 It was so amazing from the beginning. The line of gold-plated fonts floated across the screen, and the forum was silent. Then, the monstrous replies directly filled the post, but in a short moment, there were thousands of more replies. The princess is surprised. Princess. Princess. Wife. Come out and see the angel. Go away upstairs. The princess is the cutest elves, but angels are so cute. You upstairs will be beaten to death by the angels, the identification is complete. In the apartment, Anja stared at the web page that had become frozen in an instant, and did not recover at all. He rubbed his eyes and made sure that he had not misread the glyph of the shiny golden name like his account. My dear? Shixiang, the of Night Swords? Is this real? I'm still dreaming. In this world, is there a Yatagamishika? She, the race seems to be an elf. Here, are there elves, such magical creatures? Senior Shiu, do you know this person? Princess, is her code name? Anja couldn't help but asked Xiangxiajikai Shiu softly. Judging from the replies of those on the forum, the latter seemed to be very famous. Well, of course you know. Yatagami Shixiang, the only princess of the elves, is not a code name. Hey? Don't you know her? I won't ask you if I know it. Anja muttered like this in his heart. If he hadn't had a rational personality, he would have jumped up. On the forum, due to the sudden appearance of the Yatagami Shixiang, the topic was completely deviated, and Anja reluctantly discovered that his popularity value was rising slowly. The whole forum is discussing what is delicious. Is this the contagiousness of the 10 fragrant eaters? Okay. Not convinced. Anja reluctantly turned off the web page. Although he remembered the of Night Swords, but the identity of the latter is the princess of the family here, it is not that you can see it if you want to. In desperation, Anja could only put it in his heart. Anyway, since I know it, I will always meet. Just as he thought of getting up, the computer flashed, and a human figure appeared. Anja was shocked and startled. However, he saw the person gently respecting his body and said, Master Anja, I haven't seen him for a long time. The image of people in the picture is facing Anja, which is very respectful and courteous. Although both of them were taken aback, they soon recovered. Looking at the person in the screen, Anja frowned slightly, knowing that the latter was found through his login account. Uncle Ling. The middle-aged man named Uncle Ling by Anja wore a black suit and looked meticulous. He lowered his head slightly. Master Anja, I have been out for so long, and I miss you very much. Ans raised his brows. Oh? Really, I wouldn't be grateful. Oh. The cheap father is here. Anja thought this way, but there was still a hint of warmth in his heart. Maybe it was the emotions of the previous life. He is not disgusted with this emotion, on the contrary, he is really longing for the feeling of family love. My lord also said that the outside is too dangerous, so I will invite Master Anja back. Ans waved his hand indifferently. Go back? Listen to him and marry the woman you have never seen before? Is it interesting? I'm fine here, what can be dangerous? Uncle Ling shook his head. I already know what happened yesterday. He waved his hand, and the picture suddenly changed. It was Anja who rushed out to block the half-devil scene in order to save Chuchun Ili. On the side of, Xia's Haikyushiu couldn't help covering her mouth, watching Anja in the screen knock the half-devil back, and then picked up the long sword and killed the half-devil. Her eyes were full of shock. Master Ens, you shouldn't go up to save people, it's too risky to do so. Anja's face slowly sank. Uncle Ling, you passed. He has a cold tone, but he has a high spirit. My decision, when will it be your turn to blame? At this moment, Anja is no longer the gentle and beautiful boy next door, but rather like those arrogant and domineering wealthy children, with domineering aura. Uncle Ling hurriedly knelt down on one knee and bowed his head slightly, holding a gift with his right hand on his chest. It's a wrong statement, please Master Hai Han. Anje's aura came and went quickly, and he waved his hand gently. Tell my father, I will go back when the time is right. So be it. Yes, leave it next. The screen changed and changed back to the normal computer desktop. Anje got up and sat on the side, silent. Xia's Haikyushiu took a look. Although she was very curious about Anje's identity, she knew that the latter would not tell her. To be honest, she was really surprised by Anje's aura just now. It seems that she still underestimated his origin. However, he is still that stupid boy, so desperate for that girl, it really makes people wonder what to say. Xia's Haikyushiu remembered the figure of Anje rushing towards the half-devil in the picture just now, and couldn't help thinking like this. There was a strange feeling in her heart, but she couldn't tell. She sat in front of the computer and opened her work to write, but her heart was always chaotic. She didn't know what she was thinking, and she couldn't write a word. Shiba-senpai, what's the matter? Anje saw Xia's Haikyushiu in a daze, and couldn't help asking. Xia's Haikyushiu shook his head. No, nothing, hey. She turned her head suddenly with a funny expression. You, what did you just call me? I didn't pay attention for a while, it seems that I was called the senior sister. I am dizzy. Looking at the inexplicable expression on Xia's Haikyushiu's face, Anje couldn't help but feel angry. Sorry www.readaloud.com, I made a mistake for a while. Anje apologized quickly. Hey, it doesn't matter. Anje-jun, call again to listen. Xia's Haikyushiu frustrated her hand, her expression getting more and more weird. Shiu-senpai. That's not it. Hi yi. Shiba-senpai. Hey. Hearing Anje's cry, Xia's Haikyushiu suddenly gasped, and her face was inexplicably red. Hey? This mystery blush is. Anje thought in his heart and couldn't help but yell again. That, senpai? What's wrong with you? No. Nothing. Xia's Haikyushiu quickly returned to her normal expression. Anje, you helped me improve the script yesterday, which gave me a lot of inspiration. Or. Anje felt a sudden heart, and suddenly saw Xia's Haikyushiu approaching and hugged him. Hey, look, didn't you confirm the outline yesterday? Now help me improve it together. Xia's Haikyushiu exhaled like musk, and the heat was exhaled on Anje's neck, causing Anje to shrink his neck. Doctors, medical soldiers. The old man's health bar is gone again. An's blood pressure rose instantly, and his brain instantly reached a state of deep excitement. Then, just come on yesterday, the heroine pulled the hero into the room. She murmured, actually pulling Anje to her room. Anje's expression is dazed, and his heart is dazed. Hey. Do you want to be so crazy from the beginning, my elder sister? Chapter 22, Do Shameful Things with Shiu. Boom. Ans was dragged into the room by Xia's Haikyushiu with a dazed face. The sound of the door closing sounded like a sledgehammer hitting his heart fiercely, causing his whole body to shake. Hey? Shiba-senpai. Isn't the story of the last time in the forest? Xia no Hokashiu's action meal. This, you think, because it needs to match the current scene, it's a change that has to be made for the sake of unity. So is it really good for you to change the script like this? Anje thought this way, but he got more and more excited. In the same room as the elder sister, but also to act the plot, hee. Have you remembered the lines? Then take yesterday's. First of all, the heroine embraced the protagonist, and the protagonist could not refuse her actions. Xia's Haikyushiu slowly leaned in and hugged Anje again, his plump figure pressed tightly, making Nje's face flushed. Too tight. I'm dizzy, what a bad line Nima. Hey, you won't be so stiff, are you? We are just hugging each other, aren't we? Zayas Hikiyoshiu said with dissatisfaction, An's body was as stiff as a mummy, but his joint was dislocated. Don't think about it, right? Let's just regular play. So it's because of who I made it happen. Oh, can we talk with rational personality? The soul of Nje's house thought silently. Hehe, didn't I say it, it's just a pure role-playing. Relax. So good. Well, senpai, do whatever you like. My 100 caddies are now yours. Nje thought this way, very excited. The fragrance of Xiao's Hikiyoshiu's body has completely driven him crazy. Ah, my brain is shaking, I'm so lazy. Then as a reward, let's add another description of touching the protagonist's hair. Don't. Let's just add a strip, When Nje thought this way, he was directly hugged by Xiao's Hikiyoshiu, and the top of his head was gently touched. Hold grass, wash, cleanser, help. Oh hey! Zayas Hikiyoshiu let out a low voice that suppressed excitement, and Nje under the rational personality finally broke free, just to see the excitement fading on the latter's face. So whose reward is this? Well, it's my reward. Ah, why did you leave so early, your rational personality? Well, in this case, there will be some discrepancies in the plot. In fact, it is the protagonist who touches the heroine's hair. Oh. Actually it's the elder sister, you want to molest me? Yes it is. But, I like it very much. He. Well. Forget it, let the protagonist take the lead from now on. Zayas Hikiyoshiu let go of Nje, thinking about the plot, he hugged her shoulders, looked at each other affectionately, and said, I will never forget about you. Well? Are you moving? Xiao's Hikiyoshiu said dissatisfied. Hey! Don't talk about such misleading verbs. Then you hurry up and hold my shoulder. Go. Come on. If you don't, let me come. Nje screamed madly in his heart, cursing his rational personality in his heart. At this time, his brain suddenly heated up, but he felt inexplicably that he could affect his rational personality. This feeling is very similar to when I forced my body to control my body yesterday. Nje was taken aback, and suddenly there was a trace of comprehension in his mind, as if Yujing had completely merged part of his rational personality. Then, Nje felt that he really affected his rational personality. The next moment his body hugged Xiao's Hikiyoshiu, and looked at her affectionately. I will never forget you. Absolutely. What? Zayas Hikiyoshiu could not help but let out an exclamation, her eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Ah! I hug the senior sister from my sincere heart. Wow haha! I go, why can't it be affected? Damn, can it only affect such a moment? Nima. What's the matter? Nje asked strangely. That's right, that's a good point. Please keep the state just now. Then it's my turn. Kazajayakashiya flushed on her face, I'm so happy, brother. I'm so happy, brother. Well. Come, an arrow in the heart of the old man. My God, is it really good for us to play shame like this? I feel like my body is floating. An's in his heart. Well, I always feel a little strange to call my brother. Yet, what should I do? Now, how about changing the setting to my age here? Just change it back when I am writing. Haha, you're happy. Nje's heart is full of smirks, I like this kind of school sister the most, hey. Which, is that so? I'm embarrassed. Nah. Let's listen to OUNEI sauce first. Xiaohiki Hoshiu said to Ans expectantly. Hold the grass. The old man's girlish heart. Anje felt ashamed for a while, even under the control of his rational personality, his face turned red. Oh you nice sauce. Oh ah. The expression on Xiaohiki Hoshiu's face could no longer be restrained, her eyes widened instantly, her mouth opened, and a low moan from her throat that was suppressed to the extreme, her face was so happy that she almost collapsed. Expression. Wow! Senpai broke down. Anje heard the latter's gasp in his heart, and his whole heart was crisped for a while. That, Shiu senior. Anje couldn't help but asked softly. Ah! That, feels good. Xiaohiki Hoshiu came back to his senses, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com coughed dryly, then next, tell me your sister to listen to it. Shiu senpai is completely playing. But I like it too. Wow haha. Keep going. Don't stop. Oh you nai, say it. Ahama. Hearing Anje's whisper, the flush on Xiaohiki Hoshiu's face almost dripped water, and her mouth made a low idiot voice, her breath completely made Anje unable to hold her back. Especially she was still writhing in An's arms, her plump body constantly rubbing An's, torturing An's extremely fragile soul of the otaku. Fortunately, Anje has a rational personality. Ano, Senior Shiu? Senior. He couldn't help but shook the Xiaohiki Hoshiu who was in his arms a few times. Ah, that. I'm sorry, sure enough, call me senior sister. Xiaohiki Hoshiu's face flushed red and whispered. Because, no matter which one, the stimulation is too strong. I feel like I will become weird. Ha ha ha. I heard it all. Anje was so happy that he could not straighten his waist, and his heart was too hot. He looked at the flushed senior sister in his arms, and felt that he was going to go. But does he think this is over? What really drives him crazy is yet to come. I saw Xiaohiki Hoshiu leave from his arms, lightly rubbing a pair of black silk legs. Then, it's the next plot. The hero and the hero talked to each other, and the heroine closed her eyes safely and relaxed on the bed. She actually slowly lay down on the bed, the school skirt fluttered, the absolute realm. Chapter 23, I'm most afraid that the air will suddenly be quiet. Anje hurriedly covered his nose, and let out a depressed growl in his throat. This Nima is too exciting. Why are you panicking there? Xiaohiki Hoshiu couldn't help staring at Anje and muttered. Who do you think it is? Okay? Oh my god! Why give me a strange thing like a rational personality? Anje is extremely sad, if not. Well. If they are all like you, it's really a bit difficult to be strong. Then there is no way. Xiaohiki Hoshiu adjusted her prone position, lying on the bed lazily, seeing Anje eagerly, but there was nothing she could do. Next, skip directly to the protagonist took off the heroine's clothes and then took off her skirt. Ah? What, after what? Anje asked subconsciously with a dazed expression. The rational personality has absolutely no way to cope with this sudden driving. Xiaohiki Hoshiu ignored him, and took off his clothes. Remember that, the buttons on the clothes should be unbuttoned. She talked to herself, and then she really started to undress. Yusuji quickly untied, revealing snow-white skin and a white object. Wait a minute! Anje suddenly screamed, rushed over at a fast speed, and lifted the quilt on the bed to cover Shiu's body. Ah, Anje-jun! So what are you thinking about, senpai? Anje said with a cried voice, it's just writing a novel, as for the real-life performance to this point. But, otherwise, I can't think of a plot. Xiaohiki Hoshiu narrowed her eyes, with a trace of regret in her tone. I don't believe it. Anjewi cried, and Xiaohiki Hoshiu was bound by the quilt and wanted to continue. His movements and expressions are all collapsed, but his heart is also extremely collapsed. Ah! Rational personality, you pig! You guys! Baga baga baga! Why should I stop, you? No. Then jump to the next plot. Next is your line. So wow. Keep going. Pretentious wow. Anje shook his body slightly as he recalled the lines he had just read. Did you forget? It's senior sister, I love you. Quick. Tell me you love me. Really, don't keep getting stuck in this place. The old man can't stand it anymore. The great power of the old man. Anje's heart was already indescribable. Do something, this is too. Study, senior sister, I love you. But I really want it in my heart. He. Ho. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's face suddenly showed a broken flush, which seemed to be forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart. Anje wanted to cry without tears. He now feels that he is watching madly flirting with the person he likes. This, well said, although there is a time gap, I was caught off guard. Then, next is my line. Xiao's Hikiyoshiu flushed, her tender eyes stared at Anje, seeing Anje's hair down, and Anje's house spirit had long since turned into a pool of sewage. The kind that is so dirty and so dirty. Hey, do you really want to do this? Is it really so difficult for the two of us to want to be together forever? Zayas Hikiyoshiu suddenly burst into tears in his words, and Anje was stunned. Hey, is it really impossible? Obviously so close. Obviously the contact is so close. Obviously it's also, hug. Zayas Hikiyoshiu with tears on her face, she broke free from Anje's shackles and hugged him tightly, crying hoarsely. Senior Shiu. Call me senpai. Hey. Shiba senpai, is out of breath. An's face flushed, Xiao's Hikiyoshiu was completely broken at this time, and she was holding him half undressed. What can I do? I am also desperate. Obviously, I hug each other so tightly, but I can't get tough. Let me die. Anje was spurting blood in his heart, frustrated, all thoughts were ashes, all thoughts were gone. I'm sorry. There really is no such embracing incident. I just seem to be too deep into the drama. Zayas Hikiyoshiu suddenly reacted and quickly adjusted his emotions. Well, actually you just want to do something to me. It's up to you, whatever you like. I can do it on the front, let me be quiet. Sure enough, I haven't sorted out this plot yet. Oh, it's okay. Anje smiled and stood up. Hey! Why did you start packing things? Anje's movement in his hand. Well. Sister, I will be broken by you. There is one last idea. The heroine finally couldn't bear the feelings towards the hero, so she didn't care about it. Zayas Hikiyoshiu said, got up and pulled An's back on the bed. I go. What is this going to do? What are you doing? Facial cleanser, come again. Etc., etc. No clothes this time. Well. Anje only felt that his soul floated to heaven, and saw a little Zhengtai smirking at him www.readaloud.com. Then he slapped himself back. I have been waiting for this day to come. Xiao's Hikiyoshiu murmured. And Anje's soul of the house was too irritated, and he forcibly controlled his body again. Me too. Senior sister. Till the morning, stay with me. Okay. We want to stay together all the time. As for me, I don't want to be separated from you for 3 days and 3 nights. Me too. Wow haha. I want to roll the sheets for a week. Okay, it will take as long as possible. Anne said, he must go directly, but The soul of the house took control of his body for a short period of time, and was immediately forced to take his body away by his rational personality. No way, at this time he was stimulated too much. Damned! The rational personality, I will never end with you. Zayas Hikihoshiu didn't know the change in Nje's heart. After hearing Nje's words, her face was flushed with water almost dripping. Then, I want to roll for a year. Nje's body shook suddenly. I screamed in my heart that I wanted to hit the wall. God! Why? That is why. Why is that? Click. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Shina Mashiro stood quietly at the door holding a few brushes and drawing boards in his hands. Looking at a man and a woman tangled together on the bed in the room, she couldn't help tilting her head slightly, her tone still so calm. Ans, roll the sheets, what is it? The most feared, this air, suddenly quiet. Chapter 24, Suddenly, it's so dull and tasteless. The situation on the scene is like this. Ans and Kazuma Jayakashiwa hugged each other on the bed, with an expression of being caught in the bed, while Shina Shiro had a cold face, as if he could feel the deep anger contained in it. Okay, that's just Nje's conjecture. Seeing the two staying there, Shina Masashi couldn't help but ask softly again, what is it, roll the sheets? Well, this is a very profound question, and it has to start with the origin of species. But how can I explain this to you? Is the fornication of human affection and love? Shameless vent of biological desires? Or is it the scientific truth about the firewood between a couple of dogs? I'll go. How can I explain it to people? Ans looked dumbfounded, but it was Yasuhiki Hoshiu who got up slowly, tidied up her clothes and said lightly, you don't want to think so much, kids, you'll understand when you grow up. Haha. It's so natural. It's just that the unhappy in your tone shouldn't be so obvious. And you are not much older than her. Watching Yasuhiki Hoshiu walk out of the door with an uncomfortable aura, he slammed the door shut, and Nje couldn't help but smile. While Shina Shiro nodded lightly, Nje couldn't help but exhale. Fortunately, it was really white, so it was easier to deal with. Nje, have you had sex? Who said it was really white, so foolish? Rough. I promise not to kill you. By the way, why do you know sex, but you don't know how to roll the sheets? Please answer. Hey? Nanny. Shina Mashiro walked over slowly, without any fluctuations in her tone, take it off. Hey? Hey? Nje couldn't help but stand there blankly, running by millions of grass mud horses in his heart. Special, one by one take turns to play me, right, you guys are together. It must be. Seeing that Ans did not move, Shina seemed a little bit too late to wait, and stepped forward and reached out to Zijhe's shirt. I want to see your body. Why do you want to see it? I want to refer to Ans's body. This is not an answer. Nje sighed depressed, already thinking about the development of the incident. No. Very shy. Nje shook his head, also suffering from rational personality. Even with the influence of the soul of the house, he is still very weak in the face of this situation. I'm not shy. I am shy. Nje feels so tired. Special. So why I think rational personality is uncomfortable, this is the reason. What is it? Take it off. Take it all off. A big man is so shy. I am the purest yellow. Funny. I want to draw a comic, someone suggested that I add a bit of an overwhelming picture. Oh. So what is the radical picture? Happiness. Your LV9 drawing skills are used to draw books, what a true love. Nje vomited in his heart. Hey, I understand. Shoujo comics sometimes do have such extreme images. That's why you have to look at the male body. Hey hello, did you say this revealing that I have read girly comics, baka? If I take it off, Ans will take it off too. Oh. You know a lot. Know that you have to take off your clothes beforehand. Don't do it. Stop it. I know it. I can take it off. But the fat guy won't take it off. Ans's face flushed, and he growled. But it was Sheena's pure white face looking at Anja calmly. I will take off the fat. Your mind is too weird. Sheena Mashiro has moved all the paint brushes from the balcony back to the room, and Ans has taken off only one piece of fat. Ah, what a shame, why did things evolve to this point? Ans smiled bitterly inside, and sighed depressed when Sheena was sitting in front of him. Well, let her go. Sheena Mabai sat in front of Ans, with those eyes staring at Ans's body tightly. When the girl stared at his body like this, the cheeky, who is the soul of Ans's house, felt feverish, let alone a rational personality. The body under control. But Anje's figure is quite good, he looks thin in clothes and has flesh when he undresses. Looking around, Sheena Mashiro suddenly leaned forward and leaned over Ans's chest. The fresh body scent of the latter came from his breath, causing Anje's body to shake slightly. Heart is beating. It's weird not to jump. Jump faster. Who is it? Who is it? Sheena really white raised his head, staring at Anje and suddenly whispered, Anje, hug me. How can it be done? Anje was shocked and refused, but the latter suddenly exerted force and pushed Anje to fall on the bed involuntarily, and then sat on Anje's lower abdomen. Hug me, hold me tight. Anje's heart is broken, this is not like holding senior sister like just now. He is wearing a chubby dress all over his body now. The tender skin of the latter's skirt was tightly attached to his body, and the touch from his lower abdomen made his mind explode, and his body couldn't help but react. Ah, oh heaven! Let me merge my rational personality soon. Sheena was staring at him, Anje slowly held him in his arms, only feeling extremely soft. Was encircled by Anje's arm, Sheena Sharatai suddenly asked, Anje, have you ever had sex? Why are you so obsessed with this question? Nothing. Not once. Anje burst into tears in his heart. He is almost 100 years old as a human for 2 lives, and he is still a young man. Why must we uncover this painful foot? Seeing that Anje was silent, Sheena Mashiro couldn't help but cried out again, Anje! Don't scare me. Nothing. Why, I have such a good figure. So what kind of logic is this for you? So, what can I do? I am also desperate. Anje was already ashamed and indignant in his heart. True white sauce, that's enough. Don't you still have to paint? Sheena Mashiro calmly looked at Anje and nodded gently, yet. Then she got up, sat in front of Anje, and began to draw quickly on the paper. Ah, just threw me here? Seeing Zhenbai who had entered the state, Anje burst into tears in his heart. It's not a good idea to run like this after licking this Nima. Sighed helplessly, Anje was about to get his clothes. I can't wear clothes yet. What? To continue. Wait. What do you want me to do? Seeing Sheena Shiro suddenly stop him, Anje suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. I won't let you go until tomorrow morning. Sheena Zhenbai spoke lightly, but he said something that made Anje's face bewildered. Ans spurts blood in his heart. Nima. Is this the rhythm to be played until tomorrow morning? Ah, this is a kind of happy suffering. I will be happier if you tell me this kind of lines more colorfully. It will make you sleepless tonight. It hasn't changed at all. Anje collapsed weakly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. So, do you have to spend all of this day's time here? Ah, the one who wanted to meet Nan Zionio said. Chapter 25, Draw yourself as the protagonist. Ans collapsed on the chair unloved, Sheena Masaki quietly faced him, and instead used an electronic drawing pen to keep drawing on the electronic drawing board. On the computer screen next to him, pictures of exquisite characters slowly appeared. Anje swept his eyes and let out a soft sigh in his heart. The characters are so beautifully depicted, and every line is so perfect. He has copied the painting skills of True White, and he can naturally understand the artistic conception of the painting. Every character in the painting is so lifelike. Is just the plot of this manga. It's really hard to bear to look straight. Because until now, the male and female protagonists have not appeared. Anne smiled helplessly in his heart. Sheena's painting skills are absolutely indisputable, but the latter's unconceptual understanding of the plot, he prefers to draw comics. Well, having said that, although it's good to add a comic plot, there is no need to add some extreme graphics. Seeing his naked body completely exposed to Sheena's sight, Anne's mental activities are already a bit too rich. Time slowly passed, and soon it was afternoon. Sheena Mashiro has completely devoted himself to creation, but Anje is a little boring. Having nothing to do, Anje simply opened the system panel to check his popularity score. The forum has subsided, but the appearance of the two golden accounts of Anje and Shixiang, the of Knight Swords, undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people, and even the Wukong biography has been known by more and more people. Anje was surprised to find that his popularity has actually exceeded the 3 million mark, and he will soon exceed 3.5 million. Is terrifying. This is only the first day. Anje couldn't help but be stunned. Logically speaking, the pace of this development is a bit too fast. Is it possible that in this world, the influence of Yatagami Shioka is so great? It's just a common bubble that brings so much attention to yourself? Isn't it right? It's too exaggerated. The more Anje thought about it, the more strange it became. He simply brought the Guang brain, which had just arrived, and boarded the forum. His eyes were immediately attracted by a hot post. Shocked. The song composed by the author of Wukong biography has soared to the top 10 of the Magic City music chart. Teacher Anje is both a writer and a singer. The post was raised high. After previous events, many people know that Anje's identity is actually not simple, and he has a golden account that can be used across the entire network. A man like this wrote a big fire novel, but he wrote another song that made it into the top 10 of the music chart? There are tens of thousands of replies at the bottom of the post. Some praise novels and others say songs are good. In this situation, some people who had only listened to songs before suddenly became interested in the legend of Wukong. And those who have only read novels and never heard of songs are also attracted to listen to the song on the street where falling flowers. So soon, Anje's novels and songs became more and more popular. Seeing this, Anje couldn't help but opened his mouth lightly, and suddenly realized. The reason is here? This is a little unexpected. He just wanted to find one more path to gain popularity, but he didn't think that the two would complement each other. The world is really helping itself. Anje quickly logged into the Magic Music Network, and he realized that the song he had released had reached the 9th place on the music chart, and the data was still rising rapidly. He was happy in his heart, he just felt extremely proud, and let alone the feeling of swelling. It's just that he didn't show anything on his face, and his rational personality was a good disguise for him. The corner of Anje's mouth was curved slightly. Sheena Mashiro in front of Anne's happened to see this scene, the brush in his hand stroked, and soon a big boy appeared on the computer screen, with a pair of smart eyes under the bangs, and a shallow smile at the corners of his mouth. 7 points handsome, 3 points evil charm. Naturally, Anje didn't notice this. He found that his music network information box had been filled with information. The content is without exception, and Anje is asked to contact a person named Shui Miyamoto as soon as possible. This name seems to have been heard somewhere. Anje couldn't help but frown slightly, and suddenly remembered, isn't this Shui Miyamoto the guy who claims to be the person in charge of Moto Music Network? This person had contacted him before, but Anje happened to be on the phone with Motoi at that time, so he called Zayas Hikihoshiu again. It's just a come and go, and both of them forgot about him. Anje brought his cell phone, and was surprised to find that there were more than a dozen missed calls on the cell phone, all of which were from the same person. But the phone was accidentally muted by Anje. This call seems to be from Shui Miyamoto. Con. I accidentally left him hanging for so long. Anje put his tongue out in his heart, knowing in his heart that the other party must be unable to sit still seeing the popularity of the song. After all, real good songs are too difficult to appear. Who can directly use the culture of another world to crush like Anje? Those are all tested by the market. He didn't think too much, press the button to call back. Shishi Miyamoto sat in the office in a gloomy mood, with a frown on his face, and even the good coffee brought by the secretary became a little tasteless. He can't be annoying. The big man named Anje completely ignored his phone number and did not even log into the music website. The emergency contact provided by the latter was not too angry. A few words made him sweat and directly lost his eyes. Hikihoshiu. Who let the latter's good deeds be interrupted? He is in anger. Ah! I'm very angry. He rubbed his hands in distress, suffering every minute and every second. That song has reached 9th on the music chart, but unfortunately, he hasn't signed it yet. So many listeners are very happy to listen to free songs, free songs. Every minute, every second, that's money. It's all money. At this time, his mobile phone rang suddenly. It was his special reminder bell for ENS. Oh my god! That big guy finally returned his call. Miyamoto burst into tears in frustration, with an expression of excitement on his face, and immediately connected the phone. Hey, is it Mr. ENS? I'm Shui Miyamoto, the person in charge of Motive Music Network. I wonder if Mr. ENS still has the copyright of your song. He was too eager to wait for Anje to speak. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com directly explained his intention. On the phone, Anje was taken aback, unable to complain about the latter's eagerness, but he also had the idea of signing a contract in his heart. After all, he had to rely on platform promotion to earn more popularity. After clearing his throat, Anje stated his position and expressed his willingness to talk with him in detail, and wanted to see the sincerity of the other party. In fact, he has no bottom, because he is not familiar with this one, and for so long, there is no other music network people to contact him. Shishi Miyamoto was overjoyed, and thought that fortunately, he used his power to block all the information sent to ENS from other websites. It's just that Anje naturally didn't know what he did, and Anje didn't care about it at first. At that time, he just wanted to get more popularity points, but then I thought about it. Why refuse to make money? So Lang Yuking concubine intentionally, wrong. Anyway, that's what it is. The other party quickly sent a contract. Anje looked at the electronic contract that was sent and said that there was no problem, because the other party was rewarded indeed. So the two parties directly used iris scanning to sign the contract remotely. Miyamoto finally signed Anje's song as he wished, and after agreeing to cooperate in the future, he immediately relieved the burden in his heart and took a deep breath. And Anje added another profitable project, and he was naturally full of joy. He turned his gaze to Shina Mashiro, who was still concentrating on painting, but when Anje turned his gaze to her paintings, he was about to vomit blood. Lying on the grass. You are such an extreme scene, how extreme is it? Nima. Even if your dignified LV9 drawing skills are used to draw books, why do the heroes and heroines look so much like me and yourself? How can I paint myself as the protagonist? Chapter 26, I am on a pilgrimage to the muse. Looking at the entangled male and female protagonists on the screen, Anne suddenly felt that the whole person was not good. Good and evil are rewarded in the end. After reading a lot of books, I didn't expect to be drawn as a book hero one day. This Nima, what do people say? I'm still a little excited when I think about it. Sheena really dares to paint himself as a child owner. Compared to Anne's Sparta, Sheena is really white, because she didn't think so much at all. "Ano, Jean Bacon, can you slightly adjust the appearance of the male and female lead? Don't you think it's weird?" Sheena looked at Anjet, his head tilted slightly, but he didn't speak. "Ah, isn't it?" Anjet couldn't help but sighed, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he didn't have any disgust in his heart, but her comics seemed to be going to participate in the competition, right? At the thought of this kind of stimulating scene before the eyes of many judges, Anjet felt his mind collapsed. "If Ans asks, it can be changed," Sheena Mashiro suddenly said, as if he could see Anjet's worries. Anjet stroked his really white head. "Sorry, obviously you have been painting for so long. It's okay, the repaint will be soon." Seeing that Sheena Shirai plunged into the painting again, Anjet exhaled, took the clothes and put them on. Just after putting them on, Xiao's Hikiyoshiu suddenly opened the door and walked in. "Well, although I don't want to disturb you, but Anjurjun, it's this time, how long will you stay in the ladies' room?" Xiao's Hikiyoshiu looked at Anjet with an unhappy expression. He unexpectedly stayed in the room with Zhenbei for so long. Humph! Anjet had a cold sweat in his heart. Fortunately, he had put on his clothes. Otherwise, Xiao's Hikyu could see the previous scene, and he might have some thoughts. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Sheena Shiro. Fortunately, her work has been repainted. Hurriedly walked out the door in embarrassment, but Xiao's Hikyu closed the door simply. Ans shrugged his shoulders helplessly, and it was too early to see the weather, so he went out to buy some food and came back, soaked happily, and then lay on the bed and browsed the forum. Before long, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he fell into a deep sleep. When the morning came, Anjet woke up on time due to his biological clock. Warm up the breakfast for the three of them. Anjet went out after eating his share. Needless to say, he went straight to the center of the magic city. Sitting in the tram, Anjet saw a towering minaret from a distance, which was the center of the entire demon capital, the headquarters of the demon hunter. There is the place where nearly 60% of the talents of the whole magic city are commanded, and it is the undisputed center of the whole magic capital. It is also because of it that the magic capital has become the second city after the royal city. As for the other place, the Magic City Academy where Anjet once lived. Of course, these have nothing to do with Anjet now. What he is thinking about now is to go to the maid cafe as soon as possible and drink a cup of coffee made by Nanchin Li. La la la, Miss Sister, I will be here soon. Thinking of Nankin Li's gentle character, Anjet felt his heart melted. After getting off the tram, Anjet went straight to the maid cafe. When he got here, he realized that he was the first visitor. Nankin Li just changed into a maid outfit and walked out, and at a glance she saw Anjet, who opened the door. The maids who came out following her also brightened their eyes when they saw Anjet. One of the maids couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey! That handsome boy is here again. Do you think he was fascinated by our Korea? Hehe, maybe it's really possible. After all, our Kinlai is so cute. It's normal. Hey? But they want to receive that boy too. Shame, shame." The maids hid behind the door, laughing into a group of laughter, but Nankin Li didn't go far, so she heard it naturally, and a hint of pink appeared on her face. "Hello, welcome." Hearing the soft voice again, Anjet was naturally very excited. If there is no rational personality, he must have shown a look like Brother Pig. "Hello, see you again." Anjet smiled faintly, with a natural expression on his face. "It's still where I was last time, please help me with a cappuccino and more milk." Nankin Li smiled softly, nodded and said softly, "Okay, please wait a moment." Anjet responded with a smile, but her heart was melted by her gentle expression. "Ah, I really want to marry her home. Who and I robbed me of tenderness and death?" He thought so inwardly. Within a few minutes, Nankin Li walked over with a cup of coffee, placed it in front of Anjet, and then stood aside with a smile on his face. Anje took a sip of coffee, only to feel the aroma. Seeing Nan Kinlai standing on the side, he couldn't help but smile. If I remember correctly, tomorrow seems to be your concert. Nan Kinlai's expression on her face was taken aback, and then she smiled and said, yes. Welcome to join us at that time. Anje smiled on his face. Of course I want to join in. Otherwise, how can you change the ending that makes you uncomfortable? Wait. Your dreams will be escorted by me. Speaking of which, your performances are all ready. The preparation is very sufficient, but I always feel that there are still some places where the effect is not the best, but the time is too late. Nan Kinlai couldn't help but sighed. Anje showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, as expected. This way, I can actually advise you. Don't look at me like this. www.readaloud.com. I'm a very powerful dance theory school. Hearing Anje's words, Nan Kinlai looked over in disbelief. Hey? Really? The latter just smiled. Of course he is not a dance theorist, but he has a system. Anje directly clicked on the system interface, found the dance category, and learned to dance as soon as he moved his mind. Hey! Although 800,000 people are a little expensive, but for now, the spend is definitely worth it. Anyway, there is still so long before the skill expires, he is not in a hurry. Anje thought this in his heart, and on the surface he used the dance theory he had just learned to say a few points at random. Nan Kinlai's eyes were suddenly widened, and he was surprised that Anje could actually guide the dance movements, and was better than her. Girls still know a lot. Seeing Nan Kinlai's shocked expression, Anje felt so proud. Although I don't know how to dance, I am definitely a master in action guidance now. That's great. Anoka and Ziohei will be very happy if they find out. Nan Kinlai smiled happily, and Anje was in a good mood with that happy expression. In this case, I will ask the manager's sister for leave this morning shift. I really trouble you. Nan Kinlai said, bending down gently to express his gratitude to Anje. Don't be so polite, I look forward to your performance too. Also, just call me Anje. Anje said with a smile. Thank you. You can also call me Jinli. Nan Kinlai has a happy smile on her face, and her big eyes are bent into crescent moons. Yes. Finally brushed up the favorability. Seeing this scene, Anje exclaimed in excitement. Enhi! Fruit Emperor! My masters, I am on a pilgrimage. Chapter 27, Mother Guo Huang is indeed a talent. Sound no Jizaka Academy is located in the northwest area of the Magic City. Although it covers a large area, it is only a small area for the vastness of the entire Magic City. But this college is still very famous around here, not because of other things, but because this college is a very traditional high school for girls. In other words, the whole school is full of girls. That is simply a paradise for boys. It's a pity that they can only stare blankly, and I have to say it's really sad. When Anje came here, he was also excited for a long time. Compared to others, he is undoubtedly more valued here. Although he has never been here before. But compared to this unfamiliar and familiar scene, Anje naturally wanted to see Emperor Guo Enhi, and of course there are like Eri, Demon King Xi, and Nicole Nikanai. Since the girls' high school usually does not allow outsiders to enter, Anje finally used extraordinary means to enter it. As far as his identity is concerned, it is really not difficult. It was just that, Nan Kinlai was stunned for a while. She wanted to contact her mother to explain the situation. Anyway, her mother is the director of the school. But I didn't expect Anje to solve it by himself. Nan Kinlai called and asked about the location of Kosaka Anoka, and took Anje to the academy. The scenery here was really good. Under the cherry blossom trees everywhere, groups of girls were laughing and talking. Is really a good place. Anje thought to himself, it would be a pity if such a place was abandoned. Since this is a girls' school and a normal high school, there are not many applicants. Because in the Magic City, the best academy is naturally the Magic City Academy. There, the ultimate goal is to cultivate a demon hunter. Why won't people be rushed? Schools like Otonagizaka are just suitable for most ordinary families. And anyone with a little aptitude will choose to go to the Magic City Academy. Along the way, many girls looked at Anje with surprise. Here, boys-like creatures are too rare. This is a girls' school. Anne's complexion remained unchanged, and she walked side by side with Nan Kinlai, not disturbed by the gaze of the surroundings at all, but she felt a little cold sweat in her heart. It turns out that being stared at by groups of girls is such a horrible thing. Those two. Anje saw two people from a distance, both wearing blue school uniforms and plaid skirts, walking over with their school bags on their backs. Fruit Emperor. He. It's really the two of them. Even if they were mixed in a crowd of all the same costumes, Anje recognized the two at a glance, and was suddenly excited to fly. Nankin Li on the side of also saw the two of them, and immediately waved gently, Anoka, Ziohei, here. Nan Zionio's exclusive voice, it's hard not to be noticed. Hearing this familiar voice, Kosaka Anoka and Sonota Hai discovered Nankin pair before they came naturally, their eyes lit up, and they ran over. Ziokin. You really came here? Didn't you say that you will not come until class these days? Nan Kinlai smiled, I came here first when something happened. Let me introduce, this is Anjet. She introduced to two of her friends. Hey! Kosaka Anoka and Sonota Umi immediately moved their gazes. The two of them had already discovered Ans who was standing on the side. At this time, they heard Nankinri's introduction and their eyes were full of curiosity. Hello, I am Anjet, please take care of me. Anjet's appearance is still very friendly, and with a smile on his face, it is difficult to make people feel sick. Of course, if he were to let his nerdy personality come out, he would have already bowed down to the ground and shouted long live the leader. Hello, Sonota Umi. Hello, my name is Kosaka Anoka. That he, what's the relationship between you and Ziokin? Hey! Kosaka Anoka walked over without realizing it, and approached Ans with a smile on his face. Asked. I have nothing to do with Anjurjun, we just met friends not long ago. Nan Kinlai said quickly. Don't say it so quickly, it doesn't matter if people misunderstand it. Anje thought this way, and of course he nodded in agreement on the surface. And Nan Kinlai also explained that Anje could guide them to perfect the dance, which immediately made them shine. Just before I had time to ask anything, suddenly two girls walked next to me. You guys, are you the ones who formed the campus idols, muses? Hey? Why are there boys here? The two girls suddenly saw Anjet, and they were surprised. I just came here to visit my friends, and I interrupted. Anjet apologized. What a handsome boy! After the initial surprise, the two girls also recovered. Seeing Anjet with outstanding temperament, they were a little idiotic for a while. So this is the advantage of girls' high school. Anje thought triumphantly in his heart. Then, you are going to have a concert tomorrow, right? Yes, just after school tomorrow. Hey? How do I drive it? Can you show us the show? Hey, are you here? Nan Kinlai couldn't help but glanced around, many people. Just skip a short paragraph. Hearing this conversation, Anje couldn't help but shifted his gaze to Kosaka Anoka and Sonota Umi, and his face suddenly showed an expression of interest. The former has a look of excitement, you reading www. The latter looked horrified. Guo Huang and Hai Ye are so cute. Looking at the very different expressions of the two, Anje's smile grew thicker, but his rational personality was able to calmly hold back and never laugh. Especially Kosaka Anoka was already excited and pulled the two girls forward and talked long and short, while Sonoda Umi's face became darker and darker. He's Yan Yi face. In the end, she suddenly rushed off the road, and Kosaka Anoka and Nan Korinari were pulling the two girls to promote. Anja looked at Hiya running away, couldn't help but smiled helplessly. Hiya was still too shy. But it doesn't matter, just don't drop the chain at the critical moment. And this head Takasaka Anoka was already pulling Nan Korishi and preparing to perform, only then discovered that someone has been missing for some time. It is strange, where is the person? Anja shrugged, I just ran away. The three of them came to the rooftop, Anja glanced around and sighed inwardly. This is a place that makes many people happy and sad to tears. The two Nankinlai, who ran to Sonoda Highway a long time ago, obviously did not notice the complicated emotions in Anja's eyes, and they were trying their best to enlighten Highway's heart. However, Anja knew that the latter would definitely perform well by then, but at this time, listening to Kosaka Anoka's explanation, Anja laughed so hard. At that time, just think of the audience as vegetables. That's what my mother said. Haha, Guo Huang, your mother is indeed a talent. Anja couldn't help but caress his forehead. Had it not been for his rational personality to control his body, he might have been laughing and rolling on the ground. Chapter 28, Caught One Nishiki no Maki. Watching Nankinlai and the two continuously guide Sonoda Umi, Anja went to the guardrail and found a place to sit down, staring at the scenery downstairs in a daze. But he seems to be in a trance, but he is actually looking for someone. Strange, why haven't I seen Eri-chan and Demon Wang Xi? Huang and Lin Miao didn't see it either. Ah, I'm going to die if I can't see the ladies. And after tossing there for a while, Kosaka Anoka took the two to Anja, just to see Anja pretending to be deep there. Oh! Anja, you are really handsome. More handsome than the boys I have ever seen. Kosaka Anoka's personality is too straightforward, and he can say whatever he thinks, which makes Anja a little embarrassed. Well, don't pretend to be deep. You can't pretend to be in front of the leader. It's just that Nankin Lee and Sonoda Kai on one side also agree with Anoka, Anja's profile is very handsome just now. Under the breeze, his eyes are deep, his nose is high but not obtrusive, he is a handsome guy who can score 9 points, that's right. Anja didn't forget the purpose of this trip, he quickly coughed, don't talk about this, you start training, let me see if there is anything you need to improve in your movements. He is now qualified to say such things. Under the system's empowerment, his knowledge of dance is already at the master level. Even if he is really allowed to dance, he is completely a second fool. But this also illustrates the awesomeness of the system, otherwise, if you say the system is in hand, the world will have it. Nankinlai glanced at each other, nodded firmly, and started training on the rooftop. The courses in their school are not compact. They have enough time to train every morning, and at this time they will do their best in their usual training. The three of them danced gracefully. Although they were only dressed in school uniforms, Anja was still fascinated by it. Damn it! Who else can see the Emperor Guo and the others dancing live? I just ask anyone. Sonoda Umi shouted the beat, and she led the dance at the beginning. Among the three, Highway is the most capable. She is responsible for the lyrics, choreography, and supervision and training. Nankinlai is responsible for making clothes, which is also her hobby. Hey? Have you missed one person? Well. Needless to say, Anoka. Anja watched the dance of the three people. Although he had watched it countless times and listened to the song countless times, what he saw at this time was the full version, which was naturally different from what he had seen before. But, this time you have to pretend to be forced. Stop! Stop here for a while. Anja suddenly patted his hand lightly and spoke, and the movements of the three of them stopped. Hey? What's wrong? There is a small problem here. Well, in this movement just now, you don't need to raise your arms so high for korimari. It can be seen that your body is very flexible and can show your flexibility. Anja said, making a demonstration, and suddenly Nankinlai's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but nod her head. And Anoka, although your movements are okay, your overall rhythm is faster than that of the two of them. In the dance just now, in the end, you are in charge of the progress of the movements. You have to learn to adapt to their rhythm. Anja said solemnly, unknowingly and directly calling out the name, but the three of them didn't feel wrong. As for Highway, you are worthy of your background. The dance moves are perfect and impeccable. Hearing Anja's compliment, Sonoda Haimai's face flushed involuntarily. Many, thank you for the praise. Let's continue, it's really good. Anja said with a smile on his face. Okay. The three of them glanced at each other and nodded happily. They also saw that Anja did have some real abilities, and they were naturally extremely happy. So the practice continued. Although they were going to have a concert tomorrow, Anja still picked out a lot of flaws. Fortunately, the three of them were talented and quickly adapted to the changes made. Anja also had to sigh. Has been training for a long time. The three of them all sat down with a little breathlessness, their chests were constantly rising and falling, watching Anja's heart itch. Anja took the water and handed it to the three of them. He smiled slightly and said, "How do you feel?" Anja, you are really amazing. It's great to meet you before the concert. Kosaka Anoka said happily, grabbed the water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls, and let out a happy scream. I will definitely not let the academy be abolished. Ans has a smile on his face. In fact, in his capacity, just a word from him can bring endless students to this college, but he obviously won't do that. It's enough to support them silently. Oh? That is. Anja suddenly saw someone watching behind the door of the rooftop, and suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. That figure seems familiar. I can quietly observe Nankinlai and the others practicing at this time, and after thinking about it, there are only the other members. But who is it? Is it Huang? Or is it Nicole? Anja secretly smiled in his heart, pretending not to see that person, and continued to chat happily with the three of them. Seeing that it was already noon, he thought about it in his heart and felt it was time to start his plan. So he took out his phone, logged into Twitter, and then updated his signature status. Since his novel became popular, he changed Twitter's name to his real name www.readaloud.com and passed the real name verification. At this time, his Twitter account has more than 300,000 fans. Many of these people are fans of novels and music. I will go to listen to the concert of the young ladies tomorrow, target Otonajizaka. Hey, I'm so excited. After he updated his signature, he ignored it, but his fans wouldn't be so easy to calm down. Suddenly, a lot of fans clamored to see Anja. Anja obviously had anticipated this. With so many fans, naturally not everyone would come to him, but as long as a small part of them came, his plan would be successful. Looking at the three people who are still chatting very happily, Anja's mouth has a mysterious smile. Don't be scared when the time comes. Well, don't worry about tomorrow's concert. It's time to fudge, oh no, let a few other members join. Anja thought this way, and suddenly, in a humorous tone, called out to the person behind the rooftop door who had been peeping here, the beauty behind that door, but come and sit down. The man was taken aback, and quickly hid behind the door, but after hearing Anja's shout, Anoka had already reacted. She instantly got up and rushed behind the door, catching the person who was about to escape. Nishikino-san? Hey? Don't go away. Seeing that the man still wanted to run, Kosaka Anoka couldn't help yelling, "Little Maki!" Oh? It's actually the cashier, that's not right. Maki Nishikino? Maki Nishikino had a body shape, and turned her head helplessly to Anoka. Don't call me loud, because it's embarrassing. Anje was a little surprised, he thought it was Koizumi Huang peeking there. But I didn't expect to catch a wild real girl. Chapter 29, The Muse Concert is ready. Ans looked at Maki Nishikino in front of her. Although the latter was only 15 years old, her height of 1.61 meters made her look very tall. A red shawl and long hair, purple eye pupils, hanging eyes, every move reveals the temperament of the rich lady. This is Jinji-chan, who has both intelligence and beauty. Well, there is a little tsundere. Anne smiled and watched the four people laughing and noisy there. Although they stood there without saying a word, Nishikino Maki would not ignore Anne's. At this time, Anje inadvertently revealed a kind of unspeakable aura. Just to stop there, people can't ignore it. Well, this is naturally because Anje deliberately revealed a touch of aristocracy in order to attract the others' attention. Usually low-key is the kingly way, but at this time, if you don't pretend to be forceful, how can you attract the attention of Maki Nishikino, who is known as the withdrawal girl? It is naturally difficult to find that Nan Korinari stayed with Anje all the time, but Jinji's family was in good condition, and her parents naturally cultivated her at a high level. Naturally, he felt the temperament of Anje. She was a little surprised, because Anje's aura just inadvertently revealed was stronger than her. Kosaka Anoka saw her look at Anje, so he introduced her. Nishikino Maki smiled slightly. Hello, you are amazing. I didn't expect boys to learn dance so well. Hey! Are you surprised? Anje smiled triumphantly. He has a system in hand. He has a theory that cost 800,000 people to exchange for. Although he can't jump, it's absolutely enough to put pressure on the surface. I just learned a little bit of fur and can't get on the stage. Since Nishikino-san came to see it specially, he seems to be interested in joining them. Hey? No, I just happened to pass by. Nishikino Maki flushed and shook her head quickly. This is the rooftop, who will pass by here after eating and having nothing to do. Just pretend, you can be arrogant, this boss has already seen everything. Anje was proud of his heart, and his face also showed a look through everything. He could see that Maki Nishino's heart was fluffy, as if all the thoughts in his heart had been seen through. Oh! That's right. Anoka suddenly took out an MP5 from his pocket and put it together. Maki-hime, that song, the three of us auditioned, listen to it. Hey? Why? A trace of panic flashed in Maki Nishikino's eyes, and she turned her head quickly, closing her eyes in a tone that seemed unmoved. Because you are a tsundere. Anje looked at Genji's arrogant expressions and movements, couldn't help but think with a smirk from the bottom of his heart. Because that is the song that Maki-hime you made for us, right? Nishikino Maki's body shook lightly, so, I said it was not. Seeing that the other party didn't admit it, Anje couldn't help but smile slightly, with a playful smile on his face. Your performance is very aggressive. When Maki heard Anje's words, her face blushed, wondering if she could be seen through so easily. Kosaka Anoka suddenly showed a very kind expression on his face, uttered a weird cry, and hugged Maki Nishikino with a weird smirk on his face. Hey? That! What are you doing? Nishikino Maki was startled by Anoka's behavior, and she couldn't help but let out a scream when she saw the smirking cow move her face closer and closer. Ah! Don't ah! Anje was drooling in his heart, looking at the emperor who hangs most of his body like a koala on Genji, as much as he can envy. But seeing Anoka take out the headset, gently plug Maji's ears, and let her go. Okay. Successful battle. Looking at the helpless Nishikino Maki, Anje just chuckled. As the Nankinli 4 were about to start class, Anje left the academy, and after agreeing to continue training after school, Anje walked around at will. It's okay anyway, why not buy a gift for Anoka and the others? Anje thought this way, already thinking of what to buy in his mind. He invited the magic levitating car and went straight to the destination. Downstairs of the towering minaret, Anje slowly walked down from the floating car, looking at the minaret towering into the clouds in front of him. A slight shock in his eyes flashed. This is the headquarters of the demon hunter. This is a place that even the Empire cannot influence. The strength of the demon hunter organization is obvious to all. If the demon hunter's goal is not the same as that of Britain, the latter would not allow such a behemoth to exist in the Empire. Even if Anje is an ordinary person now, he can feel a tyrannical aura dormant in it. In this tower, there are countless strong people, and the strength of the tower owner is not as weak as King Sor, according to legend. But all this obviously has nothing to do with Anje. He showed his identity certificate and Shi Shiran walked into the minaret. At any rate, he was also the only son of the Duke, and his identity would still be taken seriously. Someone soon came out to greet him. It was a middle-aged man in a black garb. There was a powerful aura from all over his body, as if standing in front of him was not a person but a volcano. "Excuse me, Your Highness, I have kept you waiting for a long time." Anje shook his head faintly. "It doesn't matter, this time I just came here to buy something personally." Lord Albert does not need to come out in person like this. The middle-aged man in front of him is the management of the Demon Hunter headquarters. Except for the mysterious tower owner, he is definitely one of the most powerful people. Albert smiled slightly, still maintaining respect. "His Royal Highness does not know what is needed, I will buy it for you immediately." Although Albert is the senior management of the Demon Hunter headquarters, he still respects Anje. This is because Anje's father, Duke Angus, is one of the 4 7th-tier powerhouses in Britain. A 7th-tier powerhouse, even King Arthur, can't be absolutely suppressed if he doesn't use the power of the Holy Sword or the Holy Grail. Ans also understood that the latter's respect was mostly due to his father, but he didn't care anymore, sitting quietly in the waiting room, and in a short while, Albert took the items he needed. That is a small crystal bead, crystal clear, but its price is not cheap, it needs 1,000,000 mainland coins. Of course, Anje doesn't have so much money now, but he can repay it in installments as he is. He picked up the crystal beads, said a faint thank you, and walked directly out of the headquarters, without any withdrawal of money at all. Albert obviously doesn't worry about small things like money. He respectfully sent Anje out of the headquarters before leaving, and Anje also returned to Odanagizaka Academy with the crystal beads. Sitting in the waiting room calmly waiting for a few people to finish school. Just in time, he pressed the switch of the crystal bead. After the iris was scanned, the crystal bead opened and hovered in the air automatically, projecting the next light curtain, and Anje's image also appeared on the light curtain. System, copy, and show the dance theory knowledge I have exchanged before. Anje directly spent 10,000 people's worth, and a small chip soon appeared in his hand. He smiled faintly, and put the chip directly under the crystal bead, and the progress bar was displayed on the screen of time. If you let Albert know that the smart hunting tool that the latter spent so much money to buy is just to accompany Nankin Lai and the others in training, it will definitely be speechless. Data transmission takes a long time, because ANS has too many theories on exchange. When the transmission was completed, Nankin Lai and the others were also out of school. As soon as they came in, they saw the crystal beads floating in the air. This is a magical device. The 3 of them looked at the crystal beads in surprise. Ans smiled faintly, yet. Korimari, I uploaded some of my understanding of dance. In the future, it can help you train when I am away. You will keep it. Without waiting for the latter to refuse, Anje directly bound Nanchin Li as the owner of the crystal beads, and the crystal beads flew around Nanchin Li, and finally stretched out 2 silks to hang on her chest. This, such a valuable thing. Nankin Lai was a little surprised, but she wanted to say something, Anje waved her hand lightly. It's okay, you don't need me to modify the dance for you in the future, just return it again. The three of them were relieved when they heard it. It's just that Anje is funny in his heart, but he has no plans to take it back. Then he trained with the three for a long time. The crystal ball automatically hovered to one side and projected a light curtain. Anje also appeared in the light curtain, doing demonstration actions for the three of them. But Anje in the light curtain, his actions are much more standard. And time passed unconsciously, it was time to separate. Although Anje was very unwilling to give up, he still smiled on the surface and said, "Come on. Tomorrow I will definitely watch your performance on time." Kosaka Anoka and the three of them looked at each other, and nodded firmly, they were ready. Chapter 30, Now the audience is full. It was night when Ans came back, but Kazuma Jayakashiwa and Shina Mashiro were still awake. One was typing on the keyboard code, the other was quietly drawing a comic. Seeing Anje opened the door and came in, Syazuhiki Hoshiu stopped her hand and spoke lightly. "Today I got news that all houses in this neighborhood will be removed, which means that we will move soon." Anje was taken aback. If he moved, wouldn't he have to be separated from Syazuhiki Hoshiu and others? Why is it so sudden? Well, who knows? Syazuhiki Hoshiu gently swayed those long black silk legs, and said lightly, "But don't worry about housing. I still have a house in the center of the magic city. I usually live there. You can also move in with us." Anje knew that Syazuhiki rarely lived here before, but to speak of it, his current relationship with Syazuhiki is only the relationship between the landlord and the tenant, or Syazuhiki Hoshiu let him rent it because he saw that Ans was penniless in the past. "I feel a little embarrassed to bother her at this time." He frowned and groaned, "No, I bought a house." Hearing what he said, Syazuhiki stared at Anje's eyes. "You are gone, who will take care of Genbei for me? Honestly, move in with me." Don't you let me take care of Genbei?" "Okay. Can't ask for it." Anje thought this way, with a helpless smile on his face. "Yes, it's all up to you, senior sister." Hearing Anje called her senior sister again, Syazuhiki Hoshiu showed a blush on her face, gently tucked her black hair behind her head, and turned around to continue writing. And Anje glanced at Shina Mashiro, who had been immersed in the painting, shook his head and ran to take a shower, then went back to the room and fell on the bed. "Moving?" Anje murmured and stopped thinking about it. "Can continue to live with Syazuhiki. I can't ask for it, what else can I think of?" And he still owed the Demon Hunter headquarters more than 1 million yuan, and indeed he didn't have any spare money to get a house. "It seems that I have to continue to think of ways to make money." The next day, Anje came to Odanagizaka again, and there were already students entering the academy in groups of 2. They are all girls, the thighs under the plaid skirt look so seductive. Anje thought in his heart, but he didn't trigger a rational personality. He just looked at it with an appreciative eye. "Okay? Are the 2 people walking towards themselves?" Anje has been standing at the school gate for some time, so it is naturally quite noticeable. It's just that Anje was stunned when he saw the 2 people approaching him clearly. "Eri-chan. Demon King Xi. I met so suddenly." Anje was a little at a loss, but fortunately, his rational personality appeared instantly, and his body shook slightly, and his peace was restored. "Hello, I'm Eri Ayase, the president of Odanagizaka Academy, are you waiting for someone?" Ayase Eri has a very tall figure. Like Maki Nishikino, she has a figure comparable to that of a model. She has long golden hair tied into a ponytail, which is undoubtedly very eye-catching. Especially she also has a pair of ice blue eyes. Being stared at by her involuntarily makes people nervous. It's just that Anje is naturally not so persuasive. He just smiled slightly. "Hello, I just heard that there will be a concert here today, so I waited early." Ayase Eri was taken aback, but it was unexpected that Anje came here because of Kosaka Anoka's concert. The concert? It's just that they can't succeed. Ans was funny in his heart, and Ayase Eri clearly liked being an idol, but on the surface she still wanted to make such a very unpleasant look. She was indeed a proud person who was not under Nishiki no Maki. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a curve. Is it, this president seems to care about this concert? Suans Eri glanced at Anje in surprise, and quickly denied it, but the more she denied it, the smile at the corner of Anje's mouth became more obvious. Tojo Nozomi, who is standing next to Ayase Eri, has been staring at Anje. She can't see through this person. She stood with her hands on her chest and kept silent, and suddenly pulled out a tarot card from her pocket. After seeing the pattern on it, she couldn't help being stunned. This gentleman, the concert doesn't start until the afternoon. Do you want to go in and visit our school? Tojo Nozomi suddenly invited Anje to visit the school, and was shocked by Ayase Eri on one side. Anje was also taken aback by Tojo Nozomi's invitation. Seeing the latter's eyes, Anje felt a secret being seen through for some reason. No, I still don't bother, I just wait outside, and my name is Anje. Ans refused with a smile, and looked at the unbelievably mature Demon King Xi, and wondered if the latter had discovered anything. At this time, several more suspended vehicles stopped in front of the school gate of Otonagizaka, and several people came down from above, both men and women. When they got out of the car, they looked towards the campus, as if they were looking for someone. As the president of the student council, Ayase Eri naturally had to go up and deal with it. Hello, we are here to find teacher Anje. I heard he will come here to listen to the concert. When one of the girls spoke, Ayase Eri was taken aback. Teacher Ans? Concert? She couldn't help but shifted her gaze to Anje. This person just seemed to call herself Anje? Anje had noticed the situation on her side a long time ago, and suddenly touched his nose. Wow! These fans actually came so early. He is not surprised that these fans will come. In other words, he also has more than 300,000 fans, and many of them are always close. Hearing that he will appear, true fans will definitely come. I just didn't expect that they would come so fast. Anje was a little touched in his heart. With such a fan, it's no good not to be touched. He walked forward, introduced himself with a smile, and suddenly surprised the young people. Unexpectedly, the teacher Anje in their hearts was such a young person. While the two of Ayase Eri on one side need not mention, they both looked at Anje in amazement. They didn't expect Anje to be a famous writer. Earnestly signed the Wukong biography that these people took out. After hearing Anje said that the concert here is very beautiful, these people also decided to stay and watch together. This is also Anje's purpose, for the three of them. The concert attracts popularity. In a short period of time, more and more people rushed to the outside of the campus. And Anje slowly gathered a crowd of dark people. At a glance, the number of people is no less than 1,000. Anje signed in and was soft, and at the same time has spared no effort to promote the three-person concert. Finally, after hearing that they all wanted to stay and watch the concert of the three Nankorishi, Eri Ayase was taken aback and hurriedly arranged for these people to enter the venue first. Watching these specially come true love fans slowly walk into the auditorium, Anje grinned in his heart, his goal has been achieved. The once empty meeting place is now full. Guo Huang, hi yet, little bird. This is my gift for you. Chapter 31, same song in the same place. The spacious auditorium was crowded with black people. Their whispered comments were superimposed on each other, making the auditorium very lively. Ayase Eri and Tojo Nozomi stood in the backstage of the auditorium, looking at the people in the auditorium with shock in their beautiful eyes. What is the relationship between ants and the muse? Actually, I can call so many people to watch their concert. Ayase Eri murmured the doubt in his heart, but Tojo Nozomi quickly adjusted his emotions. Well, who knows? But in this case, even you, the student president, can't oppose them. Tojo Nozomi's mouth has a mysterious smile. Thinking of the tarot cards she saw earlier, the smile on the corner of her mouth becomes more mysterious and unpredictable. Time slowly passed, and Zhe had already learned that Nan Qinlai and the three had arrived backstage. Xiaozi, one of the big three assists, also controlled the lighting and sound and was ready. The scene slowly fell silent, just waiting for the auditorium screen to open. Bring it on! This is where the muse's dream begins. Bring it on! Bring it on! And Zhe was sitting at the place closest to the stage, screaming in his heart. In his eager eyes, the screen that obscured the line of sight slowly opened. 3 girls in beautiful costumes appeared hand in hand, and the audience could not help but let out a sigh. 3 beautiful and energetic girls. Looking at the glorious 3 people on the stage, listening to the exclamation of the people around him, and Zhe's mouth slowly lifted up a smile. On the stage, the 3 of Kosaka Anoka were also taken aback by the crowd. Although the lights are dim, the 3 of them can still see the dark shadows crowded with people, and Sonoda Kaimo feels a bit congested for a moment. This, so awesome! Kosaka Anoka could not help but let out a whisper. The first time she faced so many people, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She looked at the audience, and suddenly saw the gaze cast by Anjet. Anjet's face was full of smiles, and he made a cheering gesture, and his lips moved slightly, as if to say something. Kosaka Anoka suddenly calmed down. Isn't this situation exactly what I want to see in my dreams? Ziohei, Zioken. Let's go. Kosaka Anoka turned her head, just as Nankinri also looked over. She also saw An's encouragement. Although Sonoda Umi is still a little uncomfortable, the love for idols hidden in the bones burst with so many people, and the 3 of them slowly completed the initial moves. The cluster light was also very coordinated, and fell on the 3 people who turned one by one on the stage. I say. Hey, hey, hey start, dash. Is a very soft voice, but it sounds so powerful to people. Such a shock. The moment Anjet's heart was shaken when he heard the singing, an uncontrollable layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. It's this song, that's right. The same place, the same song, the same singer, the only difference is that I am here. The chick's just born. One day it will fly high. Use that powerful wings to fly in the sky. The stage has already begun to dance, swaying sweat and passion wantonly. The audience in the audience has long since stopped talking, they are all watching their dance seriously. No one noticed the burning heat in Anjet's eyes. He saw Ayase Eri hiding on the podium, Koizumi Hanayo and Starry Skyrin who had already seen dementia, and Yazawa Nicole hiding behind a chair. I believe Tojo Nozomi and Nishiki no Maki are also secretly listening outside the auditorium. Muse. 9 people gathered together. The dance of the 3 people is still going on, they have entered the state, and their performance is getting better and better, which completely immersed the audience in it. Until the end of the song, everyone suddenly woke up. Snapped. 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 Anjet took the lead and slowly applauded. The next moment there was thunderous applause. All the audience applauded from their hearts, and some of their palms became red. Some of them didn't care at first, but if it weren't for Anjet's face, they wouldn't stay at all. But now, they think the decision to stay is really right. The 3 people on the stage hugged and wept. Looking at the crowd clapping, the 3 bowed together to express their gratitude. Thank you everyone for coming to join us. To be honest, we are really nervous. I don't know what to say at this time, but thank you everyone. Kosaka Anoka took a long time to sort out his emotions, and then continued, I want to thank someone here, Anjet, can I invite you to the stage? Hey? Seeing the light falling on him instantly, Anjet panicked for a moment. Damn, I'm unprepared. Anjet had a numbskull for a moment, but fortunately, he had a rational personality and instantly stabilized his emotions. He walked onto the stage with a relaxed expression, facing the gaze of all the audience below without stage fright. Anje is the person I want to thank the most now. It is him who gives us encouragement and courage. Thank you. Kosaka Onoka said. He actually stepped forward to give Anne's a hug. I go. Hugging the girl's energetic body, Anje let out a strange cry in his heart. The character of Emperor Guo is too straightforward. Fortunately, Anje has a rational personality, but he will not lose his attitude. These are the results of your own hard work. I believe that even without me, you will one day be full of seats here. Anje smiled and spoke softly, attracting the audience's approval from below. Yes. Your performance is really wonderful. Yes. Let's not play another song again. We haven't watched it yet. Suddenly all the audience yelled, wanting Nan Kinlai and the others to have another song. www.readaloud.com. This was beyond Anne's expectations. Sui Naguo, what should I do? Nan Chin Li couldn't help but asked softly. They only prepared one song. Anje touched his chin and looked at the energetic group of fans, and suddenly became interested. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, You seem to have fun, but they are tired. Let me sing a song. Anje wants to sing? Nan Kinlai and the three could not help but glance at each other, their expressions full of surprise. It is the audience who heard that Anje actually said to sing, and soon recovered. Ms. Anje is going to perform live? This is okay. It's great, I can actually listen to Mr. Anje's live singing. I really like listening to Mr. Anje's on the street with falling flowers. Hearing the happy words of those people, Nan Kinlai and the others were even more surprised. Seeing their excited expressions. Can Anje sing besides dancing? Anje smiled and took a guitar from the stage, fiddled with it a few times, and walked to the microphone with a calm expression. I have heard the story of the growing up of the Muse chick, and I am also touched. Let's improvise. A blue bird for everyone. There was a look of interest in people's eyes. Improvisation? Bluebird? The Muse sings the baby bird learning to fly, so what does the blue bird that Anje wants to sing to express? Seeing that everyone was aroused, Anje's mouth showed a faint smile. With his fingers plucking the strings, he slowly speaks. If you can flap your wings and soar. I said, I won't be back. I want to fly. That azure blue sky. Chapter 32, Senpai is too criminal. The singing continued, Anje sang loudly, with strong voices and emotions. The singing that seemed to be able to pierce the dome resounded in the auditorium, clearly just a person, a guitar, and no extra accompaniment, but it deeply shocked everyone present. Good, amazing. Kosaka Onoka looked at Anne who was standing not far away in disbelief, his eyes were full of shaking. Nan Kinlai is the same. She finds that the more she comes into contact with Anje, the more surprising her performance is. He seemed to be a deep pool. When she thought it had reached the end, she realized that it was only a shadow, and the real pool was still so unfathomable. Whether it is a writer, choreographer, or current singing, Anje's performance has shaken Nan Kinlai again and again, and everyone present. And Anje has completely entered the state, the sense of rhythm spreads throughout his body, Anje's body moves gently and sings loudly. If it can break through smoothly. I know, I will find it. Enough to throw everything away. That azure blue sky. That azure blue sky. Anje is a deep fan of Naruto. On the day when the last life of Naruto ended, he cried with excitement. Naruto is also an anime that accompanied him when he grew up. At this time, he was completely immersed in the song, as if he had returned to the original time. The song will always end, and the classic will also come to an end. It's just the love in Anje's heart that will never change. Until the song was finished, Anje's tears slowly slipped from the corner of his eyes, only to find that the scene was so quiet. Why, such a nice song, but I want to cry so much when I hear it. Ms. Anje is too involved in singing, right? The emotions are really strong. But It sounds so good. The lyrics make my whole person ablaze. The scene slowly became enthusiasm, and people looked at Anje, who was still a little lost on the stage, and they all looked very excited. Generally speaking, the concert was successfully concluded. Anje and Ayase Eri took great pains to finally send away the fans who had been reluctant to leave, and all of them were bitter in the end. Sitting in a chair to rest. Ah, it's finally over. Kosaka Anoka sat on the chair without an image, sighing loudly, but everyone could hear the excitement in her tone. So, what do you want to do next? Anoka. Anje smiled slightly and asked. Kosaka Anoka was silent for a while, with a smile on his face. I want to go on. Because I want to do, the feeling just now. It's really great. She looked at Anje excitedly. Now, I still want to sing more songs and dance more. I think Ziohei and Ziokan are also. I feel this way for the first time. Ans has a smile on his face. In that case, I will naturally support it. Oh, speaking of it. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Ayase Eri with a smile and said, I don't know if the president is interested in participating. You saw the situation just now. At the invitation of Anje, Ayase Eri could not help being silent. On one side, Tojo Nozomi's face showed a smile. As expected, what the tarot card says is right. There is nothing wrong with the choice of destiny. Thinking of this, she gently pushed Ayase Eri, and said with a smile, if you want to do it, do it. I'll be with you. Ayase Eri was silent for a while, with a firm expression on her face, and nodded. Yes. Anje exclaimed in excitement, with the same expression on his face, turning his head to look at Koizumi Huang and the others who had been standing by. How about you? Join together. If you get together, there will be exactly 9 people. With you, the muse is complete. With a smile on his face, Ans made a request to the remaining 4 people. Finally, with his efforts, the 4 Yazawa Nicole also agreed to Ans' proposal and joined the muse together. Anyway, they will join the muse in the future, Anje just made this much earlier. Say okay first. If your performance is not good, I will leave. Yazawa Nicole said proudly, shaking her black hair at this time. Oh? Really? With a smirk on Tojo Nozomi's face, she suddenly jumped behind Nicole and stretched out her claws to destroy Nicole's poor appa. Hold the grass. Good, so envious. Anje swallowed wildly in his heart, but his face showed an embarrassing expression under the control of his rational personality, because he was surrounded by the 9 muses at this time. Yoshi. Then let's start our rehearsal quickly. Kosaka Anoka jumped up excitedly, instantly becoming full of vitality. Ans, come with you too. I declare that you are also a member of our muse. Up. Hey. Anje let out a soft cry, but he saw the expectant eyes of the other 8 people. He was a little excited, but he considered it slightly on the surface, and finally nodded, and suddenly Sing Kongrin let out a cheer. Oh! Welcome Ans to join Miao. Until the evening of the rehearsal, the excitement of the group slowly disappeared. Anje dragged his tired body back to the house and fell directly on the bed. Rehearsing with the 9 people for so long, although Anje is only on the side to give advice from time to time, it is also very tired, so that Anje has to admire the terrifying physical strength of the 9 girls. But, this kind of life, I really like it. Ans's mouth is smiling. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com fell asleep directly. There was no incident of midnight attack this time. Anje fell asleep until dawn. When he got up, Kashima Jayakashiwa and Shina Mashiro were already busy with their own affairs. Well, the news about you on the internet has fallen out, and you are quite at ease, Anjur-jun. Xiaohiki Hoshiu saw Anje open the door and said lightly, but Anje didn't listen to the latter's words. He was completely attracted by Xiaohiki Hoshiu. She was wearing ordinary home clothes today, but she didn't wear the iconic black silk. Under the skirt, she had a pair of voluptuous big white legs, just like the red luau exposed in the air. Her skin was white and red, and she could see and jet. I really can't stop it. Nima. I want a nosebleed. Senpai is really too criminal. Anje screamed wildly in his heart, and his brain was full of white legs, and his rational personality was instantly activated. Oh? Did something happen, Shiba Senpai? Look for yourself. Ans couldn't help but approached Zayas Hikyoshio when he heard the words. He smelled the scent from the latter's body in his breath, and he couldn't help but feel the slightest on the surface. Hey? This is... Glanced at the computer screen, Anje was surprised to find that the person in the video above was himself. The song he sang yesterday was posted on the internet. Not only his, but the dance performed by the three of Nankinlai was also uploaded to the internet. The number of hits reached 700,000 and went straight to 800,000. This. Anje was overjoyed, with such a big influence, his popularity value. He immediately opened the popularity value panel, and after seeing the number of his popularity value, Anje couldn't help taking a breath. Is worth more than 6.8 million people. Chapter 33, could it be that golden retriever? More than 6 million. So much. Anje looked at the popularity panel in disbelief, and was bewildered by the sudden surprise. Wow, won't you steal the limelight of Muse, right? Anje couldn't help thinking about it, but found that many of the comments below were also admiring the Muse, and he was relieved. Only has more than 700,000 hits, and it is normal to generate so many popularity points. After all, everyone can generate 10 points of popularity. It stands to reason that if Anje is all affected, there will be more than 7 million people. But the result is not the case. Obviously, there are still many people who do not buy Anje. Well. Anyway, the fame has been beaten out, so you can't conquer these people. Anje thought cheerfully, and hurriedly went to prepare breakfast. After the three of them had eaten together, Anje immediately got into the room. System, permanent curing of painting skills. With Anje's order, the number on the popularity panel instantly decreased by 5 million, and Anje also gained the LV9 drawing ability forever. Although the popularity value that was finally obtained has been spent so much, Anje does not feel distressed. With the ability to paint, he can do more. System, I want to exchange popularity value for literary works. The system panel suddenly lists a lot of works, all of which are the most popular masterpieces in the past, and they are all listed in front of Ans at this time. Finally waited until this moment. Ans's eyes shined, and he chose comic literature without thinking about it. Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't use the painting skills I acquired with great difficulty? Reaper 1.5 million people can be exchanged. Naruto is worth 1.5 million people. Although literary works are much cheaper than skills, they still need more than 1 million popularity points. But these are not problems now. Anje's eyes are brilliant, he happens to have so many popularity points that he can exchange for a classic work. Redeem Naruto. Anje finally chose to redeem Naruto. No way, he really has a deep love for this work. I look forward to the moment it shines in this world. A lot of popularity value was instantly wiped out, and Anje's mind instantly added the plot of Naruto, and any small details were clearly printed in his mind. Awesome! Anje sighed softly. Although he loved Naruto very much, he couldn't remember every picture of it completely, but it was different at this time. Anje felt that now with his eyes closed, he can paint the pictures of Naruto one by one. Come out! After the exchange of Hokage, Anje also had a bold idea in his heart. He originally considered publishing Hokage on a well-known comics website. He believed that with the power of Hokage, he would soon gain a lot of popularity. But he changed his mind, he will definitely publish other works in the future. Instead of seeking collaborators one by one, why not start his own website? With the power of the system, novels, songs, comics, and even animation, Anja believes that he can easily make it. He is fully capable of creating a two-dimensional kingdom exclusively for him. When the time comes, isn't the popularity value as much as it needs? When Anja thought of this, his saliva almost came out, and he was immersed in a beautiful fantasy and couldn't help himself. But all this is not impossible. As a traverser, Anja naturally has a heart to make trouble. Sitting on the cultural heritage of the entire world, if you don't have the courage, wouldn't you have come to this world in vain? It's done. Anja was heartbroken and made up his mind completely. He opened the system again. Although he has some experience in editing web pages, it is still difficult to create a website on his own. Fortunately, he has an all-purpose system. In the end, Anja directly spent 300,000 manhoods and directly copied a website template. Of course, this also spent his only popularity value. What's so special? That's it. Anja tapped his thigh, grinning silently. What he copied is naturally the famous bee station, a gathering place for that housemate. Ho ho! Too strong. All the effort is worth it. Anja's heart is excited at this time. Although there is nothing on Station B at this time, it does not hinder Anja's excitement. Okay. The website is easy. Next. Ans calmed down his excitement, brought a set of electronic drawing boards that had been prepared, and started to create comics. The electronic paintbrush is swiftly jogging on the drawing board, with LV9 drawing skills as a primer, and there is no need to worry about the problem of splitting, Ans's drawing speed is simply exploding. In just 10 minutes, the first page of Naruto was born. I'm amazing. Anja looked at the cartoon page on Guangneo and praised himself without humility. Of course, this is just the beginning. Anja immediately began to paint the next piece of content, and began to work hard. This painting takes 3 days. For 3 days, Anja stayed at home, except for eating with Kazuma Jayakashiba and Shina Masaki every day. He almost stayed in his room, drawing crazy drawings of Hokage. Zayas Hikiyoshiya was curious about Anja's movements, but didn't ask much. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that she knocked on Anja's door. When the latter opened the door, what was revealed was a head with messy hair and 2 dark circles under his eyes, showing a look of excessive energy consumption. Ans's appearance shocked Zayas Hikiyoshiya. Well, don't young people know how to be more restrained? It's not good if you break down. Where did you tell that I was broken? Not right. I'll go. What's in your mind, senpai? Anja was unable to complain. Sister Shiu, is there anything? Zayas Hikiyoshiya is also used to calling Anja, obviously she also likes Anja to call her senior sister. She stood in front of Anja's door, those long black silk legs undoubtedly attracted Anja's eyeballs, and finally forced her rational personality to force Anja to look away. Did you forget? Today we are moving. Oh. Hearing what she said, www.readaloud.com, Anja also remembered. The manuscript of Naruto has been drawn in the dark for the past 3 days, and all these things have been left behind. However, he almost drew the content of the first 50 episodes of the former Naruto. This terrifying drawing speed will definitely make the major cartoonists ashamed. Because at the end, Anja can complete a page in almost a few minutes. Horrible. In the past 3 days, in addition to uploading Hokage to the website, Anja also uploaded the song Blue Bird. As for the song On the Fluttering Street, since Anja has signed the contract, so there is no upload. It's just that there are not many visits to Station B at this time. After all, it is a new website and it is impossible to have too many visits. But Anja is not worried. He has a popular foundation, and there are scenes like Naruto's masterpiece. As long as Anja speaks out on Twitter, there is no worry that the website will not develop. But right now, let's move with the senior sister first. Then let's pack things now. Anja yawned, stretched his waist and said. Well, let's meet a friend and neighbor of mine next time. She is a painter. You can also get acquainted with her. You can just draw some illustrations for your Wukong biography. Oh? That's it, what's that person's name? Anje is a little unconcerned. He has drawing skills himself. If he wants an illustration, he can paint as much as he wants. Well, Sawamura? Ying Lily, I will introduce you to me at that time. Xiaohiki Hoshiu said faintly, and turned to pack her things. And Anje's sleepiness disappeared instantly. What? Ying Lili? No way? Is it really that golden retriever? Chapter 34, sure enough. Has been busy packing for a long time, mainly packing the things of Xiaohiki Hoshiu, and Anje's things are packed with just a backpack. Anje was a little embarrassed, because Xiaohiki Hoshiu had a lot of private clothes spread out on the bed casually, and Anje looked straight as soon as he entered. But Anje has no fetishism. Although he felt a little rippling in his heart, he still naturally helped to pack things up. There are very few things that Sheena is really white. After busy until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the three of them finally loaded everything into the car and came to the central area of the Magic City. Hey? I didn't expect it to be quite big. Looking at Xiaohiki Hoshiu's house, Anje smacked his lips, but he didn't expect the latter's residence in the center of the Magic City to be so spacious. Moreover, the house is a small Western-style building, and there is an artificial lake not far away. Obviously it is not easy to have such a residence in this magic capital. Well, you deserve to be the popular author Xiaoxizi. Moved everything into the room, Anje walked out the door to look around. I don't know which house is Iri Sawamura's house? Anje is naturally curious about the arrogant and typical golden retriever dog, and Ying Lily is also a character that Anje likes very much. Xiaohiki changed her clothes and walked out. She wore a crimson one-piece dress with snow-white shoulders. She still had lustrous black silk on her legs. The graceful and round curves made Anne's breathless. Let's go and find my painter friend. Xiaohiki Hoshiu closed her hair and said faintly. Anne's nodded, and the two came to a villa next to the artificial lake. After seeing this villa, Anne's eyes condensed. This is the Ying Lily's house. Rang the doorbell on the gate, and soon a beautiful figure came out and came to the gate. Anne's eyes lit up, and it was Sawamura Hydri. There is no difference between the girl in front of him and his impression. The most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the extremely conspicuous blonde hair. The artwork like blonde hair is tied into double ponytails, and under the golden bangs are a pair of clear blue eyes. White porcelain skin. Is indeed a girl who attracts men's attention no matter where she is. Ying Ri, a petite figure, walked to the front of the iron gate. Compared with Kazumajayaka Shiwa, she was nearly half a head shorter, but it did not affect her being a beautiful girl. It's just that both Kazumajayaka Shiba and Anje are very familiar with the essence of Ying Lily. Hey? Xiaohiki Hoshiu? What are you doing at my house? Ying Ri was like an angry little lion at the moment when he saw Kasuga no Okashiu, staring and screaming, but in Anne's brain, how could it be a golden retriever angering people? Xiaohiki Hoshiu didn't care, her star eyes were half closed, and she seemed very lazy. Well, as an illustrator who works with me, is it wrong for me to monitor the progress of my collaborators? You don't need to bother. I will do what I promised you. Oh? I guess someone hasn't drawn anything at all right now, so I was so excited when I saw me. Xiaohiki Hoshiu relentlessly told the truth, and a trace of panic flashed across Ying Lily's face. Who said it? I'm almost ready. Only 2 days, no, 3 days. I can give you the illustrations that promised you. Hehe, it really is a famous loser. It was completely eaten by Xiaohiki, Tusk. Anne's looked at the two amusedly. The two were notoriously mismatched. They must be sarcasm when meeting each other, but they are surprisingly respectful of each other. Anje was on the side, but it was also very eye-catching. There was always a calm temperament on his body, and his appearance was superb. Sawamura Hydri soon turned his attention to Anjet. So, who is this? Anjet smiled slightly. Hello, my name is Anjet. I currently live in Shiu Senpai's house temporarily. Please give me your advice in the future. Hearing An's words, Iri Sawamura's double ponytails instantly exploded. Hey? Live together, live together? You. Well. What do you think in your head every day? Don't use your rotten girl thinking on me. U18 Ban Dujinshi Painter. Zayas Hikiyoshiu coldly told a terrifying fact, and Jet also smiled embarrassingly. Yeah, this beautiful blonde girl in front of me is actually another artist who specializes in Eros 18 Ban Dujin books, a famous artist, Hydri Kashiwagi. Well. Ying Lily instantly exploded her hair, and she opened her small mouth to reveal a shining tiger tooth. What? Only you don't want to be said by you, a dark girl. I am so, please, although the appearance is perfect, but the inside is extremely useless. Is it really okay to draw illustrations for the disguised lady? Zayas Hikiyoshiu's tone did not fluctuate, as if she was stating a very common thing. Forget it. It seems that I really shouldn't bring Anjet to come to you to draw illustrations. Who are you talking about? Isn't it just an illustration? I will be able to draw it for you soon. Really, I will leave you with the illustrations of An's works, and prove it to me. Anjet stood aside dumbfounded, obediently, as expected, since ancient times, the ancients don't deceive me. Looking at Ying Lily who was yelling, Anjet felt that all he heard were the barks of defeated dogs. Wow, woof, woof. This is really Aranary. Are there any guests here? Why don't you come in and sit down? There was a voice from a middle-aged person in the room. Anjet raised his brows. Could this voice be Ying Lily's parents? Humph. Ying Lily let out a cold snort and reluctantly opened the iron door. Well, I didn't expect your parents to be at home. This is a bit rude. Xiao's Hikiyoshiu said lightly. So what a disrespectful attitude of yours. I don't need your hypocrisy. Ying Lily muttered softly, but made an invitation gesture to Ans very politely. The style of painting has changed. Ans thought so in his heart, watching Eri Sawamura, who suddenly became very much like a young lady, was not used to. Ying Riri is a mixed race, her father seems to be a diplomat, so to speak. When Ans thought about it this way, he saw a middle-aged man with blonde hair coming out, followed by a petite lady who looked like Ying Riri in 7 points. The moment Spencer saw Anjet, his body shook slightly. Although it was only a short moment, Anjet noticed. Oh? Is it Irie's friend? Please come in and sit down. Spencer cast a corner of his eyes at Ying Riri's mother, who nodded and took Shiu Kashumajayaka to the living room. Anjet deliberately fell behind a few steps, and Spencer also walked behind. Seeing Ying Lily and 3 people disappearing in the corner of the aisle, Spencer saluted Anjet. I don't know if it is His Highness Ans who is visiting, please also Your Highness Hai Han. Anjet secretly said in his heart that he was right. As a diplomat, the latter obviously knew his identity. Chapter 35, Pretend to be the finishing touch. The Dimension Continent is vast. Although King Arthur used the power of the Holy Grail to make Britain rise and become the only country that rules the Dimension Continent, there are still many people who gather outside the country and develop into small ones on this vast land. Tribe. Among them, some tribes have tens of millions of people, no less than the population of a town. Spencer was a diplomat of the tribe who was stationed in Britain all year round. Anjawi is the only son of the Duke, and his information is naturally well known by Spencer. His father, Duke Angus, was one of Britain's 7th-tier powerhouses, and he was also the overlord who was entrusted by King Arthur and ruled a territory. Looking at Spencer, who was very respectful to himself and even had a panic expression on his face, Anjet couldn't help but shook his head slightly. Mister, don't be cautious, this visit is just a coincidence. Anje smiled slightly and said, moreover, this time I am also asking for your daughter's money. I came in a hurry, but please forgive me. Your Royal Highness is polite. Spencer bowed his head and saluted, but he dared not show any disrespect to Anje. Anje was also helpless about this, so he had to shook his head slightly. I live in this neighborhood, please don't tell my father, husband, the two of them don't know my identity, so Mr. Lahui will take cover. Spencer's expression moved slightly, and he nodded, and invited Anje into the living room. Xia no Okashiwa was talking with Ying Rairi's mother. After seeing Spencer, the latter got up and talked a few words before going upstairs with him, giving the opportunity to get along with young people like Ans. Well, now that you have agreed, then, what illustration do you want me to draw for you? Seeing his parents leave, Sawamura Ying Rairi also instantly revealed his truth, with that little tiger tooth exposed, and asked with a proud face. Zayas Hikiyoshiu had a plain expression on this, and glanced at Anje, meaning that he could figure it out. Well, I published a novel, The Story of Wukong. This time I want you to help me draw some illustrations about the plot of the story. Hey? The Story of Wukong. Ying Lily was taken aback, then suddenly realized. I said your name, how familiar. It turned out to be. How can I use my real name as a pseudonym? Ying Rairi stared at Anje, but he did not expect that the latter was the popular writer who suddenly appeared in the past few days. Teacher Anje, who became popular with a book. Shiu Kazumajayaka on the side of said lightly, what kind of pen name does someone use and what does it have to do with you? How long does it take for 10 illustrations? Sawamura Ying Rairi glared dissatisfiedly at Kazumajayaka Shiwa, but still thought about it seriously. 5 days later, after all, I also promised a dark girl to give her an illustration. Well. So, you really didn't draw anything for me. Xiao's Hikiyoshiu couldn't help saying like this. No roadblock. In Ying Rairi's room, Ans and Kazan Okashiwa sat aside, watching Iri Sawamura draw the first draft. Zayas Hikiyoshiu only looked at it for a while, and his eyelids were dizzy, so he went to the side and picked up a book and read it. Ans is not good to bother Ying Rairi, but in the girl's room, he is not easy to mess with her things randomly, which seems a bit embarrassing. As for the dirty thoughts in his heart, there is no need to guess at all. This is Ying Rairi's room. Had it not been for the rational personality to forcibly occupy the body, Anje would have been drooling. Eyeballs rolled around, but Anje saw something on the desk beside him. Is the Love Metronome written by senior sister? Ans took it out of the bookshelf casually, and looked through it a few times, and found that there were many labels on it. Obviously Ying Lily also read the book very seriously. Sawamura Ying Rairi was concentrating on painting, and did not see Anje's movements. On the contrary, Anje shook the book in front of Kazumajayaka Shiu's eyes, with a slight smile on his face. Zayas Hikiyoshiu was also taken aback, and then turned his head indifferently. The relationship between these two people is really weird. Obviously pay attention to each other's works, but on the surface they have been sarcasm at each other. As mentioned earlier, both of them secretly hold high respect for each other. Time passed quickly, and Ying Lily quickly finished the first illustration. Okay. How about it? She handed the drawing paper to Anje, and Anje looked at it carefully for a while. It's really good. As expected of Mr. Kashiwagi Hydri. Ans almost blurted out the ergonomic painter, but immediately changed his words. Who do you think it was? Seeing the latter's small smug face, Anje also smiled. In his estimation, Ying Lily's painting level should be around LV6 to LV7. Although it is much worse than Shina Mashiro, it is still quite powerful. Just whether it's really white or Iri. Why do the painters I met? Thinking of this, Anje is a little drunk. Yet, it's so serious. Anje looked at it for a while, pondered, but suddenly picked up the paintbrush and stretched out towards the painting. "Hey!" Yingrai said in surprise, a little bit angry, just about to say something, but suddenly stunned. She saw Nje only a few strokes, and lightly traced Wukong's eyes on the painting, and the atmosphere of the painting suddenly changed. Although the Wukong painted by Ying Lily is indeed very awkward, it lacks a trace of artistic conception. The fall of Nje's stroke makes people feel that Wukong in the painting has come back to life. Nje has made a few strokes again. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com drew a few strokes in the eyes of the monk Tang and his apprentices one by one, and suddenly a breath of agility came to his face. Nje put down the brush with satisfaction and nodded lightly. "This feels right." LV9's painting skills, this finishing touch can be called a magical skill. The Sawamura Iri on the side looked dumbfounded. What a great skill in painting. "Ans, can you paint?" Nje nodded lightly, "Well, a little bit." "Is this still a little bit?" Rational personality, you will be struck by lightning if you pretend to be so forceful. But, pretend to roar, okay, wow. Nje's nerdy character laughed like this in his heart. You, since you paint better than me, why do you want me to draw illustrations for you?" Ying Lily suddenly became angry, her expression looked very funny. "Bark bark. Ahem. Seriously, serious?" No. Because I am catching up with comics now, I really don't have time to draw illustrations, and I just came to you when I was introduced by Shiba-senpai." Nje touched his hair, embarrassed. "Actually, I just came to see you. Golden Retriever dog. Hey? Are you not a novelist? Why did you paint comics again?" Sawamura Yingrai asked in surprise. Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu on one side also turned her gaze, and she also knew that Nje was actually drawing a manga. Moreover, she didn't know Nje's painting skills were so good. "The portrait of myself I saw that day was painted by Nje himself." Seeing the surprised expressions of the two men, Nje felt proud of it. "Hey! Don't look at who I am?" Chapter 36, Now we are alone and widow. The thoughts in Nje's heart will naturally not show up on his face, as he has a cover of rational personality. It is not too easy for him to disguise his emotions. "But I'm proud to be proud, I still have to do business seriously." "Let's do it, I will draw a general picture of the character for you, I hope it will be helpful to you." Nje said after thinking about it. Sawamura Yingrai's eyes lit up. She had just seen An's painting skills. If she could see An's painting process with her own eyes, she would definitely learn a lot from it. "I might be able to break the bottleneck I fell into by then." "Just do what you say." Nje sat in front of the drawing board, picked up the paintbrush and started to outline. On the side of Iri, Sawamura looked at it seriously, but saw that Nje directly divided the drawing paper into 10 grids, and then a figure of a character was outlined. Very fast speed, no need to modify, every line is so random, but it can make people shine. Nje is painting quickly, and the first paintings are naturally the 4 masters and apprentices and the white dragon horse. However, in the biography of Wukong, Bai Longma is a female and likes Tang Seng. A mare ridden by Tang Seng every day. Oh no, mother dragon he. And with Nje's actions, Zixia Fairy, Tathagata, Guanyin, Jade Emperor and Dragon King also appeared quickly. Nje glanced at the scroll and started to paint directly. Every stroke is as beautiful as the sky, and it is indescribable. A famous character slowly became vivid, a little leaping on the paper, and the eyes of Eri Sawamura, who looked to one side, shone brightly, and even Kazumajaya Kashiwa, who didn't know much about paintings, was fascinated by it. Amazing! Sawamura Yingrai looked at Nje's movements in a dazed manner, as if seeing a door to a new world unfolding in front of him. She saw Nje's painting techniques one by one, which moved her very much. Just unknowingly, Her gaze at Anje's painting slowly turned to Anje's face. The latter has a shallow smile at the corners of his mouth, and a pair of black eyes appear to be very focused, immersed in the world of painting, as if everything around him would not distract him. What a warm smile! From a closer look, Anje is so temperamental. Although he felt that his temperament was a little outstanding at first glance, he just didn't pay too much attention to it. But now it seems that I was a bit wrong. And Anje is really good looking. Especially those eyes, it seems that the more you look at it, the more charming. Sawamura Hidarari suddenly started to sprout, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She was taken aback by her thoughts and quickly looked away. Hey! That's it! Anje sighed softly, put down his paintbrush with a chuckle, and in front of him, a vivid picture of a character appeared in front of everyone. Every character has its own characteristics, and the expressions may be public, gloomy, sad, or sad. No matter which character it is, you can feel its own character in the painting. Sheena's white underwater wonderland paintings can even make people feel immersed in the scene, showing the power of his painting skills. And Anje completely copied her painting skills, and the result is of course needless to say. The paintings at this time are the best proof. Too powerful. Me, I am like a fountain of inspiration now. Sawamura Hidarashi feels hot all over, no, all over, no. Anyway, she is very excited, and at this moment, she just wants to pick up the paintbrush and start painting. I know how to draw your illustration, shady girl. Oh. Syazhiki Hoshida folded her hands indifferently, raised the plumpness on her chest, stretched out the graceful curve of the crimson sweater dress. Are you sure you are not imitating Anje's style of painting? She slowly folded her long black silk legs together, gently shaking her red high-heeled shoes, half closed her star eyes. Sawamura Ying Lily suddenly fried her hair, and the two golden horsetails were almost upright. Hey? How is it possible? Don't underestimate me! She snarled fiercely against the little tiger tooth. I'll draw it for you now. Let's wait and see. Anje-jun, you should go back first. I want to see if she can digest your essence a bit. Syazhiki Hoshida said lightly. Will I abandon me when I use it up? Anje muttered in a low voice, but he was secretly complaining. My Jinghua? Invisible driving is the deadliest, my sister. There is also a rational personality, as if there is something in the words. Can you have a good conversation? Back in his new residence, Anje found that Sheena Shirai was seriously drawing a manga in the living room. Anje shook his head lightly and walked over to sit down beside her. Zhen Bacon, don't sit in front of the computer and draw every day. You have to go for a walk. Sheena Mashiro kept moving her hands, just whispered, it's about to start. Hey? What started? Preliminary selection for Newcomer Award. Hearing Zhen Bai's words, Anje was taken aback, only then did he remember that the pre-selection date for the Comics Newcomer Award was only 3 days away. Speaking of it, his Naruto can also participate in the Newcomer Award? I decided to start a website on my own, so I naturally had to find a way to develop more popularity. Just relying on the fans on my tweets, the impact is still a bit small. To get more popularity points, obviously you have to start from some other way. Newcomer Award, may be a good choice. With the power of Naruto, the Newcomer Award is not a trivial matter. At that time, there will be a lot of fans and popularity points again. When Anje thought of this, there was a smirk in the corner of his mouth. Anje? Hey? What's the matter? Laughing strangely. Oh. Accidentally revealing his true emotions, Anje felt depressed. Sheena is really white and won't think too much. www.readaloud.com. She only pays attention to comics. Maybe Anje? Anje gently touched the really white head, and said gently, hee, then come on. I'll be with you. If you have any ideas, you can tell me. Genbei turned his head, Those pure and water-like eyes glanced at Anje and nodded lightly. Okay. It's night time soon, and Shiuzaya's Haikyuu hasn't returned yet. After finishing a drawing, Shina Masashi stood up and suddenly took off his clothes. Oh? What are you doing, what are you doing? Anje, who was sitting on the side, looked bewildered for a moment, saw a white carcass appearing in front of him, and instantly only felt the blood pressure rise, and an arrow rushed into his mind. To take a bath. Wait a minute. Do you understand the current situation? I'm still in front of you. Anje, who was hit by such a crit, was instantly occupied by his rational personality, and said with a broken face, now we are alone. I understand. Oh. Now that I understand it is still like this. You don't understand it at all. Anje yelled in disintegration, but his personality was feasting for his eyes. Ah! The really white figure is so good. As he thought. The measurements are 79, 55, 78, yes. Don't worry about being a poor breast at all, because the waist circumference is very thin, so after taking it off, it will look more predictable than the data. No, no more, medical soldier. Blood pack haipu, me. Chapter 37, Run Through. Sheena really doesn't know what impact her behavior will cause Anje. The white carcass was just exposed to the air, exposed in front of Anje's eyes. Ah, you really don't treat me as an outsider. Anje murmured and sighed softly. Under the control of his rational personality, Ans puts a bath towel on Sheena Masahiro. During the period, he still inevitably saw a lot of things that he shouldn't see. Looking at the fuzzy figure behind the frosted glass in the bathroom, Anje still couldn't stop thinking about the spring light he had seen before. After finally calming down his restless heart, he collapsed on the sofa with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. The more I live with Sheena Mashiro, the more I can feel the blankness of this girl's emotions. Anje secretly vowed that in such a dangerous world, he must take care of her and not let her suffer any harm. Let this little Genbei live such a simple and happy life. All the wind and rain, there is me. The night slowly deepened, and Anje's cell phone suddenly rang a message reminder, but it was Xia's Haikyuu who told her that she would spend the night at Ying Lily's house. Well, these two people are also very hard. Anje, who was sitting in the living room drawing a cartoon, murmured softly, and turned his gaze back to Guang Brain. So, should we let Naruto be released? Anje's eyes flashed, and he clicked on the website of Station B. At this time, Station B looked very sluggish, with only the lonely song Bluebird and the first 10 comics of Hokage. Is not well known after all, and there are no people who strayed into this website, and the number of hits is pitifully 0. Anje uploaded 10 more Hokage texts, and after thinking about it, he gave up the idea of publishing the news on Twitter. Since you have decided to participate in the Newcomer Award, let's announce it at that time. He shook his head, glanced across the website page of Station B, and looked at the page that allowed him to spend decades on it in his previous life, with a slight smile on his face. We'll meet again in this world soon, old friend. Early in the morning, Anje woke up to the crisp sound of birdsong. The sky outside the window was as blue as a wash. From time to time, a shuttle vehicle flew by, and the birds happily landed on the branches, appearing extremely peaceful. Woo, today is the weekend, do you have an appointment to accompany the birds and the others to train? Anje stretched out, got up from the bed, took care of his personal hygiene, and went to make breakfast. Kazuma Jayakashiwa did not come back as expected. After the breakfast for the two was made, Ans came to the door of Sheena Mashiro's room and knocked the door lightly. But unexpectedly, there is no response. Anje shook his head, opened the door and walked in. As soon as the door was opened, Anje was taken aback by the sight in front of him. What's going on? Is this house patronized by a thief? Looking at the sight of a typhoon passing by, the clothes scattered all over the ground and the bed, making it almost impossible to find a place to stay. Really white style. I just sorted it out yesterday. This scene is really familiar. It's exactly the same as seen in the original work. Anje sighed inwardly, and found the true white under the desk, sleeping in the pile of clothes and underwear. Zhen Beijiang? It's already morning. Anje tapped the table lightly. I won't come back this morning. No, it's already here. Don't say such scary things. Seeing Sheena really white slowly crawling out of the pile of clothes, Anje suddenly remembered that Sheena at this time seemed to wear nothing. As expected. Sheena Mashiro stretched out a lotus arm from the pile of clothes, and then the clothes blocking her body slowly slipped off, and the carcass she saw yesterday showed up again in front of Anne's. Oh! Give my chicken a day off. Anje made a strange cry in his heart, but a pair of eyes kept staring at the graceful female body. The S-shaped curve made Anje's body hot, and finally he was forced to look away from his rational personality. Put on your clothes. Are you naked? Under the rational personality, Anje said in a tangled voice. That's it. Shent, that's it. Let others see me run wild and show you. Anje yelled like this in his heart. Of course, if I was the only one, it wouldn't be impossible. Oh, no, how could there be such an impure idea? How do you think? Now that you take it out, put it on for me. Ans picked up the clothes and handed it to Zhenbai, who tilted his head slightly. Fat this? Which is better? Wow! What is this going to do? What are you doing? Want me to choose this fat for you? I like it. The thoughts of YD in Ans's heart flew around, but on the surface, he was helpless and tangled in the pile of clothes on the ground. This one? Striped, not good. What about this lace? No. Oh. This is acceptable. Hollow. Nonsense. Why is there such a fat in Zhenbai? Woo. Anje suddenly felt dizzy in his mind. This is Zaya's Haikyoshi's. I accidentally collected the wrong place when I moved. Ah. Stupid. Is it really good to play this shameful selection activity early in the morning? Even though he thought so, Anje was still very excited to choose the fat this for Zhenbai, and finally picked up a light green, small. Ah, I will definitely die young after living like this for a long time. Turned his back to Zhenbai, who was wearing clothes, and listened to the sound of wearing clothes coming from behind him. Anje felt so painful and happy. Speaking of it, unexpectedly, Senpai can take care of people. Because Xiao's Haikyoshiu has been taking care of her so white these days, Anje, who had been tossed so much early in the morning, couldn't help thinking like this. All right. Sheena Mashiro whispered softly. Anje turned and looked at Mashiro, who was finally dressed, but he saw the latter's messy hair. Hair. Go get tidy, and wash your face by the way. Sitting in the living room, Anje looked at Zhenbai, who had finally finished everything and started painting again, and could not help but sigh. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. After the newcomer award, take Zhenbai out to play. Every day is to eat and sleep to draw comics. Only Zhenbai has a temperament that can stand it. He thought so. The door suddenly opened softly, and Xiao's Haikyoshiu walked in with a look of sleepiness. Good morning. It is good. After all night, Shiu of Zaya's Haikyu looked very spiritless, and after a random sentence, she walked into the bathroom. Looking at Zaya's Haikyoshiu's utterly perfect figure, Anje suddenly remembered the hollow fat this who just accidentally found. I can't think about it anymore. I'm going to have a nosebleed. After everything is ready, Anje is ready to go out. Since it was to meet the 9 young ladies of the Muse, Anne's dressed up a little, and the whole person looked very handsome. Suddenly saw the door of Zaya's Haikyoshiu's room half open, and Zaya's Haikyoshiu was lying on the bed with her back to him, without a quilt. It's so casual to me. Hey! This horrible rational personality! Look! Let me be regarded as Lu Xiaowai. Ans muttered like this, took the blanket and walked into Xia's Haikyushiu's room, about to cover her. Suddenly he was there. Senpai's bathrobe is not buttoned at all. It's just so wide open, it only covers a small half of the plumpness, and under the flat lower abdomen, it's the hollow that Ans took back, fat this. Seeing the elder sister's round body displayed in front of him so slenderly, Anje only felt the blood flow upwards in an instant, and he covered his mouth for a moment. Ah! The body is directly occupied by forced reason, Anje's eyes seem to be burning. That is, what kind of fiery? Chapter 38, the stage where the muse shines. Rational personality forcibly occupy Anje's body, but even so, it can't stop Anje's crazy heart. Let go of the old man. The old man hasn't watched enough yet. Anje, who was forced to look away by his rational personality, yelled in his heart. Senpai's attractive naked body is right in front of her. Why not let this dead house go crazy? The spirit of the house broke out, and finally Anje saw the white body of the senior sister again, and he was so excited that he almost jumped. Wow, so big! So white! He moved his gaze downwards, his gaze just touched the hollow fat this, his nose suddenly became hot, and a wisp of nosebleeds came out. Can't you be more serious? Anje's heart suddenly sounded indifferent, and then his rational personality directly took away the control of Anje's body. Damn it! I almost saw it. Anje directly ignored the words of rational personality, and roared in his heart. He was extremely depressed, and he wished to completely merge his rational personality and truly take control of his body. Instead of like this. I can see and feel, but I can't act according to my own thoughts. God! Since let me travel here, why should I restrict me like this? An's otaku's soul couldn't help crying in tears. But Anje couldn't help but lose his rational personality in the end, and was finally covered with a blanket on Shiuzaya's Haikyuu, blocking the beautiful scenery. Rational personality. You wait for the old man. Ignoring the resentment of the soul of the house, Anje closed the door and walked out under the control of his rational personality. Sitting on the tram, Anje's mentality is still in a state of collapse, so that the rational personality that has been integrated with Anje is affected, sitting there posing as if a stranger is not close. The light of magic energy shined on the roof of the tram, and the tram was fastened under the bridge by the magic energy. After moving, the distance from Nankorinri and the others was much shorter. The tram passed Onogizaka Academy in a short while. Anje got out of the car, and from a distance, he saw three beautiful figures standing there, discussing something vigorously. They all had sunny smiles on their faces, which made passers-by unable to help but keep their eyes on. Go with. The three lively and cheerful beautiful girls are Koizumi Hanayo, Hoshizori Rin, and Nishiki no Maki from the members of the Muse. Seeing An's appearance, the first to see An's Rin immediately waved. An's. Here. We are here, meow. Seeing Kongrin is the kind of girl who is full of vitality. Hearing her voice, Anje couldn't help but smile. Oh, Starry Sky Rin is so energetic. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Anje smiled and came to the three of them. Not far away, those waiting for the tram could not help but show envy in their eyes. Those three lovely girls, are they here to pick up this guy? Anje naturally ignored these passers-by, and at this time he was looking at Koizumi Huang with amazing eyes. Hey? Huang! Where are your glasses? Hey? I tried to change to contact lenses, will it be weird? Where can there be any? The soul of Anje's house could not help but cried out strangely. Sure enough, Xiao Huang is more beautiful without glasses. No. Very cute. Super cute. Anje said quickly, staring at Koizumi Huang's eyes, your eyes are beautiful. Being so boldly praised by Anje, Koizumi Huayang's face blushed slightly. Hey? Yes, is it? Starry Skyrin happily echoed, yes, meow. Huahua is super cute. Nishikino Maki also smiled and said, I said Anjekun would be surprised to see you, right? Zishikino, you tease me. Huayang blushed and mumbled. Hey, since the glasses are changed by the way, just call my name. I also. Nishikino Maki's face is slightly red, I will call your names too. Huayang, Rin and Jet. Jet and the three looked at each other and were very happy. Well. Zhenji sauce. Huayang and Jet happily yelled softly. Starry Skyrin looked excited, jumped behind Maki Nishikino, leaning behind Maki Nishikino, and his mouth kept making excitement. Jinji-chan. Jinji-chan meow. Nishikino Maki blushed and couldn't help but said, what are you doing? Maji-chan. Maji-chan seeing Kong Rin hugged Maji-chan, rubbing her face against Maji-chan's face, still calling Maji-chan happily. You are noisy. You are shy. You are shy. I'm not shy yet. Hey. Little Maki is so cute. Looking at the tumultuous Starry Skyrin and Maki Nishikino and Jet and Huayang looked at each other, and warm smiles appeared on their faces. Today is the weekend, although those girls are missing from the academy, it does not affect Anje's mood at the moment, because he saw 6 girls standing by the railing on the roof of the building, and Kosaka Anoka was waving at himself excitedly. Hey! Just wait for a few of you. Coming to the rooftop, Koizumi Huayang whispered, sorry, we are late. It's okay. Let's get started. Kosaka Anoka spoke excitedly, and then the 9 began to warm up. Anje sat aside with a smile on his face, watching the 9 girls stretch their bodies to their heart's content. It was very uncomfortable. After warming up, Ari Ayase and Umi Sonoda led everyone to start a dance rehearsal. Ans shouted the beat for them while giving guidance. Huayang, the movement range is bigger. Rin, your movements are deformed. Here, Kinlai is pulling Nicole around www.readaloud.com very good. Anje's dancing experience exchanged from the system, even Ari, who has won an award for dancing, finds it very powerful. In fact, she has been wondering why Anje Mingming can't dance, but has such a profound dance experience. Rehearsing until the afternoon, a group of people stopped, and all of them sat down with tired faces. Anne smiled and opened a bottle of magic drink and handed it to them. This is what he bought from a special offering based on his identity, which can relieve fatigue to a large extent. Oh! This is delicious! And I feel full of strength. Kosaka Anoka sighed after taking a sip. Anje just smiled, and didn't say much. At this moment, the light brain that had been set aside suddenly rang a few times, and Anje's eyes instantly condensed. Hey? News from the whole station. Hey? What is it? Nan Kinlai asked softly. Well, let me see. Anje clicked on the light brain, and suddenly said softly, Hey? Love Live competition. There was no response from a few people, but Koizumi Huayang suddenly let out a scream. Love Live? Is it true? Well. Did something happen? Huayang, why are you so excited? Several other people asked puzzledly. Anje didn't even bother to answer this. He sighed softly. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of incident at this time. Good luck. Love Live. That's the best stage for the muse to shine. Anje's eyes are bright, and now, he is also a member of the muse. He seems to see a huge amount of popularity, beckoning to him. Chapter 39, Me and Your Love Live. Nan Kinlai didn't notice Anje's expression change, but all stared at Koizumi Huayang, who was looking excited, completely different from the usual shy appearance. She leaned in front of Guang Neo, her eyes shining brightly at the information on it. Wow! It's really a Love Live contest. Oh? Is this very famous? Sonoda Kaimi asked softly on the side. Huang Chik nodded like pecking rice, of course. That is a nationally focused event. You are all aiming at becoming idols, how can you not know this? Huang said excitedly, as if these people didn't know that this competition was hard to forgive. She narrowed her eyes, and kept muttering, "Ah! Jane, it's a fantastic event. I don't know when the tickets will go on sale? And what will the first day bonus be?" On the side of, Maki Nishikino looked at Huang with excitement, and whispered helplessly, "When it comes to idols, she is like a different person." Starry Sky Rin smiled and said, "Rin really likes this kind of Hua Miao." Kosaka Anoka couldn't help but asked, "Are you going to see Xiao Yang?" Huang suddenly stood up from Guangnao, "Of course. That's a huge idol activity." "What? I thought you would say that was our goal." How is it possible? I don't dare to imagine that we can play." Koizumi Huang seemed to be talking about her thoughts. She took a few steps back abruptly, leaning against the roof railing, and hurriedly denied it, her expression tangled. Maki couldn't help muttering from the side, "Your has changed too much, right?" The Starry Sky Rin on the side of is still smiling. Rin also likes this kind of Hua Miao. Watching them discussing there, Anjay got up from the carpet and patted his hands lightly, attracting their attention. "Why do you want to say delusion?" Anjay had a faint smile on his face. "Don't you have confidence in yourself? Our next goal, but the championship." "Hey? Really? Hearing Anjay's words, the 9 people couldn't help but looked at him in surprise. Anjay looked at a few people funny in his heart. Of course he was not joking. If others don't know, will he still not know? Love Live can be said to be an exclusive stage for Muse. Of course it is true. Anoka. Isn't that your idea? Anjay suddenly showed a wicked smile on his face. He casually tossed a bottle of magic drink with a cynical expression. "It's just an event." "Anoka, have you forgotten what you said at the concert that day?" Kosaka Anoka's eyes narrowed. "Of course, I haven't forgotten." She put her hands on her chest, closed her eyes as if she was reminiscing about the feeling of that day, and then suddenly opened her eyes. "Everyone! I have decided. Our goal is to be champions. Yes, this is my domineering fruit emperor. The emperor who dares to order the heavens to stop raining." Ans is extremely excited. Because this time, he will truly accompany them. Sonoda Highway sighed slightly, "Really? There is no way to get Anoka. And Anjay too, accompany her to fool around. Hey! Because as long as it succeeds, our campus will definitely not be abolished." Anoka smiled. She knew Highway and Kinlai would definitely support her. "It's easy to say, but we don't have any works right now. The concert song will definitely not work." Ayase Eri said lightly. Yazawa Nicole also nodded. She naturally knows this idol activity very well. Indeed, Love Live is not allowed to sing. It must be sung. "Hey, what's this?" Anoka collapsed like a ball deflated. Anjay smiled without saying a word. In fact his house spirit was grinning silly. "Original song? I have it. And as much as you want. Sitting on the cultural wealth of the entire world, how could I be stumped by the so-called originality? Give me enough popularity points, and I will scare you to death with original. He. This is forcing me not to pretend. Who will pretend? Give me who I am. Wow, haha." Anjay laughed in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, "Leave me the song. Don't forget that I am also a member of the Muse." Nan Kinlai's eyes lit up. "That's right. Anjay's words, it must be okay." "Hey! That's natural, and I promise that I won't be disappointed." The 9 people are all a little excited, but they have seen Anjay's composing level. Thanks to him, the first performance of the 3 Hanaokuo is very popular on the internet. In that case, I will treble Ans. Ayase hesitated for a moment, and finally solemnly thanked Ans. She saw the latter's contribution to them, and he didn't ask for anything from them at all, and he took out a valuable thing like a magical device to assist them in rehearsal. Sometimes she would be curious about Anje's identity. This big boy always has a very peaceful temperament and is so versatile. But in fact, no one knows Anje very much. In their eyes, Anje is so mysterious, but they unknowingly become very dependent on him. It seems that as long as this boy with a warm smile is by their side, they will always be motivated to move forward. Anje naturally didn't know what Suansari thought, and he didn't know that now he has gradually become the backbone of the 9 people. At this time, he has opened the system panel and searched for various songs of the muse in the past life. Reading www.yukanshu.com. Although he has listened to Muse's songs many times, he still doesn't understand the distribution of the lyrics, and it is necessary to use the system to assist. Fortunately, the song is not expensive. The value of a song ranges from 20,000 to 30,000, and there is no pressure on the current Anje. Whether it is the biography of Wukong or the 2 songs he sings, both are excellent, but An's popularity has been growing. After these few days of accumulation, he has become more than 1 million more worthy. Exchanged a song without distress, and he believed that he would be rewarded 10 times and 100 times in the future. Feeling the more information in his mind, Anje was secretly delighted. Deserves to be the system, they have already sorted out the lyrics of the 9 muse for him. I've thought about a song. Anje grinned and chuckled. Hey? It's a lie. Kosaka Anoka said in surprise, and the 8 people of Ayase also widened their eyes. Must be a lie. How could it be possible to come up with a song so quickly? Well, Anje, I said that you can't use the existing songs. Even if you change the lyrics, you can't do it. They obviously didn't believe it. Anje smiled, don't worry. Absolutely original. Is more than original, this is what you created, I just saved your brain cells. Hee. Ans clicked on the Light Brain Arranger software. The song he redeemed was undoubtedly suitable for the current muse, because it was the first song sung after the 9 muse gathered together. Our Love and Your Life. This song is also suitable for this competition, Anje quickly finished composing the song, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and hit the play button. Oh! My game opened automatically. Concert, success. Chapter 40, Ihua's smile is guarded by me. When the soft music came from Guangmin, the 9 muse couldn't help but stare. Actually, I really wrote it out. Although the song at this time was imitated by intelligently pressing the tone of 9 people, the electronically synthesized sound sounds a bit strange, but it does not prevent a few people from feeling the mood of the song. Amazing my Ans. Each of them looked at Anje with their mouths open, and the shock continued. Although Anje's ability to improvise composing has long been known, this situation is too bad. Our love, our live with you. Does it match the name of the current contest? Ayase whispered. Yes, yes. It's your love and my life. Anje smirked in his heart, but on the surface he slapped his hands very plainly. Everyone, let's jot down the songs first, let's start rehearsing right away. Ans. You are amazing. Kosaka Anoka jumped up, full of energy. Well. Don't be too happy. Tojo Nozomi smiled on one side, if we want to participate in the competition, we have to train harder. Everyone, don't complain about being tired. Tojo Nozomi suddenly showed a smirk on her face, and she scratched both hands in the air a few times. If the requirements are not met, there will be punishment. Hearing the words on the dark side of the Demon King Xi, the young ladies couldn't help but shiver, and subconsciously protected their breasts. They all knew what the punishment was said by the Demon King Xi. Anje stood aside and drooled wildly in his heart, and couldn't stop YY as if they were being punished. Damn! Sister Xi! Let the old man do this kind of rough work. If you let the 9 people know the true thoughts in Nje's heart, you will definitely drag him out and kill him without hesitation. An energetic group of people rehearsed until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Even with the magic drink provided by Nje, a few of them were too tired. Excessive training is naturally not good. In the end, Nje directly called the floating car, sent several people into the car, and watched them disappear from sight. Well, I have to draw manga manuscripts myself too. Hey, I'm busier than them. But before going back, Nje slowly walked towards the convenience store. Sheena's really white Baumkuchen was finished, but he kept it in his heart. At this time, it was the peak time of the crowd in the Magic City. All kinds of people were walking on the street. Nje walked silently among the crowd, always inadvertently moving away from the crowd. No matter which world he is in, his habit of nerdy personality remains unchanged. This is also his sorrow. That person. Nje's progress suddenly stopped. Among the crowds in front of him, a figure is walking slowly, with long brown hair and school skirts. It is the unbreakable love flower that saved his life some time ago. In the eyes of ordinary people, the unbroken love flower at this time is an ordinary girl, holding a string of meat tendon rolls in her hand and eating without a bite. Why not break the love flower will be here? Nje was stunned, and suddenly remembered that the Magic City Academy was not far from here, and it was not surprising that the love flower appeared here. Getting closer and closer. What should I do? How should I say hello to her? Nje thought in his heart, although there has been an encounter, but with the character of unbreakable love, maybe he will not remember himself at all. He thought this way, his rational personality controlled his body to move forward peacefully. No more, missed it. As expected, she completely forgot about herself. Seeing that the two were about to pass by, Nje couldn't help but sighed helplessly. You are like. I really care about me. Faint words suddenly came from behind, Nje couldn't help but stop. What a keen perception. Just a little while ago, his rational personality was disguised. But even so, she was discovered by her. Nje thought in surprise, even his rational personality was caught off guard and was taken aback. We seem to have seen it some time ago, haven't we? Nje. Pupa Ihwa bit the meat roll in her mouth, and said lightly without looking back. My God! She still remembers herself. Nje slowly turned his head, and laughed at himself. I thought I had been forgotten by the Savior. Oh? Obviously you saw the Savior, and you pretended not to see it, right? Pupa Ihwa turned around, her long flowing hair swaying in the wind. She stared at Nje's eyes tightly, as if to see through the thoughts in Nje's heart. Why do you care about me so much? And why, pretend not to know me? Being stared at by Pupa Ihwa like this, Nje felt a little drumming in his heart. This girl is too smart and powerful. If she doesn't pay any attention, she might be aware of something. Fortunately, the existence of rational personality is not understandable by ordinary people at all. Well, although it's not ordinary people who don't break love flowers, but the disguise of rational personality can't even read mind reading, and you can't penetrate Anne's heart by not breaking love flowers. It happened so suddenly, how could I have forgotten a beautiful girl like you? Nje rubbed the back of his head and smiled. I just don't know why, I didn't dare to recognize each other for a while, sorry. Hearing Nje's words, Pupa Ihwa couldn't help being silent, and Nje felt the latter's eyes flashed with sadness. As everyone knows, Nje's words just hit the sore spot of the unbreakable love flower. As a magician of the Wonderland, she possesses the destructive power of the Wonderland. Precisely because of this, reading www. Even if yugonshu.com didn't use that kind of power, she was separated from the people around her. The people around her are unconsciously in awe of her, and they can't get close to her. It's just that although Nje knew this, but his rational personality unwittingly stimulated the unbreakable love flower. Feeling the change in the mood of not breaking Ihwa, Anja secretly cried out inwardly. Rational personality, you idiot! He cursed secretly in his heart, and forcibly activated the ability to control his body for a short time. That, Ihwa Jiang! Don't know what I can do for you? Although compared to your life-saving grace, my ability is really insignificant. But An's nerdy personality is actually not good at communication at all, and he doesn't know what to say to the girl at this time, but at this time, he subconsciously used the name of closeness, which made the unbreakable love flower stunned. Love flowers, sauce. Seeing the unbreakable Ihwa with a stunned expression, An suddenly reacted. What? When will my fault be corrected? Although this is a bit cheap, but rational personality adult. Come out and save me. Hey? I'm sorry. Am I a bit too cheeky? Seeing a trace of embarrassment on Anje's face, Buletin Ihwa murmured, this is the first time I've been called by someone as sauce. She laughed suddenly, half covering her mouth with her hands, smiling very happily. You are really weird. Ans touched his head embarrassedly, but his house spirit was stunned. What a beautiful smile. Love flower sauce. I really want to. Chapter 41, You are simply unsaved. The girl's smile in front of her was very bright, and Anja was the first time she really saw the smile of Ihwa. At this time, she had a happy smile on her face, her fragrant shoulders moved slightly, and her incomparably plain eyes became vivid because of the smile. At this time, Love Flower is more like a young girl. Instead of that, Z Garden Magician. Well, speaking of which, I don't know your name yet? Anjurjun. Buba Ihwa smiled and asked softly. Anje raised his brows lightly, well. That's Anjet. That's how other people call me. Jet? Hey! Could it be? Buba Ihwa was taken aback for a moment, a trace of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Could it be? Isn't Anje the last name? That's right, people often make mistakes. Anje nodded slightly, mainly because he didn't want to give his surname. His father's name is not known to all the people in the principality, but at least half of the people have heard it. Not to mention those powerful powerhouses, there are a few who don't know his father who is a 7th-order powerhouse. Sora has such a powerful father, but he himself is an ordinary person without the ability to fight. Even if Anje never struggles with his own strength, he always avoids talking about his surname subconsciously. Buba Ihwa was astonished, and quickly apologized, I'm really sorry. I just met you, so I have been calling your name brazenly. No, it's okay. It's okay to call my name directly. Anje said with a smile. What a strange person. Bubai Ihwa stared at Anje and couldn't help thinking like this again in her heart. Why is he not afraid of himself at all? Well. In that case, you can call me by name too. Anje. Anje was taken aback, and his heart exploded instantly. Wow, haha. Success is close. Ask her. Hurry up and ask her. Anything is fine for eating and shopping. Anje was roaring wildly in his heart. If he hadn't just activated the ability to control his body, he would have acted long ago. Ano. Love Flower. It seems that it's time for dinner, so let's go to dinner together. Under the rational personality, Anje sent out an invitation with a soft smile on his face. Looking at Anje, who was smiling very warmly, she was stunned. This is the first time someone wants to invite her to dinner. She is still a boy. But she finally shook her head, thank you, my mother is waiting for me to go back. That's a shame. It's really not easy to repay the savior. Oh? Speaking of which, I really have a request. Buba Ihwa suddenly muttered softly. An's eyes lit up, no matter what, he would definitely not let go of this opportunity to contact her again. Do you have time next weekend? Yes, yes. When the sky is falling, I have to lift it up to see you. Yes, there seems to be no arrangement. That's it, then I'll contact you when the time comes. Pupa Ihwa showed a slight smile on her face, shook her head, and the elegant five-sword flat bangs gently swayed, looking extremely beautiful. Wow, haha. Contact information is coming too. Earned. This wave is not a loss. Anje was very excited, and the two exchanged contact information. After seeing Anje's luxurious magic phone, his eyes were condensed, but he didn't say anything. She also knows that Anje was actually born rich and honorable. After all, he can feel a little bit from his distinctive temperament. Watching the unbroken love flower go away, Anje is in a good mood, humming a little song all the way into the convenience store, directly bought a lot of Baumkuchen, and drove directly back to the building. As soon as he opened the door, Sheena Mashiro found the Baumkuchen in Anne's hands, and suddenly couldn't move his eyes anymore. Well. Anje smacked his mouth, walked to Zhenbai, and gently scratched her nose. Eat less, I'll have dinner later. On the side of, Kazumajaya Kashiwa was crackling on the keyboard, and devoted himself to writing, and even Ans did not notice when he came back. And Yang Lily have been tossing all night, her illustrations have also been done, and now naturally I have to hurry up and write the final volume of her novel The Metronome of Love. It seems that I still have to cook by myself. Anje shrugged helplessly, but the young master of the Duke's mansion was reduced to the nanny of the two. Although it is voluntary. After a busy meal, Anje made a sumptuous dinner, but Xiao's Hikihoshiya was still immersed in it, and finally Anje had to prepare the meal and put it on the table next to her. And Sheena Masashi took off his clothes directly and walked into the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Although she also knows the concept of men and women, she is really unguarded against Anje, and Anje doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. With a rational personality, he can only drool helplessly, but he can't take any action. Really lazy. Back in the room, Anje began to draw Hokage's original draft. The Comics Newcomer Award is only 2 days away, and he has to draw more drafts as soon as possible. Fortunately, his speed is amazing, and he drew several times quickly. Anje exhaled and looked at the time. It was almost early in the morning, and the lights in the living room were still on. Shiba Senpai is also working hard too. Everyone has everyone's life. Anje thought so, put down the paintbrush in his hand, and walked out of the room, only to see Xiao's Hikihoshiya lying on the computer desk, already asleep. Okay. When I didn't say the previous words. Ans was embarrassed and came to Xiao's Hikihoshiya. He saw that the meal he had put aside before had been eaten. At this time, the senior sister was sleeping beautifully, with a faint smile on her mouth. Shiba Senpai. Anje shook Xiao's Hikihoshiya lightly, and the latter flicked slightly and murmured. Ans, hug me, go back to the room. What? Anje staggered and couldn't help but back up a few steps. Oh poor! Did I hear it wrong? Did I get it wrong? I must have heard it wrong. I heard the wrong ghost. Hug. Take the senior sister to her room. Hey. Anje couldn't help showing a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and his sinful hand slowly stretched out to the stunned senior. But soon a rational personality appeared, which directly drove Anje's further nasty thoughts to the sky, bending down to hug Xiao's Hikihoshiya and hugged it www.readaloud.com. Damn it! Anje cursed helplessly, but he was completely helpless. But, oh! Senpai's body is really soft. Anyway, you can still feel the feeling when you touch it. Gently put Xiao's Hikihoshiya on the bed, and looked at the latter's beautiful sleeping face, Anje couldn't help but be stunned. Hey, beautiful lady is asleep, but unfortunately she can't eat tofu, kindly. Anje thought sadly, leaning slightly on the surface, resting one hand on the bed, and the other hand to take the quilt on the other side of the bed. At this time, Xiaohaiqiushiu suddenly moved, just hitting his supporting arm, and Anje's center of gravity immediately tilted. The next moment, he directly kissed Xiaohaiqiushiu's face. Well! The intoxicating fragrance was in his nose, and Anje instantly became confused. The rational personality controlled his body and quickly got up, and he took a few steps back and looked around like a thief, his face flushed. Seeing that Xiaohaiqiu didn't move and was still asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that he didn't notice that the corner of senior sister's mouth flashed slightly, and then disappeared quickly. An's house spirit finally recovered. Held a big grass. What just happened? I actually kissed my senior sister. Anje, who had recovered, suddenly felt very regretful in his heart. If it is the soul of the house that controls the body now, it will definitely be stunned. It's wrong, it's wrong. Why is it kissed on the face? Why isn't the mouth? Ahem. Anje thought this in his heart, and suddenly a voice without emotional fluctuations sounded deep in his heart. You are simply unsaved. Chapter 42, Run to a man's house to draw 18 bands. Anje didn't even listen to the words of rational personality. At this time, he was plunged into endless depression and annoyance. Why? Finally, such an accident happened, and as a result, I was actually biased. Such an accident may not happen in the future. In other words, he missed it forever. Anje's heart hurts when he thinks of this. Under the rational personality, Anje has already withdrawn from the senior sister's room. No matter how heartbroken Anje is, it will be of no avail. Slumped down on the bed, Anje kept tossing about and couldn't fall asleep. His mind was full of previous scenes. Senpai's touching body scent seems to be still lingering in her nose. Anje is already a little bit stunned. This Nima. Playing with snakes. He sighed helplessly in his heart, and finally opened his eyes faintly, as if he saw Senpai's moving red lips, getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly Senpai's body changed suddenly, becoming Shina Makishi's figure. Anje stretched out his hand, and at the moment he was about to touch it, Zhenbai turned into the figure of the muses. I am dreaming. It seems that I haven't had such a lucid dream for a long time. Anje, who seemed to be dreaming and awake, murmured in his heart, but saw that the bodies of the muse suddenly became one and turned into a beautiful figure, but she couldn't see her face clearly. The screen also changed suddenly. In the soft sunlight, the figure's long red hair fluttered with the wind, and his fuzzy face looked down at Anje, seemingly with a happy smile, but... Tears? Who is she? Why, cry? Don't know why, Anje suddenly felt a strong heartache. Don't cry, why, I'm so sad. This time, it's my turn, you, lover, you, wake up. The gentle words are in his ears, Anje's eyelids are dizzy, and he feels like he is lying in a person's arms. Under the soft light, the angel lowered his head, as if to kiss his lips. Ans? A soft call sounded, Anje suddenly opened his eyes and saw the stunned eyes of Xiaohaiqiushiu. Ans, you. Xiaohaiqiushiu gently covered her mouth, looking at Anje, she was a little at a loss. Anje raised his hand in a daze, and subconsciously wiped the coldness on his face. Tears. Why do I cry? Looking at the helpless eyes of the big boy in front of him, Xiaohaiqiushiu suddenly felt a tingling pain in his heart. What happened? Anje. Why, your eyes are so sad. I have a dream. Anje murmured softly, but did not notice that a tiny stream of light flashed slightly on the extremely delicate necklace worn on his neck. Anje was there for a long time, and finally recovered. It's okay, just had a nightmare. Anje smiled embarrassedly, and suddenly realized that he was only wearing a fat thistle, and Xiaohaiqiushiu was wearing loose home clothes. At this time, he was sitting on the bed, leaning forward and looking at him. With a glimpse of his gaze, he could just see the rippling spring light under her neckline. Anje's whole soul instantly surged blood, and was directly hit by a crit. Rational personality was directly activated and let out an exclamation. Ah! Shiu-senpai, why are you in my room? What, it's noon now. I'm here to wake you up for dinner. Are you really okay? Zai's Hikyu-shiu's beautiful eyes looked at Anje with concern. I don't know what kind of impact the spring light she leaked had on Anje. It was okay, but now something is happening. Angela pulled the quilt to cover his body, blocking a certain part that was so angry early in the morning, and his heart was bloody. Nanny! Come and add blood. After lunch, Kazumajayaka Shiwa said that she was going to take Shina Mabai to shop for shopping, and went out early. Anje ran to take a shower, the warm water dripped on his face, running down his sturdy body. Anje couldn't help but recall that dream. That dream, what is going on? Pushed open the bathroom door, the lingering water vapor quickly dispersed. Anje wore a pair of trousers, walked back to his room topless, his eyes condensed suddenly when he opened the door. Who is it? In his room, there was a figure sitting at his desk. Zai's Hikyu-shiu and Genbei have already left, there can be no other people in the room. Anje's cold voice came out, and the man was immediately startled. But when Anje saw the person's appearance, he couldn't help but stunned. Nanade? Why are you in my room, Yingrai? At this time, Yingrai is wearing that iconic green coat, with wide black-rimmed glasses on his face, and the originally tied ponytails are also scattered over his shoulders. She wore white gloves, the brush in her hand was frightened and the refill was broken. Wow! Such a defeated dog is so cute and cute. The soul of An's house suddenly became eager after seeing Yingrai's dress. Seeing An's opening the door and walking in, Ying Lily was also taken aback. Originally this room was let you live in by the shady girl? I said why there are so many things. Hello. Listen to your tone, you usually come here often. This is not my problem. Anje said silently, why do you have the key to Shiu-senpai's house? What can I do? No one will open the door if I ring the doorbell. Ying Lily turned the paintbrush in her hand, her other hand clasped her foot indecently, and said indifferently. Then why are you here? Anje was not surprised by the latter's behavior, and on the surface, his rational personality did not respond to it. Put on your clothes before you speak. Ying Lily turned a little red and turned her head to www.readaloud.com. An's angular upper body made her look a little unbearable, and the rotten souls would have to attack her. Up! Ans threw away the towel for wiping his hair, and the black pupils under the long bangs were shiny, almost showing Ying Lily. Put on a shirt casually, and Anje glanced at the latter's drawing. How about the illustration that I painted for me? Oh! He suddenly let out a scream. Don't go to a man's house to draw a real 18-ban manuscript. On the screen, there are no illustrations. There are only two beautiful girls wearing bikinis, with attractive bodies entangled with each other. The drawings are full of the language of running a train, and a breath of lily almost comes out through the paper. An's horrified words resounded in the room, and Ying Lily's face suddenly turned red. What can I do? I have a deadline every month. There is no need to say that kind of frank words. Her face flushed, showing a small shiny tiger tooth, and staring at An in shame. Zhejiang Feng danced his claws. Let's not talk about how you explain it, it's like a bite, why don't you paint that kind of thing in your own house? Anje waved his hand weakly. Dad invited the guests to the party, so I fled here. Yingrai said helplessly, half-closed eyes. Stay in your own room. The latter was a little angry, and threw the golden retriever fiercely, so if there are guests, I have to go out to meet people. That kind of behavior is obviously the eldest lady, and it doesn't match you at all. Is it your personal style? Anja looked at the left hand of the latter's foot that had been clasped, and the hair that seemed very messy, stroking his forehead and side. No roadblocks? Chapter 43, Nima, I was really poisoned. At this time, Yingrai looks very cute. Because Anja teased her about her dress, her face turned red. She also knows that her current dress is very different from usual, and she is used to doing whatever she wants. But it didn't take long for her to meet Anja. The image of a good lady stayed in Anja's impression for such a short time, and she was broken by her own death. Yingrai feels her face has a fever. I feel a little regretful. How can I show this appearance in front of Anja? It's just that she doesn't know, Anja is already very familiar with her. The kind that is too familiar. Looking at Yingrai with a shy face, the soul of An's house is chuckling. Yeah, Barry. Such Ying Lily is so cute too. Although she was wearing the rustic clothes and black-rimmed glasses, she still couldn't conceal the latter's superior conditions that day. Deserves to be a natural beauty, this dress does not reduce her appearance. On the contrary, against the black-rimmed glasses, Ying Lily's pretty face appeared whiter, making Anja want to take a bite. And the current Ying Lily still has an expression of shame, showing a tiger tooth. Anja's heart can't help but become dirty. Tiger teeth hurt ding hey. With a rational personality, An's thoughts of running a train in his heart will naturally not be revealed. Smiled softly, he was not teasing the arrogant Ying Lily, took out the electronic drawing board and sat in front of Guang Nao. Tomorrow is the Comics Newcomer Award. Although he has already met the minimum entry requirements for the text, he still has to continue his efforts in order to gain more popularity. Was drawn on the drawing board in a fluent and flowing water, and countless lines and contours appeared on the light brain quickly, and each image was quickly drawn into shape. On the side of, Yingrai saw Anja's movements and couldn't help widening her eyes, watching Anja's movements without blinking. She has seen Anja's terrifying drawing ability, even if she is just observing, it is enough for her to learn a lot. It's just that she looked at it and suddenly discovered something more terrifying. The exquisiteness of the picture is naturally not mentioned, but good, fast drawing speed. In such a short period of time, he has almost finished drawing one. How can that be? Yingrai was stunned to watch Anja save the painted drawing in Guang Nao, and then directly began to describe the next drawing, and suddenly the whole person was a little Spartan. This man draws manga, why doesn't it need a storyboard at all? Compared with Anja, the speed of my sketches is so desperate. Sawamura Yingrai showed a sad look on his face, watching Anja's sloshing movements with great sadness, the electronic paintbrush leaping dexterously in his hand, and another picture was completed. Hey? What's wrong? Ans turned his head a little strangely, looked at Ying Lily with a sad face, and couldn't help but ask. Is this the manga you were drawing last time? Well, I am going to participate in the Newcomer Award, but I am a little rushed in time. Although I draw slowly, I still meet the competition standards. Yingrai burst into tears in her heart, looking at Anja speechlessly, and was hit hard by it. The two continued to paint until the evening, and finally Sawamura Hydri went back to her home for dinner. Anja also put away the drawing board and began to make dinner. When a sumptuous dinner was prepared, Kazuma Jayakashiwa finally returned with Shina Mashiro with a big bag. Oh! It looks like a very pleasant shopping. Anja took off the apron around him, showing the appearance of a housekeeper with a soft smile on his face. But why does this look feel so weird? He was actually secretly complaining like this in his heart. No. I bought it for you. Xiaohiki Hoshiu handed a very beautifully packaged box and said casually. Anja took a closer look, and it turned out to be a watch. With his eyes, it was natural to see that the watch is actually very valuable. He was a little excited, the senior sister gave him such an expensive gift. Hi thank you, senior sister. On the surface, Anja still smiled naturally and took it, then took the bags in the hands of the two and smiled. It just happens that dinner is ready, go and wash your hands. Oh? Anjet, you are more and more able to take care of others. Xiaozhai Yoshio looked at the rich dishes on the table, her eyes lightened slightly. As for Shina Mashiro, as soon as he walked in, he was attracted by the dishes on the table. An's cooking skills are still good. Although his predecessor was not good at cooking at all, as an otaku in his previous life, he was unexpected and very talented in cooking. After cooking alone for so long, he will always get some experience. Not to mention Kazumajaya Kashiba, Shina Mashiro was conquered by deliciousness. Eat slowly. There are many more. Anja chuckled and touched Shina's white head, naturally taking off the rice grains Shina's white stuck to her cheeks and putting it in his mouth. Kazumajaya Kashiba and Shina Masaki's movements all paused lightly, and then they continued to eat dinner casually. After a warm dinner, Anja sat in the room and finally checked the drawing. Tomorrow, it will be the pre-selection for the Manga Newcomer Award. The next day, Anja woke up early, and Shina Mashiro, who had always liked to sleep in, woke up very exceptionally. Genbei attaches great importance to comics. The two slowly waited until the time came. After the event started, they all posted the electronic drawings on the event website without hesitation. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Finally, it started. I am looking forward to it. The moment the light of Naruto shines in this world. Manga Newcomer Award website. Soon after the start of the competition, a large number of works were uploaded over. At the same time, the judges of the competition group also started the intense selection work. A total of 200 judges cross-examined, but it was still too busy, and the whole judge area seemed very busy. Sasaki rubbed his eyes. As the presiding judge of the comics, he has been busy all morning, and his eyes looked a little jerky from staring at the light brain screen for a long time. But the quality of this year's work is a bit high. There are a lot of excellent works. Sasaki is also a senior manga fan. Seeing so many newborn works, he is full of joy. However, there are quite a lot of works that are not enough. However, to find the best of these works, this is also his job this time. Hey! What a beautiful style! After Sasaki clicked on a work, he suddenly let out a soft voice. A girl manga? The skill of this drawing is really amazing. Sasaki murmured softly, having to admit that even if he had read countless comics, he was attracted by the style of this work at a glance. Are the newcomers so good now? It's not common for people with this kind of skill. Sasaki groaned and clicked and read a little bit with expectation. It's just that the more he looks down, the frowning and tighter his brows. Until the end, he was full of black lines. Boom! He couldn't help but pat the table. Lying grass. What kind of plot is Nima talking about? I'm really poisoned. Chapter 44, God's harem is on fire. Sasaki stood up with a crushing expression, and the howls made the judges around him startled. Sasaki presiding judge, what happened? Beside him, a man with glasses couldn't help but ask in doubt, it was Kurobakaido, who was also one of the chief judges. Sasaki took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood. He waved his hand weakly, and sent the comic link to Kaito. You will know by looking at it for yourself, really, Thanks to such a strong painting skill. Hey? Well done. Kuroba quickly clicked on the link, first complimented and then his expression slowly changed. What? This is the content of the previous 3 times. The protagonist hasn't appeared yet, and then suddenly, hits on the way after school and falls in love. Kuroba Kaito's expression seemed to be constipated. Speaking of which, where is the love rival who has been preparing for a long time? Is it over? Sasaki is holding his forehead on one side, so this is why he collapsed. Such a beautiful painting style, but there is no plot at all. Even afterwards, there were some very exciting scenes. This can only be eliminated. Kuroba Kaito smiled bitterly, and said helplessly. Sasaki waved his hand and sighed, even if the plot is so good, I can make it through the pre-selection, but this, forget it. I don't want to mention it. What is the work discussed by the two? If Anje is here, he can definitely hear, it must be a really white comic. Sasaki drank his mouth and continued to click on the comics for review. Perhaps it was because the white style of painting was too exquisite. At this time, Sasaki felt that the style was wrong no matter what works he looked at. What? Nima. That work is poisonous. He couldn't help but let out a sigh like this. Forced himself to continue reviewing for a while, he clicked on the next work. Hey? This picture. Sasaki gave a light hey, looking at the manga on Koneo with a little surprise. Naruto? Is it another person with a good drawing skills? MMP. Will not be the same as the one just now? Sasaki was thinking suspiciously, but he continued to browse down where his duties were. But with a few drawings down, he was slowly attracted by the plot. Then after reading them one by one, he was deeply immersed in it. He didn't say a word, his fingers kept tapping the light keys cast by the light brain, watching very seriously. Click. Another page turned, Sasaki found that the content was gone. He actually watched everything unknowingly. No, no. Sasaki stayed there, suddenly looking up to the sky and let out a tragic howl. Ah, why? Why did it disappear so quickly? This cry full of resentment once again scared the judges around him into a cleverness, and the people not far away cast their eyes in surprise. What's wrong with this person? This is. Why are you always so surprised? Kurobakwato was frightened by Sasaki and his body shook. He almost threw his glasses out. He fixed the glasses in an awkward manner and looked over silently. You won't find that kind of strange work again. No, no. Divine work. Divine work. Sasaki growled with excitement, and Kuroba was stunned by the excitement. He knows that Sasaki's vision is actually very awkward. Although there are no works that can make him attractive, it is really difficult to get such excited praise from him. The dubious Kuroba quickly clicked on the work called Hokage, and couldn't help but be attracted by the magnificent scene. The several statues carved out of the mountain at the beginning of the article are very impressive. Their eyes seem to be staring at themselves through the screen, and just a glance makes Kurobakwato involuntarily blow up his hair. But at this time, these statues are painted with all kinds of ghost symbols, inexplicably more funny in the seriousness. Obviously some people are naughty graffiti. Kurobakwato couldn't help being curious who was so bold and dared to die on such a statue of a man who was obviously admired. On the side of, Sasaki saw that Kurobakwato was slowly indulging in the comics, and he was not surprised at all. He can only say that this work is too attractive. And because of Sasaki's two shocking performances, it has attracted the attention of many people, and then they also knew the reason, and all of a time learned of the existence of Hokage's work. Was almost a unanimous vote, and Hokage was promoted directly, and was strongly recommended by many judges. Naturally Anje didn't know these things. Perhaps, even if he knew it, he would not be surprised if such a situation occurred. The pre-selection of comic works will last for 3 days, but the entries that passed the pre-selection of the day will be announced every day. Ans was the first wave of contributors, and in the evening, he unexpectedly received the news that the pre-selection was passed. The corners of his mouth slowly bend a curve, and Anje seems to see a huge amount of popularity coming to him. You seem to be very happy. Have you made an appointment with Miss Sister? Xiaohiki Hoshiyu was sitting at the table with a laptop on the table. Seeing Anje's smile, she faded out. Cough cough. Am I as unbearable as you think? Anje smiled bitterly. Shina Mashiro came out of the shower and sat at the table, her hair dripping with wet hair. Anje reluctantly ran to get a towel and gently wiped her hair. Zhen Bacon, how is your manga? Eliminated Shina's tone was very calm, and he couldn't hear any emotions, but Anje knew that the latter must be very unhappy. www.readaloud.com. The movement of his hands, Anje secretly said as expected. Well, don't be discouraged. Anje, teach me how to draw comics. Shina Mashiro suddenly turned his head, and whispered while pulling Anne's sleeves. Those dark red eyes stared at Anne's, and Anne's could feel the hint of hope in it. Anje's face didn't change much, but his heart was a little embarrassed. When it comes to him, how can he draw comics? The work is exchanged by the system, and the skills are really white. But he knows the situation of true white. The latter just lacks control over the plot. This kind of thing is still too difficult for true white now. Hey, Jean Bacon, comics are also stories, derived from people's beautiful imagination of life. Anje smiled, tenderly holding the wet hair sticking to Genbei's face behind his ears. Your abilities are already very strong, I can't teach you anything, but it's really white. Life is a good teacher, and everything that happens is also a beautiful story. Have you experienced it well? Shina Mashiro sat there quietly, perhaps she understood Anne's words. Understood. She gently grasped Anje's hand and placed it on her chest. I can understand what Anje means. Feeling the touch from his hand, Anje's heart suddenly lost. The rational personality appeared instantly. Oh poor! I am dizzy. What do you know? This is? Please, please, Senpai is still sitting opposite. Click. Anne's body trembled slightly, but he saw Kasuga no Okashiu's expressionless face, but she was pressing the enter key of the laptop hard. My god! The harem is on fire. Chapter 45, Secretly Flirting with Senior Sister. An awkward expression appeared on Anje's face, and under the control of his rational personality, he quickly pulled his hand back gently. It's just the thoughts in this guy's heart, it's so dirty that it can't bear to look straight. Cough cough, although I feel nostalgic for the previous touch in my heart, the gloomy expression of Shiukajo Majayaka is really making Anje unable to ignore. Anje, when you were a part-time life lecturer, did you also serve as a sexual enlightenment education? Zayas Hikiyoshiu's tone is so calm, but Anje can clearly feel the latter's uncomfortable repression. And what kind of mood do you feel when you say such a blast with such a calm expression? Anje muttered with a collapsed expression under his rational personality. Zayas Hikiyoshiu stared at Anje, clasped her hands on her chest, and her long black silky legs suddenly moved and kicked Anje fiercely under the legs of the table. Hiss! Anje's expression straightened, and he took a breath of pain. Anje! Sheena tilted her head, looking at Anje whose expression suddenly changed. She didn't understand what had happened. Ah, it's okay. Anje spoke quickly and handed Majin to Zhenbai, letting her wipe her hair slowly. Anje sat down with a wry smile, and gave Zayas Hikiyoshiu a helpless look. The latter directly ignored his eyes and stared at him nonchalantly. Ah, senpai, are you jealous? Anje thought happily, the soul of the house couldn't help but feel a little bit mad. Shiu senpai, stop making trouble, it hurts. Anje muttered softly. Oh? Didn't it show such a pitiful expression until now? Xiao's Hikiyoshiu stared at Anje and spoke slowly. Anje suddenly felt something on his leg, and subconsciously stretched his hand under the table and pinched it, only to feel that his hand was silky and warm. Zayas Hikiyoshiu's body suddenly trembled. This is... Anje instantly realized what it was, he actually grabbed the senior sister's foot. Hold the grass. Dirty. Under the rational personality, Anje was startled, and quickly let go of his hand, put it back on the table, his face flushed involuntarily. But Xiao's Hikiyoshiu saw Anje's expression, and suddenly felt very funny, with a faint smile on his face. Not only did the stretched leg not retract, but instead gently stroked Anje's leg. Anje's body stiffened directly, his eyes widened, and his mouth trembled. Shiu senpai, what are you doing? Hey? What are you talking about? Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu held his chin in one hand, and stared at Anje with a smile. I'll go. Too exciting. Feeling the solace of Shiukajo Majayaka's stockings on her legs, Anje's body became extremely stiff, and the latter's body temperature passed through his pants without any reservation, making Anje slowly strange. Poetry, Shiu. Senpai. Ans moaned in a low voice, and pretended to be okay on the surface, because Zhenbai was sitting next to him, wiping his hair while thinking about something. Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu looked at Anje's slowly becoming sluggish expression, and the smile on his face grew thicker. The sound of the silk stockings rubbing the pants sounded slightly. She actually drew her feet in circles, slowly removed the part that Anje had erected, and slapped an edge ball with Anje's parts. Anje's house spirit screamed terribly, and his heart was like a galloping horse, and he almost collapsed to control his body and lifted the table directly. Ah! The brain is shaking. The brain is about to explode. Looking at Kazumajayaka Shiu, who was sitting very upright on the surface, Anje's eyes burst into flames. Damn it! You are playing with fire. Playing with fire. Get on her. You're so kind of a rational personality. Anje was ranting frantically in his heart, but his rational personality seemed to be silly, and he stayed there completely without any movement. Ah, why doesn't this idiot personality die? Anje yelled frantically, and the expression on his face became more and more strange. Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu saw Anje's expression change. She seemed to be really playing high, and gently fiddled with the solace of her feet, watching Anje's increasingly strange expression, slowly revealing a smirk at the corner of her mouth. Snapped. Rational personality finally recovered from the collapse. He grabbed the senior sister's foot and moved it away from his bulge. Anje is a pity in his heart, but he also understands that there is a rational personality, and obviously nothing will really happen in the kind of situation he thinks. But his mischievous heart suddenly exploded. Special meow. I've been molested by my senior sister for so long. Can't bear it. Anje's heart burst into flames. His mobilization ability briefly controlled his body, and he gently rubbed the hands of the senior sister's feet with both hands, and suddenly stretched out his fingers to gently twitch on the solace of his feet. Ah! Ah! No, no! Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu let out a tiring cry. The itching sensation from her feet made her body twist for a while, and she could no longer maintain the previous disguise. Shina Mashiro, who was in a trance, was interrupted by her cries. She couldn't help turning her incomparably pure eyes and staring quietly at Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu. It's a hard time, senior sister. She forcibly resisted Anje's mischief, and on the surface she had to act as if nothing happened. Her eyes were staring at the computer screen blankly, and her scented shoulders were still trembling slightly. Wow, haha! Sample! Fight with me! Ha 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 ha! Anje was laughing wildly in his heart, clutching the elder sister's smooth feet www.readaloud.com and constantly twitching her fingers. Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu wanted to take it back several times, but Anje just didn't let go. He had a lot of fun, and the touch of the senior sister's beautiful feet made him a little bit eager, and the expression on Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu's face gradually became flushed, and his eyes were a little blurred. Anje was having fun, but the time for forcibly controlling his body lasted for a while, and his rational personality finally occupied his body again, and released his hand holding the senior sister's beautiful feet. Xiaozuhiki Hoshiu glared at Anje with flushing face. Under the rational personality, Anje also gave a tooth for a tooth, just like her before, pretending that nothing happened. Senpai was a little itchy with anger. If it weren't really white on the side, she would definitely learn Anje well. The flushing on her face faded. She got up, grabbed the laptop, and went back to the room. Anje gently touched Shina's true white head, and smiled. It's not too early, don't worry too much about comics, go to the room and rest early. Okay. Shina Mashiro is always the calm expression, maybe she doesn't know what expression to show. When he returned to the room, his rational personality disappeared, but Anje was still thinking about what happened just now, and he still couldn't calm down for a long time. Ah, happy suffering. In order to calm down, Anje picked up a paintbrush and started to draw Naruto's manuscripts. Of course, this has become a thing he must do every day. It wasn't until late at night that Anje finally fell asleep in bed. And the days flickered. Finally came the day when the Newcomer Awards officially announced the promotion works. Anje stared at the time on Guangnao with extremely bright eyes, and his popularity value, but it has slowly stagnated. Finally, it's time to reap the popularity value again. Chapter 46, Old drivers like to look at their legs the most. Since Anje has been quiet for a long time, Anje's popularity is now rising like a tortoise, almost at a standstill, with a value of around 2.3 million. This is due to the subsequent influence of the performance on the same stage with the Muse that day, and the two complement each other to have so much popularity. Due to his own website, Anje did not sign the song Bluebird with Motive Music Network. As a result, those who want to listen to this song can only click on the video constantly, but Motive Music Network is responsible for it. Hitoshi Miyamoto was very depressed. And now the Bluebird on Station B is also the full version of Anje's remake. Now Naruto has finally begun to release it. As long as it becomes popular, Anje can announce the address of Station B, which attracts a lot of clicks. When the comics and songs ferment together, it will definitely bring life to Station B. It's just that a website is not so easy to run. Anje also understands the hardship. The current work alone is not enough. Moreover, funding is also an issue. Speaking of which, Anje still owes the Demon Hunter headquarters 1 million mainland coins. A long way to go. Anje thought so, but he was full of enthusiasm. For a dead house like him, there is nothing more fulfilling than this, to create a two-dimensional kingdom by himself. Carry out plagiarism to the end. When Ans was full of enthusiasm there, the Comics Newcomer Award was officially announced. As an annual manga festival, the Newcomer Award is undoubtedly very popular. When the website was opened, a large number of people clicked in instantly. Ans is no exception, but when he entered the website, he saw a familiar cover at a glance. It was Naruto. Let me go. Put my homepage on top. Anje himself was surprised. He also fantasized about Hokage's big killings, but also on the basis of having a large number of readers. But now, this position is so unique. If the location is so conspicuous, those works are even more hairy. But, this can be there. Wow, haha. Those judges and editors are so cute. Not bad. Ans smacked his lips happily, saying that he would go his own way, leaving others with nowhere to go. Shouldn't it be that way? He. As Anje expected, after a large number of people clicked on the website, many people were attracted by the beautiful cover of Hokage. You know, that is the cover picture that Ans has spent a lot of energy and meticulously drawn. People couldn't help but click on the link of Hokage, and then they became deeply obsessed with it. The works published in the competition have only 25 texts, which is only food for comic fans to eat in 2 clicks. After reading it, many people all have unsatisfied expressions and itchy in their hearts. Anje refreshed the web page tirelessly, because the number of comments below is rising rapidly. Good looking and good looking. This year's Comics Newcomer Award is unexpectedly made. The author will update soon. I want to update the same. I dare to update it Monday. I will definitely send the blade to the author. Puff. Naruto's eroticism. It's over. I'm in love with Naruto. Ans grinned silly. And before long, he lightly raised his brow. Sure enough, someone has already noticed his authorship. Fuck. Did you find out? The author is actually Teacher Anje. Upstairs. Does Anje have other identities? The comment area exploded for a while, and the spitstars of various curious people and intellectuals occupied the comment area. You may have. A new storm has appeared. Anne smiled and watched the wind in the comment area change, took out his mobile phone to log into Twitter, and he realized that his number of fans had started to rise wildly. Almost every time it refreshes, hundreds more people can be added. And his popularity value has also begun to rise rapidly. This is just the beginning. Anje thought happily. He was naturally very happy to comment on such a smooth situation. Looking at the readers who were waiting to be fed on the internet, Anje resisted the urge to post 10 more saved manuscripts. He had to wait for the right time to lead these readers to Station B. And Hokage's ranking is also directly ranked first, leaving behind the second place with almost 100,000 recommendations. Closed the web page happily, and when Anje opened the door and walked out of the room, the happiness on his face couldn't be concealed. Kazuma Jayakashiba was sitting in the living room thinking of a novel. Shina Mashiro didn't know what to do in the room. Seeing Anje's happy look, Kazuma Jayakashiba couldn't help but said, looking at your contented expression, did you just finish some exciting and intense exercise? Rely on. Anje's good mood was instantly wiped out by the senior sister's words. So what do you mean by the intense exercise? Anje clutched his hair and looked at Yasuhiko Yoshida with a loud cry. Anje is also a little drunk to this girl who often speaks the best words. To put it simply, she is just a cool and refined appearance with a noble and compelling queen accent, and she can't suppress the rotten agitation in her heart. Oh? What do you think I am referring to? Yasuhiko Yoshida sat upright on the armchair. Today she is wearing a sky blue dress, and her towering plump squeezes out an eye-catching gully. However, what is even more eye-catching is the latter's sensual white legs, which are now uncovered in front of Anje. This fairy. Anje swallowed wildly in his heart, relying on his rational personality to not reveal the pig brother's appearance. There is no way, no matter how many times you see such a beautiful scenery, you will never get tired of it. But old drivers like to look at the legs the most, he. Well, what did you say with the senior sister? Anje waved his hand weakly. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and slowly calmed down, but the phone suddenly rang. Be swallowed up by the dark flames. Yasuhiko Yoshida stared at the computer screen without turning his head back, but the slightly ridiculous voice came over. Can you change the phone ringtone that makes people feel helpless? MMP. I wanted to. But this ringtone was embedded in the magic program in the predecessor Erhun. No matter how you change it, it's this. Anje suddenly had the urge to smash the magic phone out. Hey! Who? Do you usually answer the phone like this? How can I call you for the first time? Hearing Anje's uncomfortable words, Ying Lily on the phone could not help grunting with her teeth. Excited. Anje recovered and shook his head. But anyway, it's a losing dog, it doesn't matter, right? Fortunately, Ying Riri doesn't know Anje's thoughts, otherwise he must be killed. Ah, sorry, not bite. Then, noble Miss Ying Lily, what can I do to find a little one? At this time, Anje's personality is dominating the body, and he speaks a lot more casually. This guy. Shiu Kazuma Jayaka on the side of stared at Anje's back unhappily. Actually molested others in front of her. Even if she molested others, she still molested her. Of course, Anje didn't know about the incident that she inadvertently angered the senpai. Oh? The illustration is done? That's fine, I'll come over. Chapter 47, One Ying Lily That Sells Forgiveness. As Anje's first novel in this world, he still values the legend of Wukong very much. And Wukong biography did not live up to his expectations, and it is still in the hot-selling stage. It's just that, because it didn't bring Anje much popularity, Anje, who didn't understand these business models at all, simply entrusted it to the Undead Chuan publishing house. Speaking of it, whether it is a bookstore or a music network, the payment is monthly. The current station B is completely incomprehensible, and Anje is also helpless. But now the money is still enough, not in a hurry. Thinking of this, Anje came to Ying Lily's house and called the housemaid to open the iron gate remotely. Ying Lily's family is in a good home. The large European-style villa is very elegantly decorated. But at this time, Nyoda's villa was completely empty and no one was visible. Ying Lily's parents are out. Anje shook his head, opened the door and walked into Ying Lily's room. The latter was really there, still rushing to draw the draft. Even if Anje opened the door and came in, she didn't pay attention to it, carefully sketching it stroke by stroke. Anje didn't speak, and stood silently watching. He just couldn't help it after waiting for more than 5 minutes. Well, what about the good illustration? What is the situation of letting me stand here? Ying Riri's hand gestures, and she glared at Anje. I'm in a hurry. It's not because I want to help you draw illustrations, my own manuscripts are almost out of time. Anje indifferently shrugged his shoulders, and he didn't think so much under the control of the nerd personality. He just opened his mouth and said, well, as a writer, it's not normal to drag a manuscript. I agree with these words. But... Ying Riri suddenly exclaimed, do you want to me off if you, the fast painter, say such things here? Anje also reacted. He felt a little backache when he couldn't talk while standing. Just seeing Ying Lily's blushing face, Anje was attracted again. Well, I really want to pinch this face. Anje thinks like this, she can't help but stretch out her hand. Fortunately, a rational personality appeared instantaneously and directly controlled his body by force. Well, what about my illustrations? In that desk drawer. Anje used his drawings and 10 illustrations. Except for the collection of general figures he drew for Ying Lily as a reference, the other 9 were drawn carefully by Ying Lily, even from Anne's size. Both are fine products. Not bad. Anne's exclaimed in his heart. You can see that Ying Lily has improved a lot. Is it because of her own paintings that her success has taken a step further? You must know that in the original work, she was deeply emotional, she did not hesitate to drag her fever body, and she succeeded in painting several paintings that made people feel shocking. Well, thank you, Ying Riri. A lot of help. Anje earnestly thanked Ying Riri a little embarrassingly. She knows that, in fact, she is the one who has benefited a lot. Her face was ruddy, but on the surface she complained softly, but my summer show is coming soon. Well. Anje touched his chin, but he just groaned softly. First make a statement, I am not lazy. It is not because you and that dark girl forced me. Oh poor. How do you say it? This is. What do you mean by forcing you? Tell me, what did I force you to, Baga? Ah hey hey. What's the matter with this subtle tone? Anje yelled out in a daze, and finally sighed helplessly, okay, I know. I'll be responsible. Nima. One said to force and the other said to be responsible. Really lazy. Anje's personality mumbled in his heart. Sawamura Hiderari heard Anje's words, and didn't know what he was thinking of, and her face suddenly twisted, and her blushing face became even more red. Responsibility. Responsibility, responsibility, will you be responsible? Hey! What a terrible line! Anje sighed softly in his heart, but finally smiled again. Anyway, he and the rational personality are one, so you can do whatever you want. So, what do I need to do? Anje asked quietly under his rational personality, and the words that were obviously serious made Ying Lily shake her body. What does this rotten girl think of? Anje couldn't help thinking like this. Confirmation of the setting? The announcement of the comic exhibition? Or the negotiation of the printing house? On the surface, Anje is the same as not discovering the latter's anomaly, and speaking lightly, and Je also has to admire the calmness of his rational personality. Damn it! Just a capital suit. What an impotence! Ying Rairi heard the range of help Je mentioned, and apparently realized that she was thinking too much. After thinking about it, she whispered softly, rather than these, I want you to think about stories and scenes with me. Oh? That's painting. Then I didn't ask, oh. Je said with a relaxed expression that it was okay, but suddenly he came back to his senses. Wait a minute. I am a layman, completely inexperienced in drawing fanzine. Je shouted with a broken face. What? I'm drunk. Is it possible that my great LV9 painter will also be reduced to the state of a book? Why do you end up in love with the book? Because I love the notebook so deeply. Hearing Anne's yelling, Ying Rairi said she was very calm, I know. I didn't want to ask you to do anything complicated. Seems to have thought of something, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, she blushed and whispered softly, just with your guidance, it feels very easy to be inspired, as long as you are by your side. Hey? On the surface, Je hasn't changed much, but he was taken aback. Looking at Ying Lily's red face, I was stunned for a while. Wow? Are you messing up? Is this going to do something? Je suddenly had a bold idea. Ying Rairi, do you like him? Wow, this can be there. There can be wow. No, wait. And many more. You need to know, she likes me and is one of the 3 illusions in life. Be calm. Calm. Ahem. In this case, let me try. Je groaned, and finally nodded, but H is not good. Baga. How could it be possible? I just want to paint that kind of stuff. Hey? I have been involved in this, man, do you still want to draw the 18 forbidden? Under the rational personality, Je tremblingly pointed at Ying Lily and called. If you don't work, you can't sell it. I'm down. Why is your reason so real? Don't be errant. Minors. Anne screamed, incomparably collapsed, but heard Ying Lily say something that made him even more collapsed. The sellers are Mom and Dad. Let me go. Hearing what Ying Lily said, Anne's was a bit Spartan. Nima is playing airplanes. Anne's expression is completely daunting. And Nje's house spirit smiled helplessly, thinking about it, it's still a little messy. 1. A family, a job? Chapter 48, Salted fish also has a way to mess up. I'm so tired. Looking at Ying Rairi, who didn't think her words were strange at all, Nje couldn't help being a little messy. He couldn't help but brainstorm her scene of her father, a diplomat and a petite mother, selling a book drawn by his daughter. Honorable Archon, in addition to the specialties of these tribes, there are also paintings made by the daughter of my daughter. Please allow me to use this important thing to express my sincerity. The Archon opened the painting book and took a look. Oh! This picture is so beautiful, it's a bit hard to make up. Nje has such an incomparable brain supplement in his heart, of course, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. What kind of people are this family? A few black lines appeared on Nje's face. He waved his hand feebly, please let me get out of here quickly, what do I have to do first? Ying Rairi unceremoniously threw a pen and paper, naturally, it is for me to split the scene. Time just passed slowly, and 3 days passed in a flash. In the past few days, Nje has also been busy. In addition to helping Ying Rairi deal with the drawing, he also took some time to draw the serialization of Naruto. After a few days of fermentation, Naruto has completely gained popularity, and the ranking is an unshakable advantage, and it firmly occupies the first place in the Comics Newcomer Award. Nje has been very happy with the popularity score these days. Seeing the increasing popularity score, the corners of his mouth are almost reaching the back of his ears. In addition, Nje often goes to rehearse with the muse, and now he is fully integrated into the 9. Even the mature student council president of Area Ayase has a lot of faith in Anje's opinions. As long as Anje put forward the opinions, they will basically agree decisively. Today, Anje is rehearsing with 9 young ladies, but at this time, the rooftop is full of pain. Light, light. Anje, it hurts. Kosaka Anoka's pitiful voice echoed on the roof. But I obviously haven't used much force. Anje's tone seemed innocent. But it hurts. Really, I don't pity girls at all. Well. Forbearance. You see, Rin has successfully endured it. Anje soothed with a soft voice. In the shade on one side of the wall, Nan Kinlai and the other 8 people sat there, staring at the 2 people in front of them intently, and the starry sky was still cheering Anje loudly. Meow. Ans, come on, meow bully Anoka as hard as you do to me. Nishiki no Maki helplessly held down Hojizori Rin, sit down. Ans was pressing Kosaka Anoka's shoulder at this time, and pressed her body down. He is. Help the emperor pull the ligament. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Mom, it's not coming, no more, oh. Ho ho. Anje is laughing wildly in his heart. It's fun. I like to do this kind of thing. Wow haha. On the surface, he is extremely calm, well. Anoka, for the competition, you have to persevere. There is a soft smile on his face, but his hands slowly increase his strength. Look, the body flexibility of Qin Li in the team is the best, and the others can easily sing the horse. Only you and Rin have the worst body flexibility. Woo, but it's so painful, just tap wow, it's dying. As Anje is getting harder and harder, Kosaka Anoka makes another series of painful calls, and Nankoran is a little bit unbearable. Ans is unmoved. Look, Rin has succeeded with my help, but you, as the captain, can't do it, you can't justify it. Woo, Anje, you devil, I hate you. There is still some time before the start of the Love Live contest, and the 9 people are not in a hurry. Just about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Anje returned to the Western-style building, sat in front of the computer and boarded the Newcomer Award website, and habitually opened the system panel to check the popularity value. On the system panel at this time, the quota of popularity value is displayed as more than 7.6 million. This is the huge popularity that Anje has brought to Anje in the past few days after the release of Naruto. Not counting the 2 million popularity points that already existed, there are more than 5 million. Moreover, this digital grip is still rising at a fast speed. Seriously, even Anje himself did not expect that Hokage would produce such results in just a few days. Deserves to be the work of the fire in the past life. Ans clicked on the website, because I haven't checked the comments of the works in the past few days. He didn't care much about these at first, except for the whim when it was first announced, he never paid attention to it later. Only from this look, he discovered one thing. In the comment area of Hokage, I don't know when it was actually a slobber. Is this someone picking things up? Anje realized the cause of the incident in an instant, and pressed the light button of the light brain a few times. Anje slowly narrowed his eyes. Well. I think I have been going smoothly, but in fact, there are always a few jealous guys appearing. Anje can see the reason for the slobber at a glance. It's nothing more than watching Hokage's good grades. Several unconvinced comic writers came to pick it up. It's just that even though the comment area is in that fierce saliva, Anje seems to have nothing happened. Just as he thought before, what other people think, it has nothing to do with him. Hey! Why can't people get along well with each other? Anje rested his chin in one hand, sighing the question of life that he thought was ridiculous, and sighed with the other hand, clicking on the light screen keyboard boringly. Well, let's end this meaningless farce soon. He shook his head. www.readaloud.com. He didn't mean to quarrel with these people at all. Except for getting along with the young ladies and doing some shy things. Anje is really unmotivated in such irrelevant things. How do you say that he is in his previous life and is in his 30s? Unconsciously, I slowly opened my eyes to certain things. Okay. To put it bluntly, the salted fish mentality. Perhaps, if his own work has been criticized maliciously, maybe he will put up a bit of enthusiasm to fight with others. He took out his mobile phone to log into Twitter. At this time, there were 2 million fans under his account. Some of these people love An's music, some are novels, and of course the most are fans of Hokage. Ans typed handwriting on the phone. I saw your quarrel, it turned out to be like this. Oh, it turns out that my work is actually not viewed by you, okay? Actually, you are all comforting me kindly. It turns out that my work is really so disgusting. If that's the case, then forget it. Then there is no need to send out the 30 texts that have been drawn. Everyone, stop making noise. It's all my fault. Then, let's just do it. Hokage won't be updating anymore, so I don't dare to come out and be embarrassed. Goodbye. Okay. Confirm, send. Anje's mouth curled up with a playful smirk. Although it is a salted fish mentality, salted fish also has ways to do things with salted fish, right? He threw the phone on the bed and Shiran ran out to cook. There are 2 other goddesses waiting for him to feed. It's just this news, and the whole fan community is blown up instantly. Chapter 49, I'm in a bad mood so I want to break more. This is simply a storm. With the current popularity of Hokage, combined with the traffic of the Newcomer Award and the impact of the message of Anje, it is completely unimaginable. Someone soon transferred Anje's words to the comment area, and the fans were stunned. Hold the grass. No more? What's the situation? This Nima, you just released it. There are still such good results. So many of us were so hooked that we couldn't stop it, but you told everyone, the eunuch? Damn it. Ah. How can this be worthy of the audience? How can you be worthy of the work? How can you be worthy of yourself? Countless fans were so depressed by Anje that he vomited blood. Ms. Anje must be joking. How could he be so arrogant and abandoning himself because of some trolls? Someone suddenly said this on the internet, which attracted a lot of people's approval. That's right. A few silly beeps that only know how to squirt. There is no need to listen to them. The comment area was making vigorous noisy, but this time it was the stunners who were stunned. We only used the 7 success forces, and this person surrendered? It's too delicious. Could there be any conspiracy? Everyone doubted the authenticity of An's words, but until the next day, when the Newcomer Awards stipulated the day when the sequel was uploaded, Hokage really didn't update it. Exploded. All the fans have completely exploded. This Nima. Really they can't change it. It's so funny to me. Grass the grass. It's just a few idiots and a group of Urha-type sprayers who are discrediting. Do you really believe it? I'm dizzy. Teacher Anje is too glass-hearted. My Hokage. It's so gone. I'm going to kill those slanderers. Who can find out the addresses of those people? The comment area is crazy, but people weirdly find no reason to accuse Anje himself. This is the case. People can't stand their slander and decided to stay out of the matter. What reason do they have to blame Anje? So, almost everyone in the comics began to condemn those trolls, but soon people realized that light controversy is useless. Finally, under the search of some powerful netizens, the instigator hidden behind the scenes was directly exposed. It was the 2 people who ranked 2nd and 3rd in the Rookie Award teaming up to smear Hokage. Manga fans are completely gross this time. Hold the grass. Jealousy is a terrible thing. Manmai's condemnation directly occupied the comment area of the 2 writers' entries, and the number of fans of the 2 also increased by 1 million in an instant. It's all cursing. The two manga authors looked dumbfounded. Why will the incident be exposed? Obviously they are looking for very reliable people to shoot. But even if the fans are scolded to death, the two authors' goals have been achieved. At this time, an angry man fan suddenly thought of a way to punish the two writers. Everyone! Top the other works of the Newcomer Award. Top these two guys out of the top 5. The manga fan screamed, which immediately attracted the crazy forwarding of all Hokage manga fans. In just 1 hour, the recommended value of the works that were originally ranked 4th to 7th suddenly rose wildly, and it soon approached the 2nd and 3rd place. Hold the grass! This trick is absolutely impossible. These two writers are really panicked. If it falls out of the top 5, it means that the author will not get the prize money of the contest. You have to know that just the 4th and 5th place, there are bonuses of 500,000 and 300,000 mainland coins. At this moment, Naruto manga fans have completely demonstrated their power. 3 hours later, the original 2nd and 3rd place was directly overtaken by the following works. Fell out of the top 5. And Naruto, still with an absolute advantage, firmly occupy the throne of the 1st place, unshakable. In a house in a residential area, 2 people fell down in darkness, like gossamer. This incident has become more and more troublesome, and even attracted the attention of fans of other works. People who didn't catch a cold on Hokage knew about it. The judges of the Newcomer Award are already in a mess at this time, but they have nothing to do with the current situation. Don't talk about finding a way, Sasaki is even clamoring to cancel the qualifications of the two writers. Anjet, who has been ignorant of just sending out a sentence, is eating dinner with Kazumioka Shiba and China for nothing, and he is painting Hokage's drawings all day long. Can't you say more? Of course is a joke. Well, your comic comment area seems to explode. Sasuke Hoshiu put the food in her mouth, her attractive red lips moved slightly, chewing lightly, but suddenly she whispered. Oh, really? How did you know, senpai? Anja said flatly in response. Sanohoka Shiu's hand movement is stopped. Can't say that she has been following Anje's tweets. Anja took out his mobile phone, which he had set to silent a long time ago, and boarded Twitter. After watching for a while, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. What's the matter? I laugh so happy. Hee, nothing. It's just that 2 guys who smeared me took the initiative to apologize to me. Anja smiled and said, I hope I will spare them. It's just that he is sneer in his heart. Not to mention that he will not spare the 2, even if he spares the 2 generously, the fans of Naruto will definitely not spare the 2 of them. Those 2 works are hopeless to make the list. Sasuke Hoshiu looked at Anja, and she who had been following Anja suddenly awakened. It turns out that all of this was actually made by Anja deliberately. He has guessed this situation a long time ago, and deliberately said that he will not update it again? Do you believe so much in the influence of Hokage? Sasuke Hoshiu narrowed her eyes. She originally thought Anja would use his family's power. After all, from the previous incidents, she had already learned that Anja had a lot of background. But, he didn't do anything at all. He just made a prank joke and completely crushed the 2 of them. Anne smiled faintly, but found that his popularity has risen a lot. So why bother? Don't you know the world is on my side? However, with the topicality of Hokage now, it seems that it is time to announce the existence of Station B. Anja's eyes flashed by. It can be said that although this incident happened unexpectedly www.readaloud.com, it is a coincidence that it quickly expanded the popularity of Hokage. In order to expand his influence, Anja waited for a few more days. On this evening, Anja's tweets were finally updated. So those words are lying to me. What? I thought they were true. On the surface, it is natural to pretend to be innocent. So deceiving those lovely true fans, Anja is shameless and doesn't feel guilty at all. Sure enough, I still can't bear to give up like this. Then, I decided to resume the update of Naruto. Everyone, come to my personal website to see. There are full content of the following 30 words. Ans was shamelessly selling cute on the surface, and then posted the link to Station B on Twitter. Get it done. I admire myself. He he he. Lying on the bed, Anjali smiled, feeling very comfortable. Well, it's not bad for readers to be tricky once in a while. How about occasionally intermittent molesting and teasing readers in the future? No, no, no. You can't have this kind of thought, it will be even more addictive. Anjali shook his head and threw his thoughts of death out of his mind, but the phone rang at this moment. Hey? Love flower sauce. Looking at the caller ID with surprise, Anjali suddenly remembered that he seemed to have an appointment with Buppo Ihwa, and we were meeting this weekend. Just, do not break, Ihwa said to ask oneself for one thing, what would it be? The phone was connected. Before Anjali spoke, he heard the peaceful voice of Buppo Ihwa coming from the other end of the phone. Hey, Anjali-kun. Let's go on a date tomorrow. The phone fell directly on the bed, Anjali's expression was instantly stunned. Aha! Chapter 50, Go on a date with Buppo Ihwa. Make an appointment, make an appointment? What's the situation? Why didn't the love flower suddenly raise such a thing? Completely caught off guard. Anjali was stunned there, and forgot to talk back. Hey? Anjali? Did you hear that? On the other end of the phone, Buppo Ihwa asked softly. Anjali was still dazed, but his rational personality reacted instantly. Quickly picked up the phone and put it back to his ear. Sorry. Suddenly I was surprised by what you said. Anjali's tone paused slightly. Why, do you want to talk about dating? Hey? That's it. I was negligent to bring up such a thing suddenly. Buppo Ihwa chuckled in her hair on the phone. Blame me for not explaining clearly, don't get me wrong. I just want to experience the feeling of dating. Without waiting for Anjali to speak, she then whispered, after all, no one wants to get along with me. Anjali couldn't help but feel stunned. Although I didn't mean to complain about love flower, Anjali could feel a kind of loneliness. She is obviously a young girl in the season, but because of her destructive power, she gradually became separated from the people around her. Everyone was moving away from her subconsciously, and was startled by the aura that she unconsciously exudes. Anjali realized that not all people would be like the male protagonist in the original book. In this world, Ihwa has been living and living alone. People will always subconsciously stay away from dangerous people and things around them. But I don't care. Anjali suddenly shouted in his heart. Just because she doesn't love flowers. That, see through the world's unbreakable love flower. I don't care about it. Because, the smile that doesn't break the love flower. He already, can't forget it. So that's the case. But as you think, I am willing. Anjali smiled softly, then. Miss Ihwa, may I give you your tomorrow? In the early morning, Anjali woke up early, and rarely did he carefully organize his clothes before going out. Well, after all, this is his first date. Even if you count past lives, it's the first time. Although the fact is only to satisfy the desire not to break the love of flowers, this is an experience that Anjali has never had before. Walking on the road, Anjali was dreaming about what kind of meeting scene would be like next time. When I think of going on a date with Buppo Ihwa, even if it's just pretending, his walking moves are a little erratic. Date it, make it shy, ahem. No, sorry, I made a mistake about the drama. Madu, a heaven that never sleeps. As one of the most prosperous areas in the magic capital, the heaven that never sleeps is always filled with a large population. Most of the people here are couples, and most of the facilities you can see here are for couples. When Anjali walked here, he was a little confused for a while. Because there are men and women hugging and kissing everywhere on the roadside. What a ghost! Why do you want to meet here? My love flower. Anje's heart trembled a little. Here, the crit damage to single dogs is endless. Fortunately, he has a rational personality, simple and real, with his hands in his pockets, bowing his head and walking, out of sight or out of mind. And in a quiet restaurant, Anje also saw Ai Hua. Just the moment Anje saw the other party, the corners of Anje's mouth twitched slightly. You look like a deep-bowed lady who stays at home. The unbroken love flower in front of her is holding a bowl of ramen and eating happily. She only wore a simple pink t-shirt, a pair of hot pants, and a pair of flip-flops on her feet. Oh poor, what about a good date? What are you doing with this equipment? Anje wailed in his heart, even though he was dressed like this, the unbroken love flower still looks very beautiful. But, this is what a date. Love flower sauce. Do you know the definition of dating? How? How can you be so casual? Hey? Anje, you are here, well, don't impose your ideals on me. Pupa Ihwa gently instigated the ramen, and gently waved to Anje. Oh. Is this the date I look forward to? Give me back my expectations. Flower lover. Well, it was obviously the date you proposed first. You are not noble where you are like this. Seeing Ihwa's appearance, An's nervousness suddenly disappeared for some reason, and his nerd personality slowly dominated his body. He sat in front of Pupa Ihwa casually, and ordered a ramen. He hadn't eaten anything when he got up in the morning. It's just that he is still sighing in his heart. Such a date is also drunk. This ramen is still worth 5 yuan a bowl. Well, although the taste is good, it is still not nutritious. Ai Huajiang, don't you think you are too skinny? Anje instigated the ramen and couldn't help saying that. I am not like you, and my family is in good condition. I was born in a poor family. This kind of thing, it doesn't matter. Anje originally wanted to say that with her ability, she can get a lot of wealth at will, but she was suddenly shocked and directly rotted this in her stomach. Well, where are we going to play today? Anje asked with a soft smile on his face, turning away from the subject. I remember that someone had swept today's action plan yesterday, so don't let me down. Pupa Ihwa responded with a faint smile. There was a plan originally. But this place you made an appointment. Lovers fight on the water? Luxury amusement park for couples? What the are they? We are just fake couples now, lover. Anje gritted his teeth and stood up, so. He slowly stretched out his hand to Pupa Ihwa. With a faint smile at the corner of Pupa Ihwa's mouth, she gently took Anje's arm. Oh yes! Anje yelled in his heart. At this moment, he was so excited that he was almost completely exposed. Fortunately, the rational personality was launched instantly, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com forcibly helped him stabilize. In the next period of time, Anje and Pupa Ihwa played most of the attractions. After this period of getting along, in the eyes of outsiders, the two are really no different from their lovers. Looking at Pupa Ihwa's happy smiling face, Anje suddenly felt very happy. It's just a pity that such a date is only a short day. Pupa Ihwa holds a skewer of Kobayaki in her left hand, and puts Anje's arm in her right hand, while eating while looking around, her eyes are very happy. Well, the oil has gone to her face. Anje said in a funny voice, took out a tissue and gently wiped off the oil stains on her face. He didn't even notice the incomparable tenderness in his behavior. Hey? Anje, shall we go play that? Pupa Ihwa suddenly pointed to something and suggested to Anje with interest. Of course there is no problem. Anje agreed with a smile, and fixed his eyes to see that it was a photo camera. In the small space of the camera, 2 people crowded in front of the camera, making faces. The room was full of happy laughter from the two. Anja looked at the smiley expression on the big end of the sticky love flower, and she could see that she was really having a good time. Click. Another photo was taken. Pupa Ihwa suddenly took Anja's mobile phone, set the two mobile phone wallpapers to their respective photos, and said with a smile, "Well. Sure enough, it takes this way to look like a couple." Looking at the smiling face of Butcha Ihwa on the phone wallpaper, Anja suddenly felt melancholy. "Na. I love flowers. Are you satisfied at this level?" "But I am not satisfied. My tenderness, I want to give you more, more, more. Forever, never want to stop." Chapter 51, The Ferris Wheel Leading to Happiness. Ihwa in the original book is a girl who sees her destiny clearly. That's it. I ended up willingly. She doesn't seem to care about the true feelings in her heart at all. But this is her, that makes Anja feel distressed. "Give me life for yourself." Ihwa put the phone away with satisfaction, took Anja's arm gently, and suddenly said softly, "Anja, are you not happy?" An's body shook slightly. No, I am very happy." He was shocked. The instinct of love flower is too keen. Pupa Ihwa seemed to chuckle slightly, and pulled Anja into a boutique. It's also common for couples to give gifts to each other. Well, I think about it, what else can couples do? I really want to experience them all. There are actually many things that couples can do. But what I said, I guess you will cut it off." Anja smiled bitterly in his heart and thought. Glanced at the boutique houses around, a wry smile spread to his face. "So no, I rarely wear this kind of thing." Anja said helplessly, "and these seem to be too childish. People want to give you a gift, what are you still complaining about?" Pupa Ihwa selected the pendants decorated with cartoon animals on the shelves with great interest, and said with a smile, "Moreover, such ordinary things are more suitable for Anja." She finally picked out a funny cartoon pendant and pinned Anja's chest, but she couldn't help but smile happily. Sure enough, it looks strange. Looking at the unbreakable love flower with a trembling smile, Anja showed a slight smile on his face. "Well, as long as you are happy. I'm going to pay." Pupa Ihwa took off the pendant and walked towards the cashier with a smile. Anja shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his eyes seemed to see Buletin Fang Ihwa's hand, a tiny dark red light flashed by. "That is." Anja blinked his eyes, but found that there was nothing unusual, except that his eyes were dazzled. The last two of them played a lot of things everywhere, playing everything they could think of, and the time slowly came into the night like this. Silently walked on the path by the river, neither of them spoke. The air gradually calmed down, as if he couldn't bear to destroy this rare tranquility. It's rare for the noisy demons to have such a peaceful place, and people can't help but become calm. Pupa Ihwa is holding Anja's arm, earnestly experiencing this unprecedented feeling. "Ha ha! Walked, but I didn't break." Ihwa but suddenly let out a chuckle. "What's wrong?" Anja asked curiously. "It's nothing. It's just like the two of us. It feels a bit strange." "Is it because of being with you, a strange person?" "Obviously, it's a pretend couple." I'd love to be a real couple with you. But I dare not say. Little entanglement. Why do you say that to me? I am so strange." Anja smiled faintly, and when someone said that, he didn't feel angry at all. Originally, he was a strange person. Pupa Ihwa heard his words and just smiled faintly. However, it may be a good thing to have some strange people around. No matter what kind of tragedy it is, as long as you stay with that person, it will turn into a comedy. Anja was silent for a while, but suddenly stopped, fixedly looking at Ihwa. This girl, is it also sensitive to the will of heaven that exists in the dark? That's right. As long as there is me, tragedy will never happen. Since I am here, I have to change the ending that I don't want to see. Otherwise, what is the point when I came to this world? Go to the fate of team. I just want you to live well. Live happily by my side. Buba Ihwa stunned slightly, then chuckled, oh. Do you admit that you are a strange person? Anjet, you are good at making girls happy. Why do you know me so much? It feels, from the first sight of the meeting, I was thoroughly seen by you. Looking at this young man with bright eyes like stars, Buba Ihwa couldn't help thinking like this in his heart. Don't pretend to be a rational personality. It's all seen through. Anja murmured in embarrassment, but he thought of something and was a little excited. Speaking of which, there is one thing we haven't experienced before. Come with me. Did not wait for Ihwa to reply, Anja pulled her and stopped a floating car. The suspended vehicle roared, and finally stopped in front of a building. This is... Buba Ihwa looked at the tall buildings in front of her, her eyes widened slightly. Ferris wheel. A full 1,500 meters high Ferris wheel. According to legend, when the Ferris wheel rotates, happiness will get closer and closer. The two stood at the bottom of a huge stent, looking at the Ferris wheel towering into the sky. They all let out a sigh. I can think of bringing a girl here. Not bad. Anjet, I really underestimated you. Hey. Anjet chuckled lightly, but he heard Buba Ihwa murmur, it's a pity, the idea is very exciting to me, but it's not open here. Of course there is a way to make it move. Otherwise, what shall I bring you here? Looking at the stagnant giant ship, Anjet smiled faintly. In fact, this Ferris wheel has been built a long time ago, but it seems to have to go through various procedures, and it has never been officially opened, otherwise it is definitely a holy place for dating. But Anjet has a way. In his capacity. Wait for me here. Anjet spoke softly, trod into the management room, and directly slapped the defensive light curtain of the control device with a slap, and the management room suddenly became a masterpiece. Hundreds of alarm robots rose from the ground, and a series of magic stun guns were aimed at Anjet. But Anjet has no response to this. Sure enough, the people here rely too much on all smart technology. If someone guards it, you might have to work hard. But since it's a system, hey! An unknown intruder was found. Scan the identity of the intruder. A red light quickly scanned Anjet from head to toe, but the red light in the entire room stopped suddenly. A senior administrator authority is detected. Is it activated? Anjet's mouth raised a faint smile. Start. Just kidding. Even the defense system of the Magic City Energy Station can enter and exit freely. www.readaloud.com. The defense authority of a small self-employed company, he can pinch whatever he wants. Don't say anything unfair, there is nothing fair at all. When Angela took the Buba Ihwa and sat on the Ferris wheel, the latter still did not recover. Actually, really turned this Ferris wheel? Don't look at me so surprised. Please experience this gift I prepared for you. Anjet smiled lightly, his smile seemed very warm. Magic energy flows, and the neon is shining. On the tall Ferris wheel, a circle of colorful lights are on, under the night sky. This huge light wheel that slowly starts to rotate is very conspicuous and beautiful. In the distance, countless people couldn't help but widen their eyes. Doesn't it mean that it cannot be opened yet? How could it? Curious people want to enter the park of the Ferris wheel to see what it is, but they are blocked by groups of robots outside the gate of the park. Naturally, it is the permission set by Anjet. Even the builder of this Ferris wheel can only wait outside at this time. In a dark basement, suddenly there were a few soft sounds. What's going on? Why does this Ferris wheel suddenly turn? Damn it! What do those guys do? Isn't it that they control the operation procedures here, so we can hide them with peace of mind? A bunch of trash. If we are found out, it will be over. The cold voice echoed in the basement. Under the dark flames, the silhouettes of several people can't help shaking. The whole body, are surrounded by black air currents. Chapter 52, 1 Let's go to the end 8GA. In the basement, there seems to be a cold wind blowing. The flames in the room are swaying, and a few people with terrifying faces are looking gloomy through the skylight, looking at the slowly rotating Ferris wheel. No one would have thought, in this small basement, there are so many half-devils hiding. This Ferris wheel is covered by someone who is taking care of us. Who is, actually able to overwhelm that person's management authority? A half-devil murmured, with a hint of anxiety in his tone, a pair of scarlet eyes through the skylight, staring coldly at the giant wheel that soars the sky. Could it be, the hunter has arrived? Beside him, another half-devil suddenly said with surprise, with a very obvious fear in his tone. Speaking of hunters, which half-devil is not afraid? Because that is the strongest force in the empire, directly commanded by the great general of the empire, asides. A troop that exists exclusively for hunting down half-devil people. Impossible. We have been concealed from the eyes and ears of the hunters. They cannot be traced here. At first the half-devil shook his head, when the basement door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure walked in. This is a young man. Although the black energy lingering around him is much less, all the half-devil in the room closed their mouths, and when they looked at the young man, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. What happened? The male youth said, his tone was very flat, and there was no trace of hideousness on his face. That calm expression looked very evil. Obviously, is a half-devil. Moreover, almost all of the half-devils present were affected by the devilish energy, and the tone of their speech was full of strong evil spirits. But this person does not seem to lose control of his emotions because of the devil's demon energy. The half-devil who spoke first lowered his head, and softly explained what had happened. The half-devil young man couldn't help but sigh softly. Is there someone with a noble status? It's really interesting to be able to have such brutal power in Demon City. There was a trace of interest on the youth's face, his scarlet eyes looked at the slowly rotating Ferris wheel in the sky, and his expression suddenly moved slightly. I felt an unusually powerful chi. His face couldn't help becoming a little dignified, but in the deepest part of his eyes, there was still a thick surprise. Who would it be with such a destructive aura? Let me see who it is. The half-devil youth waved his right hand, and a wisp of dark magical energy gushed out of his body, and incomparably evil waves condensed in front of him, and the dark magical energy slowly turned into a black mirror. With the colorful lights shining on, Anje and Buppo Ihwa sat in the Ferris wheel, slowly rising in height. At this time, the night is full of darkness, and the magic city has already turned on the lights. But even if the height is getting higher and higher, the two can't see the lotus root of this huge city clearly. Overlooking the huge city that never sleeps below, as if swimming in an ocean of lights. The front and back are neon that can't be seen at a glance. It's so beautiful. Bupa Ihwa looked at the beautiful scenery below, and muttered softly, obviously, I flew up to the sky to see it before, why didn't I feel that time? Is it because of being with others? She turned her head, but saw Anje sitting tightly, although her eyes were looking outside, her palms were tightly holding on to the railing beside her. Anje, are you hearing heights? Ha, ha ha. How could it be possible? There is no fear of heights. I'm down. It's embarrassing to be thrown into the sky. Anje burst into tears in his heart. He would not have shown his rational personality in this way. But helplessly, he has merged with his rational personality. The instinct of the body, even the rational personality, is hard to control. Vomit blood. I didn't seem to be afraid of heights before. Anje thought this way, but ignored the most important reason. I used to have no fear of heights, it was all because of not being tall enough. The height at this time has slowly risen to more than 1,300 meters. Anje just glanced at the ground and felt his eyes dizzy. Ah! I'm dizzy. I'm going to be dizzy. If I don't break Ihwa, how can I not see Anje's dilemma? Seeing Anje's increasingly weird expression, she couldn't help laughing. Puff haha. Ans, you are so funny. You are so afraid of heights, you accompany me to ride the Ferris wheel. Haha. Pupa Ihwa trembled with a smile, completely ignoring Anje's increasingly embarrassing expression. Ah, shame. Anje is so embarrassed that he wants to hit the wall. Seems to be to take care of An's poor soul. After not breaking, Ihwa smiled for a while, she stopped laughing, but pulled An's to look at the sky outside. From this height, the stars in the sky looked extremely bright. Oh. So as long as you don't look below, it's okay. Anje let out a long breath, and then slowly attracted his attention by the starry sky outside. What a beautiful starry sky! Anje let out a foul breath. It has been a long time since he has not seen this pure sea of stars. But, the beauty of beauty is what makes people feel happy at this time. Anje couldn't help but secretly shifted her gaze to Pupa Ihwa's face. She was looking at the sky outside the window, with the reflection of the entire starry sky reflected in her eyes. Under the starry sky, the Ferris wheel is getting closer and closer to the apex, and the soft starlight shines on the face of Love Flower. So beautiful, so beautiful. www.readaloud.com. Anjet, have you heard the legend about the Ferris wheel? Pupa Ihwa suddenly said softly. Legend. Lovers who ride the Ferris wheel together will eventually end up breaking up. But when the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, if you kiss a lover, will go on forever. Anje's eyes widened slightly, looking at Bullet and Ihwa. He was speechless. Love flower sauce. What do you want to express? Different from the sluggishness on the surface, Anje was surprised, followed by a crazy howl. Do things, this is too, wow haha. Come on. But, we are not true lovers. The rational personality finally came back to his senses, and Muena's mouth made such a sound that Anje almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if I knew you were unreliable for a long time, I still want to draw you so much. Pupa Ihwa smiled softly, that's right. It is said that every time the Ferris wheel turns, there will be a couple of kissing lovers in the world, but when I actually sit on the Ferris wheel, I realize that the legend is only a legend after all. She couldn't help but muttered softly, kiss, what kind of feeling is it? Anje hasn't experienced it either. Listening to the regretful tone of Bullet and broken Ihwa, Anje even jumped off the Ferris wheel at this time, and had the heart to die with rational personality. Woo-woo. Yup. Haven't experienced it. I don't know what it feels like to kiss. But I know, this time to kiss, I absolutely missed it. The soul of An's house, Theta, howling. Chapter 53, Unbreakable Power of Loving Flowers. Anje was distraught with grief and anger, and he was determined to control his body to remedy it, but in the end he gave up the idea. After all, that's a bit too artificial. Really, your words really poke my pain. Anje smiled bitterly. Regarding Anje's words, Pupa Ihwa just smiled lightly, those eyes looked very beautiful. In Anje's view, the flower-loving eyes are what attracts him the most. Although, there is always a little, in those eyes. The ignorant world's meaning. Only at this time, Anje suddenly realized that the latter's eyes still had a hint of ridicule, and he suddenly realized that she was joking just now. She is such a girl, sometimes serious and indifferent, sometimes naughty and cute. Sometimes, with a little black belly attribute. Was played around by her. Anje gave a wry smile, and the Ferris wheel also passed the highest point at this time. Anje sighed with a pity in his heart, is it the legend of the Ferris wheel? What a pity! Hey? Who is it? At this moment, Pupa Ihwa suddenly whispered, who is stealing? It's really rude. Boom! Before Anje could react, the dark red energy suddenly broke out of Ihwa's body, and the car glass where the two were in shattered instantly. The gust of wind poured in instantly, Bui-Hua's long hair fluttered, holding Nje's hand and standing firmly in the car. This is... Suddenly, Nje was calm under his rational personality, but he couldn't help but whispered when he saw what was in Bui-Hua's hand. Above the palm of Bui-Hua's right hand, there is a ray of dark magic imprisoned. Magic energy? Is there a demon? No, just a few mice hiding here. Bui-Hua said, suddenly cut open the steel guardrail with a palm, and pulled ants directly from the car. Hey! Wow 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 wow! Nje was stunned at first, and then suddenly came back to his senses, and suddenly the whole person was a little Spartan. I'm just kidding, I don't really want to die with my rational personality. And also... Magic Lord! Did you forget that I am a fear of heights? Bomb! Just a few seconds after the two jumped off the car where the two were in exploded. There was a wave of explosion, and Nje couldn't help being attracted by the terrifying explosion. These half-devils are too ostentatious. How dare to launch an attack in devil capital so blatantly? The unbroken love flower that fell extremely fast bounced a dark red energy into the distance, but was blocked by a transparent light curtain. Her eyes condensed. This is the phantom enchantment. Nje's expression changed slightly. It turned out that the two of them were locked in the enchantment by these guys at some point. No wonder you dare to attack so unscrupulously. Hold on to me. Bui-Hua snorted softly, and the dark red magical power of the right hand burst out, forming a very exaggerated sword in his hand. Nje saw clearly that the big sword seemed to have no weight in Bui-Hua's hand, drew several arcs, and flew away several black scimitars. The power of the garden is surging, and the love flower is not broken, and Nje landed slowly. In the surroundings, 5 half-devils formed an encirclement, enclosing the two of them. Its amazing sensing ability and reaction speed. A word of admiration sounded, Nje and Bui-Hua couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the person who made the noise. In addition to the 5 half-devils surrounding the two, there is also a young man standing outside, looking at the two with a smile. Bui-Hua saw the young man, her eyes narrowed, and she said, "Is it a complete seed?" But even so, a date that was finally interrupted. It's really irritating. Oh? I'm really sorry. However, the destructive power on your body is really greedy. The young man said, and couldn't help but slowly licked his lower lip. I didn't expect such an occasional ability. People have such a powerful ability. He patted his head suddenly. Well, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zinky. Hearing the words of the young man who claimed to be Zinky, Nje's eyes shrank slightly. He has heard the name. Energy Eater Zinky, the half-devil at the top of Tier 4, has escaped the encirclement and suppression of the demon hunter several times, and even encountered the hunter twice, but he successfully escaped. Moreover, it will appear soon after each escape, and the strength has increased extremely rapidly. According to the hunter's intelligence, this guy can swallow and absorb the power of others. Nje's heart shook slightly. This guy is staring at the unbreakable power of the flower garden. Bui-Hua had obviously heard of Zinky's deeds, and she frowned slightly. So it's you. The energy of the great sword in her hand was surging, and she whispered softly, there are still people who are attracted to this kind of ability that ordinary people can't avoid. Half-devil people, and they are all strange guys, but with a Tier 4 complete seed and a few damaged seeds, you can't beat me. Bui-Hua said, the big sword in his hand suddenly waved, and a violent dark red sword burst out, and suddenly beheaded to a half-devil. The half-devil immediately chanted a spell, and the dark magical energy gushed out. The pitch-black magic knife appeared out of thin air, and screamed and collided with the dark red sword light, and suddenly made a loud noise. But the half-devil only saw a slight red light. The pitch-black magic knife actually collapsed. He completely underestimated the destructive power of absolute garden power, that is a power created for destruction. Boom! The half-devil flew out, and the huge impact smashed the steel fence in the distance, completely deformed. So strong. Is this a Tier 5 capable person? Zinky murmured, and didn't care about the half-devil who flew out, but his face changed slightly in the next moment, because he didn't break the love flower and directly transported the power of the garden. Turning the big sword into a big halberd, fierce slashed in all his directions. The dark red Juewin's power blasted towards Zinky. Wherever he passed, the ground burst into pieces, showing its destructiveness. Even among the 5th tier abilities, the unbreakable love flower with the power of UU reading www.uukavenshoo.com definitely belongs to the stronger group. Zinky's figure flashed away in an instant. Even in his heyday he did not dare to face the blow head-on, not to mention that he was injured now, and his strength declined severely. But if it weren't for the hunter who injured himself, maybe he wouldn't be so embarrassed by the magical energy that was fused with the magic energy. He thought about it, but his eyes grew hotter. He wants that kind of power. The look in your eyes is really annoying. Pupa Ihwa stood in front of Anjet, speaking in a cold tone. Anjet also looked at this guy very upset. Hold the grass. What kind of attire is the guy who is only Tier 4 pretending to be in front of Ihwa? Do you believe it or not? At this time, the other half-devils who hadn't moved suddenly screamed to the sky. The billowing devilish energy gushed out and enveloped everyone in it. Zinky suddenly let out a cheerful laugh, ha 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 ha. Although you were a little caught off guard by your first notice, but fortunately, after so long preparations, the magic array is finally over. Pupa Ihwa's face condensed, watching the breath of the 4 half-devil people soaring, and the half-devil who was beaten by her also ran over, madly instilling the devilish energy in her body. There is a sneer on Zinky's face. 5 ghosts eat energy array. Get me up. As his voice fell, the 5 half-devils shouted violently, and suddenly a black gas mask appeared, covering the 2 ants fiercely. Is better than not breaking the love flower, and I feel a smell of danger from above. You go first. She suddenly slapped Anjet with a palm, sending him out of Su Yuan, but she was directly sealed in a gas mask. At the moment when the gas mask fell, the unbreakable power of Ihwa was inexplicably suppressed. Chapter 54, Some Things Are More Important Than Fate. Seeing that the Pupa Ihwa was covered in the formation, Zinky let out a sneer, actually condensing the dark magic energy to attack the Pupa Ihwa. Without breaking the love flower, I feel that my body has been greatly constrained at this time, and my strength has been suppressed to only 60%. Looking at the half-devil side, the momentum exploded. Boom! The vigor of the 2 fighting each other exploded, and then they each stepped back a few steps. Anjet furrowed his brows in the distance. This is not quite right. He could see the formation, the power that can suppress the unbreakable love flower. It's really ruthless. I won't let it go with my companions. Pupa Ihwa said softly. With her eyes, she could see that the 5 half-devil people had already been wiped out of their minds, and she was being ordered like a puppet. Burning life. Companion? No, no, it's just a few devilish half-devil who can't even control the devilish energy. They don't deserve it. Zinky shook his head, and stood leisurely in the energy-devouring formation. In the formation, his strength will gradually increase, and the opponent will get weaker and weaker, so he is not in a hurry at all. Pupa Ihwa apparently discovered this too, and she is not talking. The power of absolute garden riots and brazenly fights Zinky together. The terrifying spirit raged in the formation, and the 2 intertwined figures were so fast that Anjet couldn't see it at all. Anjet was watching, and his heart began to become anxious. He knew that Pupa Ihwa's current situation was a bit bad. Damn! I didn't expect this guy to be so difficult. He whispered, but he was completely incompetent, so he could only be anxious on one side. That's right. This illusion barrier. If it can be destroyed, the Magic City warning will be able to detect the strangeness here. An's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked at the sky at this time. A layer of transparent light curtain covers the entire Ferris wheel in it, and the illusion barrier has a strong concealment, and at the same time it can conceal the things in the barrier. But this enchantment itself has low magic power and is not difficult to destroy. Hey! You are unlucky, you met me. Anje snorted, took out a small controller from his pants pocket, and pressed a red button on it. A few dozen seconds later, a force of robots rushed over. This is the security force of the Ferris wheel. Anje tampered with the management authority of these robots in order to prevent outsiders from entering. 200 robots appeared, and they immediately attracted the attention of two people in the enchantment. In Zinky's angry eyes, Anje directly ordered these robots to attack the phantom enchantment. At the same time, he tentatively ordered a robot to shoot at the energy-devouring enchantment, but the result was naturally useless. Blow me fiercely. Quickly blow this barrier to me. 200 robots are holding magic stun guns, all aiming at a point in the phantom enchantment, and the surging electric current blasts on the enchantment, causing the enchantment to flash wildly. Damn it! That person with high-level authority turned out to be him. Zinky's face was ugly, he always thought that Bubai was the person with authority. Misguided. Isn't that guy an ordinary person? How come, have this kind of authority? Seeing that the energy of the phantom enchantment is getting lower and lower, Zinky fought against Bubai, and his heart was cruel. No solution anymore. 5 ghosts, sacrifice. There was a small fluctuation in Zinky's body, and the 5 half-devils who stood there with the 5 corners of the formation suddenly let out a howl of pain. Suddenly a ghost fire ignited on their bodies, and their aura quickly wilted. In the end, they turned into black smoke and disappeared. Bubai's face changed, and she felt that the suppression on her body was rapidly becoming stronger. Was just a blow, and the unbroken love flower was actually repelled by Zinky. What an annoying bug! I have to use this trick. Zinky looked at Anje outside the barrier with cold eyes. The latter was commanding the robot troop to attack the barrier desperately. If he let him down like this, the vision barrier would soon be broken. Zinky didn't think too much, the magic energy surging in his body merged with the magic energy in his body. In the next moment, his body was split into 2 quickly. The formation of has been increased by 5 half-devils at the expense of vitality, and it is already a bit terrifying. Die! Annoying bugs. The subject is still entangled with Bubai. The avatar Zinky flashed out of the enchantment a few steps, and with a wave of his hand, a wave of magic power surged towards the direction where Anje was. An's pupils shrank suddenly. I never thought that the latter would have the ability to clone. Block it for me. Anje shouted. The robot turned on the magic shield and blocked it, but it didn't work. Almost the moment of contact, it was directly exploded by the terrifying tide. Soon, almost all 200 robots were scrapped. Damn it! This is over. Anje's eyes condensed into needle points, and his body retreated madly. At this moment, Anje's cartoon pendant that has been kept on his chest suddenly shines. A dark red halo appeared, and instantly defeated the tide. This is... It turned out that at that time, it was not that I was dazzled, but I did not break Ihwa to make a talisman for myself? Anje finally reacted, looking at the ordinary cartoon pendant on his body, he looked at Zinky with a somewhat ugly expression. Oh? You don't hesitate to spend your ability to make such props to protect him, you really value him. In the formation, Zinky's main face condensed slightly, and he whispered. Dare to hurt him, really, find death. Bubai's mood suddenly fluctuated. If it hadn't been for the amulet made by her whim, Anje might have really gone wrong. Boom! The aura on her body suddenly exploded, and a dangerous dark red light flashed in her eyes. The dark red light masterpiece, the terrifying power of the garden instantly flooded the entire formation. An unbelievably fast figure flashed past, the unbreakable Ihwa figure stopped behind Zinky, the double swords formed by the power of the garden in his hands slowly dissipated, and Zinky looked blankly at his chest. The two interlaced scars looked terrifying. Boom! The violent power of the garden exploded from his body, and Zinky's body suddenly exploded. Puff! What is this ability? Outside the formation, the avatar Zinky suddenly spit out a big mouthful of blood, and a trace of intense fear flashed across his face. If he hadn't made a clone of himself earlier, he would have died just now. Ahem! Isn't this guy doing his best all the time? The avatar Zinky said in amazement. No. Now he is the subject. The sound of the body falling to the ground suddenly came. An's eyes suddenly widened. He saw that in the formation, Bubai Ihwa's body fell softly to the ground. This, ha ha ha. That's the way. Did you use the forbidden power? Haha, in the end. I won. You didn't expect that my avatar is not related to the subject. Your power, I will accept it. Zinky couldn't help but let out a wild laugh, and walked slowly towards Bubai Ihwa. Bastard! Stop it! Anje roared in his heart, and saw Zinky approaching Bubai Ihwa, and wanted to step forward to stop him, but his body did not move. Damn it! What's the situation? Run away! What? Anje couldn't help but startled. What are you talking about, rational personality? You want me to escape? You will die if you don't leave again. Anje fell silent. Now, rational personality, I should have listened to you at this time. After all, you who are absolutely rational at all times, the choice is definitely right. But what a joke! How could it be possible to leave Ihwa and run away alone? Anje suddenly uttered a loud shout in his heart, forcibly controlled his body, picked up two magic stun guns from the ground, and fired frantically at Zinky. Some things are more important than fate. Even if it will die? Even if it will die. Chapter 55, a sword-cutting skill that does not exist in the world. Although the power of the magic stun gun is not small, it is still not enough to face a fourth-order ability like Zinky. Two waves of electrical energy hit Zinky's body directly. The latter's body just shook slightly, and the magic energy fused with the devilish energy circulated on the surface of the body without any harm at all. It's really annoying. Are you in such a hurry to die? Xin Qi turned around and stared at Anje coldly, his eyes full of mockery. An said nothing, and squeezed the two magic stun guns in his hands. He knew that the guns could not cause damage, but he had another thing. That is the amulet given to him by Love Flower. Only one shot chance. Fight back with the power of the amulet. Anje's eyes were cold, and he didn't think about other things at all, but stared at Zinky firmly. Can be delayed for a while, is for a while. I hope that Ihwa will wake up soon. Zinky obviously had no intention of entanglement with Anje. He waved his hand directly, a dark arrow appeared, and went straight to Anje. Anje, who has always been wary of the latter, immediately jumped to the side as soon as he made a move. The pitch-black arrow sank directly into the ground, and there was a sound of corrosion. Anje used his feet, and he actually rushed towards Zinky. Stab! In the stun gun in his hand, electric current blasted out. Oh! You, who are not even capable people, give you the courage. Zinky murmured, but his face showed a look of disdain. A terrifying aura bloomed from him, a cloud of black energy lingered in front of him, turned into a roaring lion head, and directly swallowed the electric current. Die! Xin Qi sneered coldly, without seeing any movement, the lion head with evil waves rushed towards Anje. It's now! Anje's pupils suddenly condensed, and his body rushed straight towards Zinky's attack. This is, want to use the amulet to fight back against me? Humph, do you think I'm not prepared? Zinky showed a sneer on his face, and his body exploded back quickly. As expected, the cartoon pendant on Ange's chest was shining brightly, and the extremely solid power of the garden was rippling, and the magical lion formed by the fusion of magical energy was instantly rushed to pieces. But Zinky thought too much and underestimated the power of the amulet. Although he was prepared, he was shocked. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Click! There was a soft sound. Although Ange was unharmed, the pendant on his chest slowly appeared cracks, and finally turned into a little shavings. You are so, damn it! Zinky is really angry. He has been disrupted by an ordinary person over and over again, and now he is hurt by such a rubbish? The dark magic energy poured out from his body, condensed into a decapitator, and one was held in his hand. Ange stepped back slowly, and couldn't help but let out a bitter sigh in his heart. Failed, myself, are you going to die here? Well. At this time, the unbroken Ihwa who fell to the ground in the formation suddenly let out a soft moan. Zinky walked towards Ange's body and suddenly had a meal. Damn it! He recovered so fast. He let out a low exasperated cry, reluctantly gave up the idea of killing Ange, and immediately ran to the unbroken love flower. But there is no joy in Ange's eyes. Because I didn't break the love flower and didn't wake up. Leave quickly. You can't save her. Live, give her revenge. The voice of rational personality came from deep in my heart, Ange's eyes suddenly became blood red. To shut up. Why is it like this? What to say about protecting Ihwa's smile, what to say that tragedy will not happen if I am, it is all arrogant empty talk. I have no power at all. Can this heavenly will be unchangeable? No matter which world you are in, love flower can't escape the fate of death. Even if I leave now, what is the difference from death? Ange's heart trembled after recalling the hero's performance like a walking dead after Ihwa died in the original book. If Ihwa's death repeats itself, he will become like that too. I don't want to become like the hero in the original book. If Ihwa dies, I will really go crazy. Ange was roaring crazily in his heart, every second is so tormented. But he could only helplessly watch Zinky run towards Pupa Ihwa step by step. She is going to die. So. It's a weird feeling. What do you know? You don't understand anything. No, I get it. Rational personality murmured, then, merge. Ends. Boom. Following the words of rational personality, Ange's heart suddenly felt like a heavy blow. The violent heartbeat came out, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly emerged from Ange's body. Zinky, who is running towards the unbreakable flower, stops instantly. What is? It's so scary. I have only felt it on that general. No. A lot stronger than that woman's breath. It's just, like a mighty power. Boom. This aura unconsciously radiated out, and it just shook lightly at random, directly smashing the outer phantom barrier. An extremely terrifying breath rose to the sky. The entire magic capital is shrouded in this powerful aura. Damn it! What happened? Zinky, who was completely unable to move under the pressure of this horrible aura, roared in his heart, watching Ange standing with his eyes closed not far away, his clothes agitating, an uncontrollable trace of fear appeared on his face. In Ange's mind, the sound of crystal breaking continued to sound, and a sudden cooling sensation continued to appear. He only felt that the world was extremely clear. This feeling is countless times stronger than the previous fusion. Congratulations to the host for Fusion of Divine Personality, current fusion degree, 20%. Meet the special mall opening requirements. Open the protagonist's ability mall. Ange slowly opened his eyes, like a blessing to the soul. Is rational personality affecting oneself? He murmured in his heart, but his mouth was extremely indifferent. Appear Yintai. The dazzling blue light bloomed, and Anje intersected his hands to make a living. In the next moment, a long knife with a simple shape but with an extremely sharp aura appeared in Anje's hands. With the appearance of the long sword, the powerful breath that appeared suddenly disappeared quickly, as if it had never appeared before. This is, what? You were just an ordinary person. Zinki's eyes widened, and he felt the sharp aura on the long knife in Anje's hand. It was clearly a magic outfit. You don't need to know www.readaloud.com. An extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly appeared in Anje's eyes. His body was lit up with blue fireworks, and the wave of magical energy was madly in his body. Break out! With a loud noise, Anje's body disappeared directly. Zinki was terrified, and only felt that a figure was approaching. Under the crisis, the decapitation knife in his hand instantly checked the files. Clang! The next moment his body flew out directly. What's the situation? He was extremely shocked, and the hand holding the decapitation knife couldn't help shaking. That power! What happened? Isn't he just an ordinary person? Anje's body flashed directly in front of Zinki. The pupils of the latter's eyes condensed suddenly, and then a stern metal storm sounded, and the two collided for nearly 100 rounds in just a dozen breaths. The surging vigor spread out, and occasionally a few blades that hit the air flew out, and the walls of several houses in the distance were torn apart like rags. What a strong power! The speed has changed so fast, and the magic power has increased so much. Anje's eyes were cold with killing intent, and he stared at Zinki firmly. It's not enhanced, I'm still an ordinary person. But, enough to kill you. Damn! Don't underestimate me! Zinki yelled out loudly, and the decapitation knife and Yintai hit like a meteor. Boom! The sound of gold and iron fighting violently. Endless smoke rises, An's figure burning with blue fireworks slowly appears, and the blue flame on his body is slowly extinguished. In front of the formation air cover that does not break, the love flower shattered directly due to the death of the formation master. You should be proud of dying by this trick. This is a peerless combat technique that has never appeared in this world. One knife. Shura. Chapter 56, I can't control myself. Chiang dragging his exhausted body, Anje moved towards Bupa Ihua step by step, and finally came to her. Hey, I did it. In the soft murmur, Anje's eyes went dark and he passed out. 10 seconds later, a figure in the sky suddenly appeared out of thin air. That is a middle-aged man in a black costume. If Anje is still awake, he will be able to recognize him at a glance. That man is Albert, one of the powers in the Demon Hunter headquarters. As soon as Albert appeared here, his eyes narrowed slightly. With his 6th order strength, he can naturally feel that there is a wave of incomparable evil remaining in this space in front of him. Good and evil formations fluctuate, at the cost of the vitality of 5 Tier 4 abilities, driving the alienation of magic energy. His expression was slightly changed, even Tier 5 capable people will be greatly suppressed by this. But, what is the breath that enveloped the entire demon capital just now? Thinking of the breath that just appeared, it is better than Albert to have a deep sense of suffocation. His strength is not comparable to that of Zinki, but the stronger the person, the more terrifying the aura can be realized. The tower owner is not in the magic capital now, so don't show up any enemies. Albert murmured, and finally turned his eyes to the 2 people lying on the ground below. After seeing the faces of the 2 clearly, Albert's body was shaken and he couldn't help but let out a soft cry. That is, Your Highness Ans. Albert couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. If something happens to Ans here, the Duke of Angus will definitely go crazy. The devil will be overturned by the latter's entire seat, not necessarily. His figure appeared in front of the 2 of them instantly, carefully checked Anje's body, and finally exhaled. Fortunately, it's just that his physical strength is exhausted. It's strange, why there is a wave of magic energy remaining in his body. He suddenly stretched out his hand and instantly grasped a shot of energy body. With a slight force, he directly held it in his hand. The habit of doing things as soon as they meet is not good. I have no intentions. Who are you? Stay away from Anjet. A cold voice came out, but Ihwa woke up. Well. After being so suppressed and hit hard, did you recover so quickly? She is a pretty good girl. Albert looked at Pupa Ihwa in surprise, nodded slightly, and gently brushed his hands. Two groups of soft energy poured into their bodies. Under the nourishment of this energy, the two of them are recovering rapidly. Pupa Ihwa's face looked good, but she didn't put down her guard, and lightly lifted Anjet to rest him on her lap. Well. Anjet let out a soft moan, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Albert standing on the side at a glance. His Royal Highness Ans. Albert called softly, bowing his head slightly in salute. Your Highness? Butcha Ihwa's eyes were slightly stunned, but she didn't speak. It turned out to be Lord Albert. Thanks a lot. Anjet nodded slightly, feeling the physical condition, and realizing that he was helped by the former. There is nothing to say about small things. I wonder if your Highness Anjet can tell what happened just now. Anjet didn't even think about it, and shook his head. We were attacked by a half-devil and we all passed out. We don't know anything. Just kidding, you can't tell others about the system. I was afraid that Albert would ask again, Anjet suddenly said in a cold voice, Master Albert, I need an explanation. Anjet's tone was cold, with the aura of a superior surging from his body. Even facing a Tier 6 powerhouse, he was still domineering. He remembers that the last time the demon invaded, he inexplicably escaped into a highly defensive energy supply station, and the defense system of the energy supply station had no trace of being attacked. This time is even more outrageous. It is clearly a demon city that is strictly guarded against, and there are half-devil people hidden under everyone's eyelids. I want to say that the Ferris wheel, everything is operated according to the formal procedures, but it has not been approved by the relevant departments for a long time. Now thinking about it, there is a lot of trickery in it. Albert lowered his head slightly, extremely sorry, Your Highness Ans, it was our negligence. But this matter may have something to do with the Empire. Ans raised his brows slightly. I instantly understood what Albert meant. Empire. It seems that there has been a traitor in the Empire. How dare to collude with the devil and protect the devil in private? Understood, I will tell my father about this. Lord Albert, thank you very much this time. Anjet nodded slightly, pretending to thank Albert for his life-saving grace, and completely left himself from the previous incident. Abel nodded characteristically. He would not entangle Anjet about who saved him. He couldn't ask for it if he was so personal. Glanced at Fuhua Ihwa, a smile suddenly appeared in his eyes, then, let's not disturb your majesty. Let's retire first. Looking at Albert, who was quickly disappearing, Anjet was a little inexplicable. Disturb? What bother? He suddenly recovered. Speaking of, this magical touch from the back of the head, what's the situation? Ans's body stiffened slightly. Slowly turning his head, it happened to meet Pupa Ihwa's smiley eyes. Oh grass! Knee pillow? Is this the legendary knee pillow? Oh! Instantly understood what Anjet could not help but let out a crazy howl, his whole body was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Because of the fusion of his rational personality, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly at this time. Love flower sauce. As soon as he said the words, Anjet was lightly startled. At this time, he is in a state of rational personality. Is it because of integration reasons? Rational personality is also affected by nerdy personality. Ignoring Anjet's name, Pupa Ihwa suddenly bowed her head. The long G hair hangs down, covering the faces of the two of them. From a distance, they seem to be kissing. Hush! Don't talk, the person hasn't left just now. Pupa Ihwa stared at Ange's eyes and said softly. This. Ans was surprised, did Albert still have doubts? I don't doubt the latter. Externally, he has always been an ordinary person. So, he is here, doubting Ihwa. Rely on, this guy is suspicious. Far away, Albert was invisible on a roof and couldn't help but shook his head slightly. It's no wonder that His Royal Highness Ange is going to run away from his territory. It turns out that there is such a lovely girl by his side. Lord Duke is worrying about it. He muttered to himself like this amused www.readaloud.com but frowned slightly. How do you think she is only a tier 5 capable person, the owner of that breath? It seems that it won't be her, but who is it? He would never have thought that the owner of that horrible atmosphere was the person he thought was the most unlikely. And Ans is looking dumbfounded at this time. Too close. Love flower sauce. Ange screamed loudly in his heart, the two of them are now pinning their noses together. At such a close distance, those eyes that did not break Ihwa seemed to draw Ange's soul into it. Beautiful eyes. Hey, June Ange, you just lied. It was you who killed Zinky. Okay? Ange couldn't help being surprised. Did she perceive something? Looking at Butcha Ihwa's indifferent pupils, Ange shook his head slightly, because, I don't trust that person. A smile appeared at the corner of Ihwa's mouth. Your background should be very strong, why do you believe me? She said softly, we are all bad guys, don't believe us any of us. Ange was startled, and he was a little relieved when he saw Pupa Ihwa's emotion. It seems that she had misunderstood it. Perhaps it was because of Albert's respectful attitude towards herself that she learned that her identity was unusual and thought she had something to save her life, so she killed Zinky. Well, that's good, let her misunderstand this way. By the way, now, can you please don't sigh with this? Special, I'm afraid I will be unable to control myself. The two were too close, the heat that Love Hua exhaled when she talked sprayed on Ange's face, which has already made Ange a little Spartan. Chapter 57, It's Me. Author. Save the manuscript. With his head resting on Ihwa's smooth thighs, Ange's silky feeling has made Ange strange, but the two are so close now, Ange can smell the girl's fresh body fragrance every time he breathes. Ange's expression is calm, but the blood in his body has been speeding. Ah, if this goes on, one day I will die suddenly. Ange couldn't help thinking like this. But, the knee pillow feels so good. Quietly experiencing this rare feeling, if outsiders see it at this time, they will definitely envy Ange. Because it's so intoxicating with the girl's lap and the girl's kiss. 1 minute later, Pupa Ihwa raised her head and relieved the ambiguous posture. He's gone. Although Ange was unwilling to give up, he still stood up. Although his body was still a little weak, he was able to move normally. The night was already deep at this time, and too much happened this day. What a rare experience! The two looked up at the starry sky. Pupa Ihwa suddenly sighed softly, not knowing what she was talking about. Yes. A lot has happened. However, the experience of life and death is really terrible. Ange smiled bitterly. Pupa Ihwa turned her head to look at Ange, and she couldn't help but think of the groggy screams he had occasionally heard, full of unwillingness and self-blame. Soon we have free time, I can answer these miracles to you. It is possible for you to understand that all this happened. Under the bright starlight, a few dim street lights stretched out the two figures. In Ange's eyes, only the girl's indifferent smile remained. Now please be happy and think about everything in a good way. Hearing the familiar words, Ange nodded, but he was muttering softly in his heart. A miracle, I don't believe it. Only, fight for yourself. It's late, I'll take you back. This day's appointment ended in this way. Before leaving, Ange looked at the towering Ferris wheel and couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. gave the owner of the company open permissions on the console, and Anje generously gave the latter half-tax permission, which was regarded as compensation for him, and then took the floating car on the return journey with Buppo Ihwa. Because of Anzana's explosion, the power that enveloped the whole city was revealed, making all the people in a hurry at this time. Fortunately, these ordinary people are accustomed to the crises that appear from time to time, and they don't have a strong sense of power, and they are only dealing with the crises that usually appear. Sometimes, ignorance is also a kind of luck. The more I know, the more I can realize the terrible world. When they arrived at the destination, the two said goodbye to each other softly. In the end, I couldn't go further. The crisp mobile phone prompt sounded suddenly, and Anje took out his mobile phone a little strangely, but it was actually a text message from Ihwa. It's the same for the first time, let's try it together next time. Ans. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. When he saw Bupa Ihwa turned around, her long hair was flying in the wind, and she was showing a mischievous smile at him. In the eyes of the boy, there is nothing but the girls looking back. Back to the residence, Xiao's Haikyushiu and Zhenbai were still awake, obviously waiting for him to come back. Anje couldn't help but blame himself, he always worried the two of them so much. Shiba-senpai, really white. Seeing Anje finally returned, the two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhenbai got up directly and rushed into Anje's arms. Very worried. The girl expresses her inner emotions simply and directly. Really, it was so dangerous just now, you were still running outside. Xiao's Haikyushiu also whispered softly. Hi, it's my fault. Anje confessed his mistake quickly, and then he coaxed the two to sleep. Lay down on the bed suddenly, the exhaustion of his body surged like a tide. Anje endured fatigue and opened the system interface. Only then did he have time to carefully check the changes in the system. At this time, there is a very eye-catching option on the system interface, the protagonist's ability store. Because of the tight time, Anje had not paid attention. At this time, he finally had the opportunity to click on this new and simple shopping mall. Looking at the dazzling array of protagonist's abilities, Anje's heart couldn't help but get a little excited. As expected, he now can redeem the abilities of those anime protagonists. Is this the reward given by the fusion of rational personality? Anje clearly understands how powerful the protagonists are, they are at the plug-in level. Is he now able to use the power of those protagonists? Deserves to be a system. It is simply a complex of external plug-ins. However, this mall is also extremely restrictive. Because the protagonist's abilities redeemed from here are all one-time. Moreover, the price of each exchange is so expensive that Anje doubts life. No, Anje is already doubting life. At this time, the quota of his popularity value is only more than 2 million. Because of the slashing skill that was previously exchanged by a rational personality, a cut of Shura, a full 6 million popularity points. 6 million popularity value can only be used once per redemption. This Nima. One sword Shura is only a third level ability. Anje opened his mouth and looked at the word Shura on the protagonist's ability panel, which had turned grey. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is a little messy. I thought that after this period of accumulation, his popularity value has exceeded 8 million, he is already considered a small asset. But is cruel. Anje, who was messy in the wind, turned black, because he caught a glimpse of the same ability from the corner of his eye. Death is back. How many zeros are there? Anje wanted to vomit blood, and finally accepted this cruel fact. He is still clinking poor. Mess up. I want to mess up. He screamed madly in his heart. He finally got the ability to save his life, but he limited him so much. Anje burst into tears at this moment. It would be great if he could replicate the fighting ability of a heroine. Why doesn't even such a small wish satisfy me, woo? After being hit, Anja couldn't help jumping up from the bed, turned on the light brain, and turned on the Hokage's archive. Damn it! People, Tui, Chi, Jian, value, Piao. I want popularity value. Quickly hand over the popularity value. He howled in his heart, with both hands quickly operating on the light brain. He uploaded all the saved manuscripts of Hokage to Station B in one breath. Then he clicked on tweet, "It's me. The author. Save the manuscript." After an episode of nonsensical neuropathy, Anja lay back on the bed fiercely and fell asleep in a daze. The cultivators who are crazy just for the sake of Hokage, directly exploded with excitement. Looking at the dozens of manga manuscripts that suddenly appeared on Station B, countless Naruto fans exclaimed. Grass. Teacher Anja is crazy. He doesn't want to make money anymore. Chapter 58, The Blackened Kazumajayaka Shiu. Although it was only a short day before ANS disclosed the website of Station B, the number of clicks to visit the website reached more than 1 million in that day. This is naturally the result of Anja's announcement on Twitter. His 2 million fans are not fake, but have been paying attention to Anja. Is just such a website, and it can't affect them, so it can't generate popularity value. But this time is different. What is certain is that 80% of the more than 1 million clicks are the traffic attracted by Hokage. Originally, Anja announced the content of the new 30 chapters, which has already made these guys full of excitement. This time is even more fierce, and all the manuscripts are directly thrown out. Countless Naruto fans rushed to tell, and many people were very surprised. I'll go. I said I want to raise it again. I have raised 50 or 60 times in just one day. This is also. It's awesome. The update is so awesome. Teacher ends, I love you. Therefore, a large number of people who love manga are attracted by Anja's move, and they are full of curiosity about Hokage. However, more is the curiosity of Anja. 60 more comics a day. This must be crazy. You must know that now Hokage is a sweet potato, and countless websites and publishers want to cooperate with each other but can't. But Anja doesn't know how to negotiate. He doesn't care about money because of his wealth, so he doesn't mean to cooperate with these people at all. But with the current popularity of Hokage, if you really count it, Anja's updated draft, at least thrown away millions of contributions. In humanity. When Anja woke up from bed in a daze the next morning, he received a call from the organizer of the Comics Newcomer Award. Sasaki, who was appointed as the representative, was very excited. He reverently informed Anja that the first prize of the Newcomer Award had been credited to Anja's mobile phone account. He also proposed to Anja his intention to finance Station B, which naturally came to inquire on behalf of the organizer of the Newcomer Award. However, Anja had already planned for the B station, so he directly rejected TIE. Later, still confused, he no longer has the ability to cope with Sasaki's brain-dead fan, and the latter's questioning is just casual amao to deal with it, without realizing the latter's more and more excited tone. Hung up the phone, Anja squinted for a while before getting up from the bed. Sasuke Hoshio was sitting in the living room writing a novel, but his hands were still on the keyboard. I should be thinking about the plot. Anja thought so, and didn't bother her. Didn't make breakfast either, Anja went directly outside and bought a lot of food. I just won the Newcomer Award, which is a full 5 million mainland dollars. Now I can finally pay back the 1 million of the Demon Hunter headquarters. Inserted the milk straw, Anja carried the bread and came to Kazumajayaka. That, Shiba-senpai? Shall I have something to eat? Staring at the screen, nothing happens. Anja glanced at the electronic document on the screen, there was not a word. Con. He couldn't help but waved his hand gently in front of Kazumajayaka. Shiba-senpai. Ah. Sasuke Hoshio suddenly opened her mouth slightly and let out a soft moan. I don't know why Anje suddenly understood. He obediently put the milk straw to the latter's mouth. Sug. The milk carton quickly deflated, and Xiaohaiqiushiu's hands suddenly flickered like a wind. The keyboard crackled, even Anje didn't have such a hand speed with all his strength, and quickly wrote a lot of text. Ah! Opened his mouth. Open your mouth again. Anje's personality screamed, and quickly picked up the bread and stuffed it into the senior sister's mouth. A few mouthfuls, the bread was quickly swallowed by the senior sister, her eyes fixed on the computer screen, 10 fingers clicked on the keyboard frantically. She smacked her lips, and licked Anje's fingers unexpectedly. Oh day! Anje got goosebumps from this licking, and stepped back a few steps in a panic. The house personality cried and howled in his heart. Under his rational personality, Anje's face flushed. Ah. So when I said that I was playing feeding here early in the morning, what kind of trouble was it? Is there any shame? Okay? Anje screamed strangely, but soon became dirty again. Wow haha! Was licked. Under the rational personality, his expression would naturally not show, but at this moment, Xiaohaiqiushiu suddenly began to slam the floor crazily, and at the same time he gave out a weird smile. Tuesday. She is senpai. Anje couldn't help muttering in surprise. Hey, coming, the plot concept has emerged. Hey. Xiaohaiqiushiu made a strange laughter that made Anje's hair horribly frightening, and his hands were tapping on the keyboard frantically. The protagonist who threw the sick female protagonist aside and ran to date another woman, just returned home, and suddenly was hit in the back of his head and fainted. When he woke up, he found that his hands and feet were tied and unable to move. He appeared when he called for help. It's actually... She slammed the keyboard, stood up directly, staring at the computer screen. The creepy laughter made Anje tremble. What's the situation? This is... Holding the grass, is this blackened? This is it. Suddenly blackened unprepared. Ans looked at him with a dazed expression, listening to Kazuma Jayakishiba's blackened whispers www.readaloud.com at a loss. Is this something that happens accidentally when creating, the darkness of the creator? No, this Nima is just being excited, right? Anje looked at Xiaohaiqiushiu's extremely crazy performance, and quickly denied himself. At this time, he suddenly heard Xiaohaiqiushiu, who had been making weird laughter and typing frantically, uttered a voice on the side of the vagina. It looks like I need to punish you. Anjurjun. Ans. Force. Anje, who is still an irrational personality, couldn't help but stepped back in horror, and leaned against the wall tightly. Wait a minute. She just said Anjurjun. Anje was horrified, shivering as he looked at the blackened Xiaohaiqiushiu. Not to mention rational personality, even Ans's house spirit is Spartan. What kind of plot is this, Nima, my elder sister? Is this still your love metronome? This Nima is writing a diary of the future, right? In other words, why your plot is so similar to my experience. Anje, who only dated Bupa Ihua yesterday, couldn't help thinking in horror. A coincidence, it must be a coincidence, it must be. Anje glanced guiltily at Kazujayakishiwa, tiptoed to the wall, and took the breakfast into Sheena's white room. After that, he never dared to look at the black senior sister again, and returned to him as if he escaped. In the room, house personality slowly returned to the body, and Anje could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Was almost caught by senior sister to play and tied. Hey? Senior sister's bondage? Hold the grass. What are you afraid of? Chapter 59, What's the most annoying in 3 dimensions? Anje is also drunk. Of course, the main reason is that he was startled by the murmur of Shiukajo Majayaka. This Nima, the sense of substitution is too strong, trembling. Ans shook his head, sat at the desk and opened the system panel. If he expected it well, his popularity should start to rise. Sure enough, on the panel at this time, the amount of popularity value is 3.2 million, and it is constantly rising. Apparently many people watched Hokage all night last night. This group of cultivators is really strong. In just one night, he gained more than 1 million people's worth, and Anje couldn't help but laughed happily. But soon he got a bitter face again. I was so excited yesterday that I dumped all the saved manuscripts at once, and now I have to rush the manuscripts bitterly. I blame rational personality, why don't you stop yourself? He was so shamelessly throwing the pot to a rational personality. Resignedly picked up the paintbrush, and Anje found that his mentality was getting worse. This is a problem, you have to pay attention. He warned himself like this, not to please the audience, where is his popularity worth? No popularity value, how does he pick up girls, Save your life. Sinking down, Anje seriously began to draw comics. The movement of clouds and flowing water is so pleasing to the eye, and his freehand brushwork is enough to make many painters feel ashamed. From this we can also see how powerful Sheena's painting talent is. If you go one step further, you will be a famous painter in history. Of course Anje will never reach it. He has copied this ability and it has been fixed. Even if Genbei really became a LV10 painter, his ability is only LV9. He can't copy it a second time. Unless, the second LV10 anime heroine appears. I was immersed in the drawing of the comics. Time passed quickly, but Anje, who was very serious, was interrupted by the phone ringtone suddenly. The luxurious magic phone rang out with a sweet ringtone at this time, but it is no longer a declaration of the second one. Then, it slowly floated up and settled in the air. The incomparably crisp ringtone seems to be able to soothe the irritability in people's hearts. Several points of brilliance jumped out of the phone, drawing a magical trajectory, and finally forming a magical array. Hey? Live call? Who is it? Anje murmured and clicked on the communication confirmation. Real scene call is a communication mode that requires the construction of a magic circle. This communication mode can only be realized when both parties have this kind of magic phone. The magic circle shone brightly and directly sealed off this room, isolating all external disturbances. Two figures slowly appeared in the room. Anje knew that this was just a virtual image. He put down the paintbrush and turned around the office chair, staring calmly at the two slowly condensing figures in front of him. He had already guessed who the person was. Anje's heart couldn't help but feel a slight throbbing. He stood up and leaned slightly towards the virtual image of a sitting after he had finished consolidating. Father. Then he looked at the figure standing aside and nodded slightly, Master Albert. Enough trouble, shouldn't it be time to come back? The person sitting on the Chinese chair nodded, and the gentle words sounded. This person is the father of Anzana as the 7th Order powerhouse, Duke Angus. Anje looked at it without a trace. This was the first time he saw this cheap father in this world. Has a 7-point look similar to Anje, which is more mature than Anje. His eyes are sharp, with long black hair reaching up to his shoulders, casually draped. He was wearing a noble attire that fits well, with soft leather boots on his feet, sitting on the soft top of the Damajindeo, and underneath him is a luxurious dragon animal skin. The years did not leave a mark on Angus, he looked no different from the 25-6th youth. The sharp eyes only turned into a slightly helpless gentleness when they looked at Anje. Anje sat back on the chair, all of them in the family, and he didn't have any restraints when facing the father of the 7th Order powerhouse. In the room, instead, only Albert, a magnificent Tier 6 capable person, was standing. I don't want to go back yet. Anje whispered, I have a good time here. Angus stared at Anje. Although the latter's expression was plain, there was a lion hidden in his calm eyes. He sighed a little helplessly. Madhu has been a little uneasy recently. If you don't come back, I will be worried. Angus really has a headache. There is really no way to deal with this maverick son. This little thing, with Lord Albert, will be resolved soon, father, don't worry. Lord Albert, right. Ans looked at Albert on the side and said softly. Regarding Ans, who kicked the ball to himself, Albert was very depressed. Why are you pulling me up? But at this time, he can only bite the bullet and slightly respectful. The hidden dangers of the Magic City must be resolved as soon as possible, please rest assured. Now, it's a shield for His Royal Highness Anjet. He couldn't help but smile so wryly in his heart. Angus was non-committal, staring at Anjet indifferently. Danger often appears when it is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Just like yesterday. Ans narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, is it because of yesterday's thing? He glanced at Albert. The latter should be looking for his father because of the power that erupted when he merged with his rational personality. After all, is a personality created by gods, that supernatural power, but Albert is not afraid. Anjet felt a little helpless, and couldn't find anything to refute www.readaloud.com, so I had to say, I'm okay. If something happens, it will be too late. Angus glared at Anjet, showing no anger and prestige. Ans didn't feel it, but he was already sweating on the head of Albert, who was standing with Angus. Anyway, I won't go back. Once I went back, my mother dragged me to go on a blind date. This time it was even more ridiculous. Just arranged a marriage contract for me. What is it? I'm still so young. Anjet mumbled with a blushing face, and also in his heart. Wailing. Ah! Don't go back, don't go back. Don't think about me leaving the senior sister and Genbei them. Dare to pull me back to get married and I will die for you to see. The three-dimensional thing is the most annoying. Speaking of Anjet's mother, even Angus's expression twitched, and it was obviously very hurt. But he had nothing to do with three people in his life. One is King Arthur, one is Anjet, and the other is his wife. Seeing Anjet's bitter expression, he couldn't help being a little amused, and finally sighed and let out a helpless voice. It's okay if you don't come back. However, you have to go back to the Magic Capital Academy to go to school. You spent so many resources on you, but it didn't tell you to skip school. Give me a good practice. Damn. I also want to become a capable person. But does it mean that it can be accomplished? You are a majestic duke, and there is nothing you can do with the great lord who sits on a vast territory. Anjet muttered in his heart, but he was finally relieved, as long as he didn't force himself to go back. As for going to school, well, let's go. After this attack, Anjet's heart is actually full of desire for power. Only when he has the power can he protect the person he wants to protect. That kind of powerlessness. He never wants to feel it anymore. Chapter 60, Empire Generalists. Nodded, Anjet said softly, it's okay to go back to school, but I have to deal with it after a while. Madhu Academy's system is not strict. Even if he goes back to school, Anjet still has a lot of time to do his own thing, but these few days are not enough. Because the opportunity of the Muse 9 is coming. In another 10 days, when the Love Live competition begins, the 9 muses will also start their first competition performance. No matter what, Anjet must be present all day long. To has to be delayed until then before going to school, otherwise, who knows what will happen again. He is also a member of the cult now. Aside from anything else, it was about his popularity, and Anjet didn't dare to be sloppy. It's just that Angus has misunderstood Anjet's meaning. Hearing Anjet's words, a smile appeared on his face. Is it for that girl? According to Albert, that girl seems to have a good relationship with this kid. No wonder you are so resistant to the marriage contract arranged for him by your family. It seems that you are serious this time? I don't care about the process, I only look at the results of your practice. Angus said lightly, as for the marriage contract, I'll go talk to your mother. Really? Of course it's true. This can be there. Let it go to on marriage contract or something. Anja yelled in his heart, with a look of joy on his face. Seeing Anja so happy, Angus became more convinced of his guess. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly, but don't always let down your mother's will. If you have any girl you like, you can fight for it. You are my Angus' son. Cut, speak big words. Do you think you can get a girl just by identity? I like Saber. Your immediate boss, King Arthur. Did you teach me how to fix it? I like Shixiang. The only princess of the elves. Did you teach me how to fix it? I also like Esther very much. The status is not weaker than your empire general. You taught me how to fix it. Anja slandered inwardly. If he speaks out the thoughts in his heart, what will it scare Angus into? Of course he did such a dead thing, he certainly wouldn't do it now, Right now. Angus warned for a while, no matter how powerful he is only a father now. The virtual image slowly dissipated, the fluctuations of the magic circle gradually calmed down, and Angus let out a sigh of relief. There is no thought power left in him. Angus' thick eyebrows raised lightly and said to Albert, who was standing on the side. The so-called mental power is a phenomenon that only occurs when the seventh order powerhouse influences a world of heaven and earth. As long as anyone above the seventh level makes a move, the magical energy between heaven and earth will consciously surrender, engraving with its unique mind mark, which will last for a long time. This, who will it be, that breath comes now, and it even feels much stronger than the tower owner. Albert murmured, he just didn't feel relieved, and ran to Angus for help, but he still got nothing. Although I am not sure if it is a friendly party, there should be no hostility. The two ends should have been saved by that person. Angus pondered for a while, and then said, if you want to hide that kind of person, you and I can't find it, you can only pay more attention. It can only be so. Albert gave a wry smile. The feeling of hiding the tiger under the couch is uncomfortable, but there is nothing to do. As for the half-devil in the demon capital, I'm troubled by Lord Albert. From the Empire, leave it to me. Angus narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous cold light flashed in his eyes. He stood up slowly, his tone becoming solemn, I want to see, who dared to collude with the Devil's Rebellion. Albert hurriedly saluted, this is my duty to wait for the demon hunter, please don't worry, my lord. Yet. Angus nodded, but he remembered something, I heard that some of the hunters of Esdras happen to be in the Magic City. I'll fight for you. Albert was overjoyed on his face, and he quickly bent over again, thank you for your help. Any one of those hunters is a master of hunting and searching, and it rarely misses. If they help, they can definitely cleanse the entire demons. Angus waved his hand, he was so careful for Anjet, otherwise he would have left Albert alone with a headache. But, I really don't want to beg that madman, he said suddenly, and Albert on one side also gave a wry smile. I heard that the general is encircling and suppressing the half-devil in the north, and the leader seems to be a seventh-order complete species, I don't know what the situation is. Yes. The seventh-order complete seed. She should like this prey very much. Angus murmured. Dimensional continent, a barren land in the northwest. The stretch of Kangling has been constant since ancient times, and under the raging cold wind, even the vegetation seems scarce. On the barren ground, thick ice was frozen at this time, and even a few poor cold vegetation were ruthlessly frozen by the ice. A team of horses was standing neatly on the ice, looking at the two figures in front of them blankly. It's just that in their eyes, there will be enthusiasm from time to time, all because of the figure in front of him sitting on the throne of profound ice. Estes. Under the throne of Arthur, the strongest and youngest general in the empire. In front of her seat, one person was nailed to the ground by the ice, angrily like a gossamer. Is this the so-called seventh order complete seating? Est stared at the seventh order half-devil like a dead dog on the ground, his eyes full of disappointment. It's so boring, die. She spoke coldly, and slowly stood up from the ice seat. You reading www.ukvanshu.com is 1 meter tall with a pair of queen's high heel boots, and the whole person is oppressed with endless aura. Cold ice condensed ready-made ice skates out of thin air, and directly chopped off the head of this seventh-order complete species. The latter turned into a black smoke and slowly dissipated. This place doesn't even have a decent opponent. The cold wind was blowing Esther's long, icy blue hair that reached his thighs, and his tall figure walked towards the cliff, looking at the desolate earth. His face was full of discomfort. A soldier suddenly stepped forward. General, Yubanyu is back. Call him over. Yes. Not long after, a man wearing a grimace mask flashed behind Estes and knelt on one knee. General, all the half-devil remnants have been captured alive. Have you found traces of the devil? Estes asked without looking back, looking at the frozen ground in front of her. I found. Yubanyu paused for a while, and continued a little embarrassed, the subordinate is incompetent, it escaped. Estes turned around, staring at the ghost mask of Yubanyu. The latter couldn't help but shook his body slightly. You are hurt. She suddenly spoke softly, stepped forward and stretched out her hand. A wisp of cold air condensed on her hand, and instantly penetrated into Yubanyu's body. The latter snorted. Estes waved his hand. An array of devilish energy was forced out of Yubanyu's body by her. I have helped you suppress the injury. Take care of your injury, don't worry about the devil's affairs, there is me. Estes whispered. Thank you General. Then, what about those half-devil people? A wicked sneer suddenly appeared at the corner of Estes's mouth, and he opened his mouth and uttered a temperatureless word. Buy it directly.